American Comics, Psychiatrist, Cut Who Wanda Gwen. Author, Simple One. 051. Seaside Coffee, Investigation by Natasha Romanoff. To the exasperation of Natasha Romanoff, Suyi smiled, continued to look at Wanda and asked, "Then it's raining now, what do you say?" Suyi took a closer look at Wanda. "By the way, or trench coat. But because of the rain, I changed to a thicker one, which is brownish red. The lower body is also different from before. Changed to black boots and blue jeans. It looks like Wanda's legs are perfectly round from waist to toe. Under the tight jeans, those plump legs have a very mature charm. It's the kind that just has a little meat, but it doesn't feel like much at all." Finally, Wanda's delicate face. Needless to say, all in all it looks great. Wanda thought about it after hearing Suyi's words. There's really nowhere to go when it's raining. Where are you going? In short, it's good to go anywhere, but you can't go back. Wanda thought and thought, but she is not familiar with New York, so she can only be anxious. Suyi had a perception of her emotions, and helplessly stretched out his hand to rub her head and said, "Well, I'll take you to a more interesting coffee shop. Although their coffee is average, the environment and atmosphere are very good." As soon as this statement came out, Wanda nodded in agreement without hesitation. Natasha Romanoff could only nod after seeing it. At last, Suyi and Wanda got into the back seat of the Audi. Then direct Natasha Romanoff to drive. Natasha Romanoff was driving. Seeing Suyi and Wanda sitting in the back row from the rearview mirror, he sighed. On the war zone, no one dared to speak loudly to Wanda. The power of her origin magic power is extremely powerful in the eyes of everyone. Even Captain America would speak slowly in a normal tone when ordering tasks. But when it comes to Suyi, how did it change? Become so obedient, so unintentional. Are you still the Wanda we saw earlier? But it is not. The Wanda that Natasha Romanoff and the Avengers Alliance see is just superficial Wanda. That is, a self-protection state of Wanda. And at the moment's Wanda is the real let go of defense. Back to when she just came out of Sokovia. The iceberg is just his protective color. Loving a life of peace and joy is the real Wanda. And Suyi saw Natasha Romanoff looking over from the rearview mirror. He followed Natasha Romanoff's eyes too. Then Natasha Romanoff recovered and continued driving. At the same time, there were more and more doubts about Suyi in his heart. The agent's intuition told her. Suyi became more and more difficult, but her thoughts were presented one by one in Suyi's mind. But this is nothing to Suyi, just let it be. He knew it from the time he started letting Steven see his ability. It is only a matter of time before the final exposure. Turn left, turn right, turn in front, it's over, that's all. Under Suyi's guidance, Natasha Romanoff drove the two of them to the vicinity of the seaside park. The three got out of the car under two umbrellas. Then Suyi took the two of them to a special coffee shop by the sea. This cafe faces the sea, floor-to-ceiling windows on three sides. But when Suyi brought people in, there was no one here because of the rain. But Suyi thinks that the best time here is only when it rains. The three sat down and ordered coffee. Wanda admired the beautiful scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Across the sea is the land. When it rains, it's hazy. It's very beautiful here. Why doesn't anyone come? This question is not difficult. There is no need for Suyi to answer. Natasha Romanoff's slightly inspired answer to Wanda, because it's nice that someone survived the rain and got here first. Yes, most people won't come here after seeing the heavy rain today, but it's only the best when it's raining. At this point, it is very insightful in Natasha Romanoff's rich agent career. After a while, coffee was brought up, and the waiter also gave dessert biscuits to everyone for free. Then the three of them drank coffee and chatted like this. Suyi asked Wanda, "How is the overseas mission? Is it going well? Is the scenery beautiful?" Wanda thought about it and shook her head. "It's all lows and dust, but the mission went well. I just crushed them with a trick you taught me to pinch mice." Suyi, 0.0. Natasha Romanoff. Ox. Suyi looked at Natasha Romanoff for confirmation. Natasha Romanoff gave a nod of confirmation without leaving a trace. "Oh well, it seems that Wanda's heart is really strengthening. It's just that the strengthening is a bit crooked, but it's a good thing anyway." Then the three continued to chat. Suyi was also curious about Natasha Romanoff, so he asked, "You have frequently sent missions to restore approval ratings, but the effect is obvious. So what would you guys want Wanda to do in a worst-case scenario?" When Wanda heard the first sentence, I thought Suyi was going to ask about the Avengers Alliance. In the end, I didn't realize it until I heard the second sentence. Is this asking for my own future? For a while, Wanda stopped drinking the coffee and just stared at Suyi tenderly. And Natasha Romanoff paused her hand, and replied lightly, "Every superhero has the right and responsibility to choose. Even in the worst ending, Wanda can choose by herself." Suyi nodded reassuringly after listening. "That's good." After Wanda heard this feeling of being cared for made her almost give Suyi her whole heart. But after Natasha Romanoff finished speaking, she looked at Wanda's status. "I just couldn't wait any longer." So Natasha Romanoff took a sip of coffee. Then he raised his head and looked at Suyi with heroic eyes. Then asked solemnly, "I mean no harm, but I have to ask, that red shape-shifting King Kong, is that your Ferrari? 052. Yes, the shape-shifting King Kong is mine. As soon as this statement came out, before Su-Yi could answer, Wanda got angry. Natasha Romanoff. Yes, the reason why Wanda is angry is simple. She didn't ask herself, she just hoped that this kind of life could go on normally. But Natasha Romanoff asked. It is very easy to disrupt the current daily life, as long as Natasha Romanoff asked this sentence. Whether it is or not, they all affected Su-Yi. If not, it would mean that Su-Yi was implicated. If yes, it may be more troublesome. So when Natasha Romanoff asked this sentence, Wanda was directly angry. It's okay, Wanda. But Su-Yi touched Wanda's hand indifferently. This also made Wanda quiet again. It's just that looking at Natasha Romanoff has become slightly hostile. Then Su-Yi looked at Natasha Romanoff and nodded. Yes, it's mine. Natasha Romanoff! Exclamation mark. Wanda! Exclamation mark. Facing the simultaneous gaze of Wanda and Natasha Romanoff, Su-Yi took a sip of coffee. Definitely said as a matter of course. What is mine is mine. What is not mine is not mine. There's nothing to hide. A word from Su-Yi. Immediately, Natasha Romanoff admired it, and Wanda stared at it. And in a way, Su-Yi and Tony are very similar. For example, they dare to act and act. Definitely other places such as personality are completely different. It's just a certain place. And after knowing that the shape-shifting King Kong is really Su-Yi's stuff, Natasha Romanoff thought for a moment. Only then did he finally ask Su-Yi, that thing. Is there anything you can tell me? I need to collect as much information as possible to complete the task. But you can also just say what you can. We don't interfere with each other. Finish this sentence. Natasha Romanoff added one last sentence. Avengers' internal environment is complicated right now, so shape-shifting King Kong is your business, and I promise I won't report it to them. Natasha Romanoff finished this sentence. The way Wanda looked at her improved a lot. After all, what people mean is, I will try not to disturb your life as much as possible. After hearing Natasha Romanoff's assurance, Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. It's good to be a knowledgeable person. If you come up, tell me to hand over the shape-shifting King Kong, or give me all the information. The former Su-Yi would directly crush an ant to death. The latter is definitely also true. There's really nothing to say. Su-Yi thought about the technical content of shape-shifting King Kong. Put the fire source out and put it on. Does taking it back count as gold content? So Su-Yi can only talk about the introduction of shape-shifting King Kong. Anyway, it's really called shape-shifting King Kong, and I named it Skyfire. And it's not a robot, it's life, it has a soul, it has autonomous consciousness. And it is not a product of technology, but a product of alien forces. It's two concepts. Even if Tony is asked to study it, the result is a completely different path from the Earth's technology tree. Su-Yi said at the same time. Natasha Romanoff notes. Wait until Su-Yi finishes speaking. Natasha Romanoff reacted in shock. It was astounding. Seeing that Su-Yi said that after finishing speaking. Natasha Romanoff put away the record, thought about it, and finally asked a question at the end. This is just my curiosity, and I will never say it to anyone. Su-Yi nodded. Ask. Can it be replicated? Natasha Romanoff asked seriously. This question is very rich, because a big part of the reason the Avengers are in this situation right now is because of Ultron. And the reason Ultron was born. It is Tony who wants to build the Iron Legion to protect the Earth. Then use the Heart Gem to develop a super-intelligent soul to be the host to control the Iron Legion. Otherwise, the JARVIS at that time could control dozens of Mark armors, but it can't control tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of steel armor. So that ended up leading to Avengers, Age of Ultron. And this question from Natasha Romanoff just asked the point. Wanda doesn't understand this point. Otherwise, now Wanda is definitely going to kill again. But this problem is for Su-Yi. He even hoped to ask the other side, because when a mountain is not high enough, someone will want to climb it to see it. But when the mountain is so high that you can't see the top, you can dissuade all wishful thinking people. So lean back in the chair, put down the coffee cup, look at Natasha Romanoff and laugh. As long as I think about it, it's a constant source of energy. After Su-Yi finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff fell silent. What is the concept of this kind of shape-shifting diamond energy? That is, the Earth only has the words of mortals. If Su-Yi wants to unify, he will unify. And even if there is a superhero, Natasha Romanoff can't guarantee enough to see it. I see. Finally, Natasha Romanoff nodded conclusively, ending the conversation. But she still reminded, Tony should be looking you up soon, Sue. There are very few all-red cars in New York, and even fewer supercars. Even if all the cameras were blocked last night, Tony's satellite can analyze them step by step. As soon as this statement came out, Wanda looked at Su-Yi slightly worried. She wanted to know how Su-Yi would solve it, if it can't be solved. Anyway, Tony is an ordinary person with a body. But Su-Yi still shrugged indifferently. It's just a matter of time. I'm not against the feeling of being known. I just hate when people want me to do things I don't like, and disturb my life. Finish this sentence. Su-Yi's hand was held by Wanda. He turned to look. Wanda was looking at herself affectionately, rubbing her fingers against her palm, and nodded in the same way. This seems to say, we are of the same mind. At this point, Natasha Romanoff has it all figured out. She knew that it was time for Wanda and Su-Yi, so she stood up and took the initiative to pay the bill, then went out and left. And Su-Yi took out his phone, pressed the button and said, "It's okay, I'll let Tanhuo come over. 053. Dear Wanda, showcase Shapeshifting King Kong. Suyi turned on the phone and pressed a few buttons. In a VIP parking space next to the underground garage of the North Building, a Ferrari automatically ignites with a woo tilde. Then drive out of the parking space. Drive towards Suyi's location. A few minutes later, the rain in New York has stopped. Wanda and Suyi watched the brand new Ferrari drive in from outside. Then Anand stopped in front of the two of them. Woo! Wanda sighed in admiration. She reached out and touched the Ferrari's exterior. Then he turned his head and said to Suyi, "It's newer than before. And it's even more beautiful. This red is so beautiful that it makes people intoxicated. It can be said that it is the most beautiful red among reds." Face Wanda's compliments. When Tanhuo approached Wanda's body surface, several hot golden letters automatically appeared. Thanks. Thank you. Wow. Seeing this, Wanda liked the Ferrari even more, and Suyi asked with a smile after seeing this, "Do you want to see how it transforms?" "Yes," Wanda affirmed expectantly. "Then let's go." Suyi took Wanda into the car. The door also closes automatically. Only then did Wanda discover that all the parts in this Ferrari are smart. All parts look changeable. So, Wanda wakes up. That's why this is called a mechanical life with a soul. Technology on Earth will never be able to do that. Suyi drove the car, directly drove Skyfire to the beach where no one was there. There are still technologies that can make semi-finished products. That's the nanotechnology that Tony is working on. But even if the mecha is made with nanotechnology, it is still controlled by artificial intelligence, not a soul and wisdom like Skyfire. Wanda nodded in agreement. Tanhuo also showed a smiley face on the windshield. This made Wanda laugh. Immediately afterwards, Suyi drove to a place where no one was there. But he didn't wait for himself and Wanda to go out. He said directly to Tanhuo, "It can be changed." "Huh?" Wanda was surprised. "But we haven't gone out yet." Wanda didn't finish her sentence. The front of Tanhuo's car tilted up. Ting ting. Then it started to transform. The bodies of Suyi and Wanda were also turned over and placed on the ground. Immediately afterwards, Tanhuo continued to transform. Wanda didn't know until she stood on the ground and watched Tanhuo's transformation. It turns out that the transformation of Shapeshifting King Kong is not limited to a set of standard postures. Instead, the steps can be changed in any way. This also means that these machines are completely flexible, rather than a set of molds. Then, with the transformation of Tanhuo completed, a 9-meter-tall Shapeshifting King Kong knelt on one leg in front of Suyi. Then he bowed his body and bowed his head, respectfully touching his chest with his right hand. "Boss." Suyi nodded, and Wanda looked very cool from the sidelines. She looked at Skyfire's shapeshifting Vajra body. Then he saw Suyi's bronzing name on Tanhuo's body. This means that Tanhuo completely belongs to Suyi. Wanda circled Skyfire. Then he nodded in satisfaction. "It's really handsome. Now I understand why boys love cars. Not to mention the Autobots." Suyi agrees with Wanda's words. In the innocent childhood, what boy would not stop watching the excavator? Boys back then didn't even know what it was. But just like it, Suyi looked at Tanhuo, then at Wanda. Then he said to Tanhuo, "Wanda and Gwen will be your second authority commanders in the future. They can command you when I don't command you." Tanhuo bowed his head. "Yes, boss." But Wanda wondered, "You?" "Yes." Suyi looked at Wanda and said with a smile, "After you and Gwen have chosen the car you like, I transformed them into Shapeshifting King Kong. Each of you uses one, and you can still protect yourself at ordinary times. Anyway, Suyi is the source of fire. The changeable point car is just a matter of breath for him, and the car he changed is still his. It's like lending it to Gwen and Wanda. As for the money for 2 cars, what are you kidding? Isn't it easier to do things with only money? Can money be a problem?" But Wanda died of excitement when she heard this sentence. She jumped on Suyi and hugged him and said happily, "That's great. Thank you, Su." "No." Well, Suyi hasn't finished speaking yet. His mouth was actively covered by Wanda. The two started bobbing in this deserted place. Tanhuo sensibly changed back to the car state. After a while, Wanda parted with a sound, then held Suyi's face and said, "I don't want you to give me something unilaterally. Although I don't know if I have a salary in Avengers, but when I save enough money, I will also give you a gift. It's just, maybe I can't find a gift as good as you gave me." Suyi dragged Wanda with his hands. He already felt the disappointment that Wanda felt caused by giving each other unequal gifts. So Suyi looked into Wanda's eyes and said dotingly, "No, your gifts are always better than mine." "Hut Hilda?" Wanda was puzzled. Suyi approached Wanda, kissed Wanda's forehead softly. "Because you are the best gift this world has given me." Tilda. Suyi had just finished speaking. Wanda was teased again and took the initiative to cover Suyi. She's also addicted to cover. 054. New York's #1 Affectionate. She didn't object. Finally, on the deserted seashore, the sky has just finished raining heavily, as if the world has just been washed. The two were accompanied by a Ferrari. It took a long time before the end of the eternal deep kiss. After parting, the passion in Wanda's eyes quickly turned into substance. Among Wanda and Gwen, she is the first to be emotional, and then leave. And Gwen is also emotional, but she doesn't move as fast as Kingman. Seaside. Wanda hugged Suyi. Bury your face in his chest. Listen to the strong heartbeat. As if hitting her heart. After half a sound, Wanda didn't raise her head, but said in a muffled voice in Suyi's chest. That Gwen, she likes you too. Suyi. Easy to say, hug, and kiss. Why are you talking about other women? This is going to overturn. But Suyi's heartbeat was still as steady as an old dog. At the same time asked softly, you feel it? Why can't I feel it? Wanda buried her face in Suyi's chest instead, and her voice became more muffled. I'm like a fire, close to you, the best firewood in the world. But how can I not feel that there is also a fire that wants to ignite you? Hear these 3 sentences. Suyi's heart almost slowed down by half a beat. These 3 sentences are so beautiful. Good to hear. He suddenly felt sorry. Can't help it. Suyi's arms around Wanda also tightened a little. And Wanda is far from suffering. Instead, he pressed it against Suyi's chest more comfortably and continued. But in Sokovia, we don't care about the legal marriage certificate, but we care more about the relationship between each other. My love for you is like a fire. But I can feel Gwen too. So, Wanda will stop talking about this. But Suyi knew what it meant. She didn't object. Yes, if you disagree, then Wanda will directly say no. Dabba, no. But now Wanda isn't saying no. That's what works. It's just that there are still unknowns for the time being. For example, Avengers, such as Wanda's own original problem, such as superheroes' problem, and so on. Wanda is involved in these things. So it's not possible to say for sure. But still that sentence. She didn't say number. Immediately afterwards, Wanda added as expected. Give me some time to adjust, please. When our life stabilizes, when I don't have any extra things to worry about, we can find the meaning of life safely and happily. It only takes a certain amount of time. Wanda finished. Suyi hugged her. At the same time, there is no waste of words in the answer. Definitely can. At the same time, I have another old saying I want to tell you. Wanda raised her head and asked suspiciously, what? That definitely is King Guan's Magpie Bridge immortal. That is to say, if the 2 feelings last for a long time, how can they be in the same day and night? After Suyi finished speaking this poem, translate again for Wanda to listen to the explanation. Immediately, Wanda closed her eyes for a while, then opened her eyes and nodded affirmatively. Now, the two looked at each other for a long time, but the good times didn't last long. Wanda's agent phone rang at the moment. Instantaneous time. Suyi felt that Wanda's mood became annoyed instantly. Apparently she hated being interrupted at this point. But she answered the phone anyway, because this kind of call means it is urgent. Hello? Natasha Romanoff. Well, okay, I see, now go back. After a few words, Wanda hung up the phone, sighed again and raised her head to explain to Suyi. The United Nations drafted the Sokovia Agreement and invited many countries to participate in the vote. The 5 permanent members abstained, but most countries are likely to vote in favor. So I have to go back first. Sorry. Suyi nodded, patted Wanda's back and said, go ahead, it's okay. If the Avengers disband, you're still free. Wanda smiled when she heard it. It seems to be true. Finished. Suyi took Wanda into the car. Send Wanda back to the Avengers base. As for what's going on inside the Avengers Alliance, FK it. What happened to Wanda was just that Suyi didn't want to disturb others. As long as no one threatens Wanda, then Suyi respected Wanda's autonomy. Instead of trying to control everything like a machismo, for example, directly say, Wanda, quit, I will support you. If Suyi said this, he would send it, because such words are an insult to women in Europe and America who really have abilities. And Wanda definitely wouldn't want to rely on Suyi to live and die by herself. So does Gwen. So that's fine. Suyi just needs to be the man behind the scenes. In this way, anyone who wants to treat the 2 women badly will be reminded by others. Hey, watch out for the man behind them. Now it's right. After delivering Wanda, Suyi drove the car back home. As soon as he reached the top of the building, he hadn't opened the door with his fingerprints. I felt a little Spider-Man squatting on the ceiling. Suyi first pretended to open the door. Then when little Spider-Man slid down from behind, Suyi opened the door instantly. He grabbed Gwen who had just hung silently, then entered the room in a kidnapping style, and then slammed the door shut with Phoenix force. Gwen was taken aback, but still hadn't reacted. Boom. But as soon as the door was closed, the sound was immediately blocked. 055. Gwen Cosplay tried the tiger charm. Indoor. Suyi threw Gwen into the room. Then, while changing shoes, undo 2 collar buttons to let in some air. But what he didn't expect was Gwen tossed the bag aside. Then he pinched his neckline and acted wrong. It should be called cosplay in foreign countries. He played all kinds of crimes, a very distinctive big villain who kidnapped beautiful girls. She plays a pure, beautiful, weak female student. Definitely. Gwen was originally a female student and still a high school student. But after seeing Gwen acting, Suyi smiled and took off his shoes. Originally, he only planned to undo 2 buttons, but now he unbuttoned them all one by one, then take off the coat. The unbuttoned shirt floated to the sides, and the perfect muscle lines brought by Su-Yi's Superman body also attracted Gwen's eyes. Su-Yi stood and walked forward. Gwen sat back. It's just that Su-Yi's speed remains unchanged. But Gwen was getting slower, and looking at Su-Yi's abdominal and chest muscles, he secretly swallowed. Su-Yi felt a little strange. How can the atmosphere suddenly become that people are fishing, and you are the fish who took the bait? Say. Su-Yi shook his head indifferently, then walked over, reaching into Gwen's pants. Then he grabbed her belt and slid Gwenty up. Huh? Gwen was taken aback. Her body was shaped like an N in Su-Yi's hands. Then Su-Yi went to the chair and sat down, then put her backside up on his lap. At last, he raised his hand high and lowered it heavily. Snapped. Ah! Gwen screamed. Tears almost burst out. She quickly reached out to cover her pussy. Then he looked back at Su-Yi, staring at his big watery eyes, and asked, "Why are you really fighting?" "Not really hit. Is it just playing around? Is it necessary to fight on a chair? Go directly to the big bed and fight." Snapped. Ah! Su-Yi slapped again, and then put down Gwen and said, "This is your punishment for trying to sneak up and scare people." Gwen jumped to her feet when she was let go. She said firmly while rubbing her back, "Then what if I want to pat you? You forgot what my profession is?" Su-Yi looked like a fool. Gwen was taken aback. All right, just Gwen's smallness. Su-Yi understood it clearly. But no matter what, although Gwen was secretly happy, she still pretended to be unhappy and said, "I don't care, you hit me, you have to make up for it." In fact, Gwen didn't want anything. The most she wanted was for Su-Yi to say something about loving herself. "Definitely, it would be even better if I could kiss myself." But Su-Yi thought about it. He just took this opportunity to take out the 12-charm bracelet and said, "Okay, this is my compensation for you." Gwen was taken aback, walked to the side and looked at the exquisite bracelet in Su-Yi's hand, lost in thought. Although these 12 gems are not big, they are very beautiful. Girls will definitely like it at a glance. But Gwen is very hesitation. She really likes it. But good family upbringing told her so. Girls can't accept expensive gifts directly, even if the other party is a boyfriend. Unless you're in the right mood. Then you have to return a similar gift after receiving it. So that's why Gwen hesitated. In fact, it is similar to Wanda. They are all good girls. And Su-Yi already felt the reason for Gwen's hesitation. Su-Yi smiled, and stretched out his hand to grab Gwen's right hand. Then put the bracelet of 12 charms on her wrist and said, "Don't worry, it means more to me than it's worth. And you are the best gift from heaven to me. This 12-charm bracelet is useful, a gift to protect you when I am not around you." Cough cough. Although there is a saying that Su-Yi just said, it is not a big problem, just be useful. 12 talismans. Gwen hesitated, and the bracelet had already been put on his right wrist. Immediately afterwards, the golden light of the 12 charms flashed. Gwen discovered that the 12 talisman bracelet could not be shaken off no matter how hard she tried. It's bound jewelry. When you want to take it off, just say it silently in your heart. When you don't want to take it off, no one can force it to take it off, unless it is violently crashed, or you are willing. As for the function of the 12 charms, I will tell you. You can try it slowly after remembering. Explain the role of binding. Su-Yi then explained to Gwen the usefulness of each of the 12 charms. And Gwen was shocked when she heard it. "Wow Tilda!" she exclaimed, and then said impatiently, "Then I'll try the snake spell invisibility." After Gwen finished speaking, "Try the snake charms ability now. Invisibility. Use this ability when you get started to make yourself stand still and become invisible. After mastering, you can make objects and groups invisible. After proficiency, you can even teleport while being invisible. This is in a sense even better than Quicksilver." And Gwen tried it for the first time. It just visually disappeared in front of Su-Yi's eyes. Gwen was in high spirits, and immediately teased Su-Yi, "Guess where I am, Su?" Snapped. "Ah!" Immediately, after a slap, Gwen covered her face and revealed the prototype. "Su-Yi, I want your original form to be exposed." Stealth is not a good ability though. In Su-Yi's heart, the yin and yang power of the tiger talisman is the god level. So, cough cough cough. Su-Yi coughed twice, and said to Gwen hypnotic ability very seriously, "Gwen, I'm sure you have the ability, so quickly try the yin and yang power of the tiger talisman. Let me see where the limit of your ability is." Duplication it. Gwen X2.056. Gwen Duplication. Gwen number 2. Join the war. The yin-yang power of the tiger talisman. After hearing this ability, Gwen didn't understand the literal meaning of this ability. Yin and yang force. What is it? Seeing Gwen's doubts, Su-Yi turned into a teacher and immediately began to teach. The force of yin and yang refers to two parts of a whole. It's like some people who look cold on the outside, but inside they have a fiery heart. But the power of yin and yang does not mean two extremes. It's not that one has to be good and the other has to be bad. It's two directions of a whole. Gwen thought for a while after hearing this. She is thinking about what her two directions are. Thinking for a long time. Gwen only thought of herself as outgoing. So is the other self an introvert? Try it. Say it. Gwen closed her eyes, trying to use the Tiger Charm's ability. Wave. After a projection similar to Gwen separated from Gwen's body, another Gwen appears next to the original Gwen, then gradually transform into entities. She both wore the same clothes. And what this Gwen looks like, that Gwen looks like too. It can be said that even the details are exactly the same. That is, the demeanor is different. Yes. After Gwen became an entity, she looked at her body. He looked at Su-Yi again. Then he blushed with a beep, and turned his head to one side, not daring to look at Su-Yi at all. This, Su-Yi suddenly realized. This Gwen character. It is very likely that this Gwen's character is reversed now. That is, the original lively and outgoing, and this one is shy and introverted. But from the look in her eyes, there is no doubt that she also likes Su-Yi. Both of them like Su-Yi. This is constant, only the character has changed. And at first glance, this Gwen is a bit like Hinata in Naruto. Wow! And Gwen himself exclaimed. She walked up to this Gwen and took a good look. Then he rubbed his fingers against his stomach. Meat is the same. What are you doing? And Gwen Duplication shyly pushed Gwen's fingers away. Then he said in a low voice, don't touch me directly. One was taken aback when Gwen heard it. Then he watched Su-Yi pointing at Gwen and said, she's not like me. How can she be so shy? After Su-Yi heard it, he nodded and explained, definitely. You don't have a bad heart, so the opposite direction you change is the inner character. Unless you consider creating someone who is worse than you in the future. Gwen thought about it, and was really moved. Then try next time, say it. Gwen walked to Su-Yi's side, ran Su-Yi's arm and said, drink beer, drink beer. Last time we promised to drink beer. This Gwen just finished. That Gwen is not willing. She stared and blushed when she saw Gwen hugging Su-Yi. Immediately, she trotted up and hugged Su-Yi's arm. Then he buried his face in his arms and whispered, I also want. Immediately, this other contrasting performance of Gwen slowed down Su-Yi's heart. After getting in touch with the lively Gwen, Su-Yi thought this was the best Spider-Man in the Marvel Universe. But who knows? This Gwen is not bad either. Hello. But Gwen was unwilling. She looked at Gwen, who was exactly like herself, and said, could you speak louder? Just say what you want to do, can't you? Gwen in Su-Yi's arms heard it. Suddenly muffled loudly, I want to drink too. Well, compared to the previous sentence, it's pretty big too, although not half as loud as Gwen spoke just now. And Gwen looked at the other self so shy. Immediately, she lost her temper. I especially want to cyberbully my own duplication. But Su-Yi smiled, pulled the two into the wine room and said, choose yourself and drink. Gwen looked at the bottles of wine on the wine rack. She let go of Su-Yi's arm and started to pick. Gwen looked at it, and let go of his arms to pick it. The two danced together in front of the wine rack, or squat down together to see which wine taste might be suitable. And Su-Yi, who was behind the two of them, looked at their backs and nodded. Good. Very good. These 12 spells are really amazing. Think here. Su-Yi put his arms around his arms and touched his chin. Is that possible? Can I draw out the duplication in the future? Only for the heroine. There is no poison point. No, normal movie duplication is fine too. But if you can draw out the technique of seduction that Naruto has changed, that Su-Yi guaranteed 3 sticks of incense to the system. No, 33 sticks of incense will do. Su-Yi first went to prepare snacks and desserts, and turned on the TV to play the program. After a while, Gwen came over with a bottle of wine. Su-Yi was taken aback by this. You can finish your drink? Who knew that Gwen curled her mouth, looked at Gwen beside her and said, she insists on drinking something with a strong fragrance. I want to drink something that is refreshing. And duplication Gwen is not to be outdone. Holding the wine in her bosom, she stuffed it into her bosom and muttered, this should be delicious. Su-Yi, number. Then why do you both choose the one with a higher degree? Wouldn't it be possible to drink for a longer period of time by choosing a wine with a lower alcohol content? Su-Yi stepped forward to take 2 bottles of wine and looked at them. All right. No one is able to drink without getting drunk after a normal person. Okay. Fine. So you went to get a bottle opener, opened both bottles and said, it's just a good time to practice your drinking capacity. Don't drink it when you celebrate in the future. Finished. So you brought 3 glasses. Then pour Gwen's wine to Gwen, and that Gwen's wine to that Gwen, and Su-Yi's own wine. Su-Yi raised his head, looking at the 2 eyes watching whose wine he poured together. He thought about it. Pick up both bottles of wine. Pour together. Can't I add wine? My body of Superman, what am I afraid of? As expected. When Su-Yi poured wine like this, both Gwen just pouted, but no comments. Fortunately, Su-Yi is smart. After pouring the wine, both Gwen and Su-Yi picked up their glasses and drank. Cheers x3. The 3 of them clinked glasses. Then he took a big gulp. Who as expected. 2 still spit out their small tongues after drinking. Slightly. Su-Yi smiled without saying a word. 2 little spicy chickens. News is playing on at the moment. TV. The United Nations proposes to issue the Sokovia Agreement to restrict the powerful rights of Avengers. Captain America expressed strong dissatisfaction and rejection. However, Mr. Iron Man Tony Stark did not issue any comments on this. This agreement will be decided by multi-country voting at the United Nations Vienna International Center. Once the agreement is passed, Avengers must be checked and balanced, otherwise it will be a declaration of war with the United Nations. After Gwen heard the TV news, she leaned back her astonishingly curved little willow waist and watched TV. Then he came back and shook his head at Su-Yi. It's better to be a free superhero. Avengers are still under control, so don't they have to report in advance for everything they do? And I have to write a summary after I'm done, and I don't have any freedom. After speaking, Gwen spread her hands and shook her head. It seems that she expressed great disapproval of this. Gwen and Peter Parker from other universes are different. Peter Parker is heroic. He really wants to be a superhero and wants to join the Avengers. And Gwen is not. Gwen is just freer. She also fights criminals and lends a helping hand. But she doesn't have those superhero heart plots. To this, her duplication Gwen also blushed and nodded. That is, so you looked at little Gwen. She looks like this. It's so tempting to bully her. But let's get down to business. Yi took a sip of the wine, then nodded and agreed with Gwen's opinion. In the final analysis, in fact, at least half of the reason is that other countries in the United Nations are afraid of a super-powerful change history. A superhero is nothing. A missile is nothing more than a tactical nuclear bomb. But one superhero has the potential to change the whole world. Tony almost did it all by himself. Yi finished speaking. Gwen thought about it, and nodded in agreement. Do you really think the UN wanted to sanction the Avengers because they caused so much damage? Do you really think that the sanctions were imposed because of the citizens' opposition? Not completely. Those are just fuses. Some of them were even deliberately pushed and blocked by someone behind. And really one big reason. It's because the United Nations is afraid of the actionability of the superheroes gathering together. Why don't they care about free superhero? Just Avengers anyway. This is not the reason myself. And superheroes registration method. This is to find out all the superheroes. Then conveniently stare at them. Be more specific. It is a force that challenges the United Nations' own security and rights. That's why they have to be sanctioned. Got used to. After all, there are many things that have been done in the past. But Gwen suddenly asked curiously, what about Wanda? Very simple. I've already chatted with her. Yi put down his empty glass, refilled it and said, she'll just wait and see what's going on. If you want to disband, then disband. She has become free. But if she is really restrained, I think she will quit. Then be a free superhero like you. No. Come to work with me. I need an assistant to play games with me. Early 9. In the evening, there are food, housing and weekends, and a luxury car when you join the job. As soon as this statement came out, Gwen suddenly widened her eyes and raised her hands to vote. The conditions are too generous. Even that Gwen raised his hand, but Yi smiled and looked at them. I don't even go to university and want to work. I don't want a high school student. I can work part-time, Gwen said crookedly. I don't accept part-time jobs either. Only full-time jobs. Yi took a sip of wine. Your part-time job is superhero, how can you work 2 jobs? Okay. Gwen took a sip of wine regretfully. Then he lay down on the seat drunkenly and muttered, I'm almost graduating, and I'll be a college student soon. Speaking of college, Yi suddenly asked curiously, how are your grades and what university are you planning to go to? I don't know, Gwen coquettishly said. Anyway, as long as it's a university in New York. Columbia University, New York University, whatever. Hear Gwen's words. Yi understood what she meant. Anyway, university is not a big problem for her. This guy was originally a top student. Then what major do you want to study? Yi asked again. If you want to learn, you just need to lean on the back. Gwen's memory was very scary. Even before becoming Spider-Gwen, her learning ability is more exaggerated. Medicine, history, art or music are all fine. Yi nodded. Everything is fine. But he won't give advice. After all, hobbies are the most important thing. Gwen can learn whatever she wants. He has no power over it. He doesn't need to care about these. Gradually. The three slowly became silent. Not boring silence, but enjoying the tranquility. Duplication. Gwen doesn't like to talk too much. She prefers this kind of environment now. So she was lying on the table while sipping wine. From time to time, he looked up at himself. But just look at Yi. She will lower her eyes shyly again. TSK. Anyway, Yi moved his index finger. After a while, when Gwen got up, she took the wine glass down. Half a glass of wine poured all over her. It also stayed with the clothes. Oh, Gwen pouted a little annoyed. Just go take a shower. Yi nodded. Go. She washed it anyway. Don't teach yourself. And follow Gwen to take a shower. Only Yi and Duplication Gwen were left on the wine table. Take this opportunity. Yi asked Duplication Gwen curiously. Do you have a problem with the ontology? Duplication Gwen tilted her head and thought for a while. There is an opinion. But she added, but not that opinion. We are all ontology. I just have a problem with her character. Yi was taken aback by her second sentence. Only then did he react. It turns out that Gwen and Gwen do not mean duplication and ontology. Only the technique of shadow duplication has duplication and body. And the person who is separated from the tiger talisman is also the main body. One positive, one vice. They are all bodies. They were one before they parted. So, Yi asked tentatively again, if you two got together tomorrow, would you be sad to refuse? This question can be said to be a bit unfeeling. After all, this is tantamount to asking Gwen in the bathroom. A little bit. And this Gwen thought for a while and said, but we are the same. After merging, I will still be me, just neutralized with Gwen. I see. Yi suddenly realized. No wonder this Gwen is a little too outgoing today. It turns out that after this duplication comes out, the previous Gwen will also have a more biased personality, but only after the fit. they will be neutralized again. So this is yin and yang. Understood. Suyi nodded. He raised his glass and just took a sip. The result has not been let go. Gwen's voice came from the bathroom. Su, I can't adjust the hot water. Come and help me. Suyi won't. No hammer. Suyi didn't believe that Gwen couldn't boil hot water. Are you sure you won't? Su, I really don't know how to do it. Come and see. Okay. Here's what you said. Suyi got up and said to control the temperature in his heart. I'll help her turn on the hot water. You wait. If it can't be fixed, the hot water is broken. If you can't wait, come and fix it together. After speaking, Suyi got up and went to help Gwen check the hot water. After going, that leaves only introverted Gwen on the outside. She was also listening to how the hot water was doing. I'm coming to Kangkong. PSSD exclamation mark. Crash tilde. Isn't there hot water here? It's broken now. Good for you. Then I'll fix it for you on the spot. Suyi immediately started to repair the hot water on the spot. And the introverted Gwen waited outside for a long time but did not see the hot water to fix it. So she walked by to have a look. Let me help fix it. 057. The Three Kingdoms fight Lubu. Tony's struggle with shapeshifting King Kong. Once a war starts, it is difficult to end immediately. It's like a gasoline barrel that has just been ignited. If you want it to burn out, it may take a while. This is impossible. Suyi was just playing games with the Gwens. I do not know how long it has been. Wait until the battle is really over. It seemed like it was late at night. Isn't it normal to play this game all night? Kekakik. But inside a beach house in Los Angeles, Tony, after some breakthroughs in nanotechnology, he went back to the seat. Think about the shape-shifting King Kong thing. Tony thought about it for a long time. It was Tony thinking about it for a few days. I didn't even think about the principle of this shape-shifting King Kong. You say it's nanotechnology. But Tony saw no trace of nanotechnology at all in the satellite records. Tell me about its physical structure. That's even more impossible. Tony was very sure. The shape-shifting King Kong has some shape-shifting principles that cannot be achieved by mechanical shape-shifting at all. Because the original car module is considered an upgrade, it is also impossible to create this shape-shifting King Kong. So what technology is it made of? Tony couldn't figure it out. But the more he couldn't figure it out, the more he wanted to know. Simply put, it's brain dead. Think for a long time. Tony had no choice but to say, Friday, make a list of all the highlights from that night's tape that you think are important. Okay, sir. After Friday's answer, he added, Sir, Captain America informs you to participate in the Sokovia Agreement discussion tomorrow. Tell him I'm sick and in the hospital. Tony replied coldly, Sir, Captain America reminds that this may be the last meeting of the Avengers, and the consequences of not going will be serious. Tony couldn't help laughing when he heard it. The troubles he caused are getting bigger and bigger. Are you in a hurry to be punished now? Tony's own steel armor was also sanctioned when it was developed. But he is a person, and for good reason, with high public support. So his sanctions passed easily. But Captain America is different. He has attracted too many people and was sanctioned by the United Nations. Definitely, this includes Tony too. Finally, Tony sighed after thinking about it. Tell him I'll be there tomorrow. Okay, sir. Here are the important data I sorted out. After Tony finished speaking, start looking at the data compiled on Friday. Power calculation, combat power estimation, shape-shifting analysis, weapon and body strength, intelligence level and so on. Some of these data are unknown, some are calculated from known footage. Definitely. And much more is unknown. Tony watched carefully. After all, this is his last day to analysis. If this doesn't see a reason then come on. He'll just have to scan the whole city on Friday. Then find yourself out. Tony watched them one by one until the end. Two hot golden fonts appeared in front of his eyes. See these two words. Tony froze for a moment. Then he immediately found out Suyi's business card. Then Tony held the business card in one hand and projected a pair on the other. Okay tilde. Is it different tilde? So, I searched for a long time, and it turns out that this shape-shifting King Kong belongs to Sue. Tony's mouth twitched, almost unable to breathe. He has been looking for more than half a day. He has been looking for it for several nights. This is the result. So is he happy or unhappy? For a while, the corner of Tony's mouth nearly had a stroke. He almost felt that life was meaningless. Immediately afterwards, suddenly sounded again on Friday. Sir, the Romanov agent uploaded a piece of information into the database, which is about shape-shifting King Kong. Intelligence? Tony was taken aback for a moment, and checked immediately. As soon as he called up the data, I saw it clearly written on it. The shape-shifting King Kong is not a product of a human technology tree, but a product of some kind of alien technology. They have life and soul, independent consciousness and character, so they are not creations of Earth technology. No force on Earth can replicate it. Natasha Romanoff uploaded the initial search materials, and what she asked later was indeed not uploaded. This shows that Natasha Romanoff kept her word. What should be said? Don't say what you shouldn't say, and Tony shook his head in shock and sighed when he saw it. There is life, there is a soul, there is character, alien technological life, that is to say, they are mechanical life, a living thing, not manufactured. The information uploaded by Natasha Romanoff shocked Tony a lot, because the answer is completely different from what he thought. He thought it was man-made, It was a technology, and it was possible that it was a technology related to nanotechnology. But I really didn't expect this to be a mechanical life. Humans are carbon-based creatures, but shape-shifting King Kong is a mechanical creature. This is amazing. Tony had never seen mechanical life in his life. People all over the world have never seen mechanical life, and now mechanical life appears, and in the hands of a friend he knew. One thought here. Tony was so excited that he couldn't sleep. Suyi, where is my friend here? This is brother. The next day, Suyi awakening comes. I found that the spiders around me changed from 2 to 1. Suyi looked at the only one left. He also didn't know if it was outgoing Gwen or inner Gwen. Or is this the Gwen after the fit? No way. He can't tell the difference. After trying last night, Suyi now knows. The yin-yang duplication of the tiger talisman is not only the same on the outside, but also on the inside. The only difference, only character and heart. Definitely different personalities will give different responses. But that's all off topic. Now Suyi doesn't know which Gwen she is. Suyi thought about it. I still don't want to. Get up quietly, looking at the mess and soaking the floor. Suyi didn't snap his fingers this time. Just hummed lightly. Immediately afterwards, a wave spreads. The next moment, the whole room became neat and tidy. Even Gwen, who was sleeping soundly, became clean. Even cleaner than after taking a bath. Suyi looked at the time. It's only past 7 in the morning? All right. Suyi left a note, then went downstairs to the beach to get some fresh air. Last night was absolutely crazy. Crazier than last time. If Suyi is compared to 1, Gwen and others are compared to 2, and offense is compared to 1, then yesterday's battle was a melee. Sometimes 122, sometimes 12-2, sometimes 21-2. In short, it is too cruel. So cruel that Suyi didn't even dare to think about it. And when Suiken was running, he just turned a corner. A man in casual clothes, sunglasses, a red and yellow mechanical watch, and a pair of dark circles trotted up to follow him. Suyi was amused by Tony's wonderful operation. That's who he is. A bit paranoid. When Tony heard Suyi's laughter, he turned his head and said hello. Hey, what a coincidence. You also run in the morning. I happen to be running in the morning too. Suyi didn't even turn his head, just smiled back at him. Run with dark circles under your eyes, don't die suddenly. How could it be? Tony raised the muscles in his arms and said, I also often exercise at home. Whatever you want. Suyi was still jogging, but he still reminded him, if you feel like you die suddenly, go far away and die suddenly. Don't die in front of my eyes. Oh, are you worried about me? You must be worried about me. Tony looked narcissistic, but sudden death literally means sudden death. How can I predict it? Suyi, confronting Tony's cynicism. Suyi actually knew what Tony was here for. No, the shape-shifting King Kong was discovered. So Tony came over curious. That's all. Tony followed Suyi for a while. It's not that he's in no hurry. Rather, Tony wanted to compare whether it was Suyi's physique that was better, or his physique that was good at exercising was better. The results are obvious. After running for a while, Suyi didn't take a big breath. Tony was too tired to take it anymore. Hurrah tilde. Tony grabbed Suyi and said out of breath. Let's go. Let's have a cup of coffee, please. I heard someone treat me. Suyi nodded comfortably. Okay, let's go. It's not about money. It's just a pleasure to have someone ask for it. Men are like that, even if you just ask a question. But if you want to prostitute me for nothing, I definitely can't. But if you pass a cigarette first, then this matter will be easy to talk about. This is man. The two walked to a coffee shop. After Tony paid twice for Americano, Suyi and him each had a drink. I walked outside the store and found a quiet place to sit down. Suck. Tony took a breath first. Then he asked after Suyi took a sip. I can't see that you are so physically fit, Su. Holding the coffee, Suyi glanced up and down at Tony and said, if you were able to quit women a long time ago, you probably have good physical fitness. That's impossible. Tony laughed and laughed at himself. I was young and frivolous at that time. How could I leave a woman? Tony was quite self-aware if he could say this. A strong person is not only strong now. He had to be able to accept his previous failures. And Tony did it. Now that he is in love with Little Pepper, he doesn't play around with women anymore, and concentrates on research. That's fine. It's grown so much. This is also one of the things Suyi appreciates about Tony. Definitely this does not mean that Suyi fully approves of Tony. On some things, Suyi still reserved his point of view. But after the two rested for a while, Tony couldn't help asking quietly, I heard you have a very handsome Ferrari. It can even transform, right? Suyi took a sip of coffee, looked at Tony who was frowning and couldn't help laughing. I'll give you one more chance to talk. Ask quickly. Is the shape-shifting King Kong yours? Be mine. Isn't that enough? What kind of detours do men have to make? You ask directly. I answer directly. As long as they don't touch each other's brows, it's easy to say. And after hearing that the shape-shifting King Kong is indeed Suyi's, Tony thought again about the Natasha Romanoff profile. So Natasha Romanoff's profile. She came with Wanda that day, so we asked together. Oh tilde. Tony made an instant understandable expression. Then, he rubbed his hands together, then coughed and asked in front of his mouth. So can I take a closer look at it? Don't worry, I can observe anywhere, Just look at it, touch it at most. It just makes me so curious. Is it a mechanical life? I haven't seen the existence of mechanical life. Tony is into technology. He has a very strong interest in things like machinery, mechs, and electronics. Otherwise, he would not have developed the Mark armor. So Tony really likes shapeshifting King Kong. He really wanted to see it. At this point, Suyi's Phoenix Force can sense Tony's heart. He loves it from the bottom of his heart. It is not for the strength, benefit, etc. of shapeshifting King Kong. He at the moment is like a child who simply likes excavators. But well, if you convert everyone into children, I'll show you my toys. You have to show me your toys too. And if you really like it, then it's normal for me to ask too much. So, Suyi smiled mysteriously and said, I can show you, and even let you go to my underground garage to take a good look, but what can I get? Suyi's smile appeared. Tony knew there was something going on. But what does Suyi need? This was a bit of a headache for Tony. $USD? Suyi was unmoved. Woman, this made Suyi laugh. Who do you think is better than Wanda? Or can you give me a woman who is more beautiful and capable than Wanda? Tony shook his head decisively. What a joke. If he is caught by Wanda's origin magic power, that magic could crush him to death directly through the battle armor. Unless he develops a nano armor, he can resist. Then since Suyi has Wanda, Tony still talks about beautiful women. As for the others, what rights, houses, cars? Tony thought about it all. But there is no need to ask. Because Tony knows that there is no shortage of Suyi. As long as Suyi wants, he can easily get the above. So what does Suyi want? Looking at Tony's pensive look, Suyi reminded with a smile, I wanted a collectible, and you happen to have it. Collection? Tony thought about his collection. Art paintings, antiques, sports cars from the last century. Wine? It seems that they are not all that money can buy, and the things he collects are not the only ones in the world. But at this moment, Tony thought of the Mark 145 battle armor lined up in his basement. Among them, many armors were given to Xiao by himself as firework. But the battle armor that was eliminated later was collected again, and so to speak. What Suyi wants is the Mark armor. Tony frowned suddenly. To him, the Mark's battle armor is more meaningful than value. Although he sent a set of battle armor, but in a sense, he was not willing. It is sent out indirectly. But is it time to swap? Tony thought for a while, and still said, Sue, I want to know what you want the armor for. For Wanda? For myself? Or neither? Facing Tony's surprise, Suyi repeated, neither of them. I want your armor because I just want to collect it. And your armor is also very handsome. For this, I can exchange with you. For example, do you want your mobile phone to become a shape-shifting King Kong? I can make an exception and change it with you. I want a custom-made latest armor that looks more than practical, and you take a mobile phone shape-shifting King Kong. If you agree, it's done. Customize the latest armor for a small mobile phone shape-shifting King Kong. To be honest, Tony is so excited. Holding an Americano in his hand, he pondered for a long time before speaking. Sue, as long as you promise me that the armor will not be used for war, I will have no problem. That's definitely okay. Suyi didn't want to use it to fight in the first place. He just wanted to see what the result of the Mark armor plus shapeshifting King Kong would be. Make a deal. By the way, I will send you the exterior drawings and details later, and you can customize according to my drawings. Now I am party A/B. Have you thought about this day? 058. Meet the Ancient One Magician. The Tenjin group is at your feet. That's more than just thinking of it a long time ago. May I ask who doesn't want to collect a set of steel armor in their home? Tony's current set of iron armor has already used nanotechnology, although it is still not up to the level of changing clothes in one shot in the later stage. But the compression space and degrees of freedom have been greatly changed. Plus how much is Tony's suit of armor? At least hundreds of millions to billions of dollars. And what about Suyi's shape-shifting King Kong who turned into a mobile phone? Forehead. Point your finger. It's so easy. And Tony's iron armor is a permission system. That is to say, after Suyi becomes the highest authority, this set of battle armor really belongs to Suyi. But the little phone for Tony wasn't. The shape-shifting King Kong adopts the creator system. Even if Suyi gave Tony the small phone, but only one word from Suyi, a small mobile phone can immediately become a 25-year-old boy. It's that scary. So this deal is a surefire deal for Suyi. Or it could be. He doesn't even cost it. Next, after chatting with Suyi, Tony also went home with a full harvest, put on his armor and flew to the Avengers base. PSST. After the tail flames were sprayed out from the feet and hands, Tony fell to the ground. Then the front of the battle armor was fully opened. Tony came out from the front again in his suit. Then the armor was automatically turned off, and the sentry mode was turned on when he walked to the door. Tony enters the meeting at the Avengers base. As soon as he opened the door, everyone looked over. Captain America, Hawkeye, Falcon, Black Widows, Vision, and so on and so forth. Even Nick Fury is here. This shows how important this meeting is. And after Tony came in, he walked to the reserved seat and sat down. I looked at everyone and said, come on, what do you want to talk about? Tony. As soon as Tony finished speaking, Captain America called Tony's name. Then he looked at Tony seriously and said, "The United Nations has promulgated the Sokovia Agreement. Now the superhero registration law is about to be established. We're going to find a way to avoid this agreement." Tony nodded after hearing this. "But why do you have to cancel it?" "Because it will limit our movement and freedom." Captain America was the first to speak unhappily. "If a superhero's actions are going to be questioned, what else is a superhero supposed to do?" Tony didn't answer when he heard it. Instead, he looked at everyone and asked, "You think so too?" This question is about standing in line. Tony already knew that Captain America had a group of people against it, so he wanted to see who was on whose side now. And after being glanced around by Tony, 300 Hawkeye, Falcon and others nodded. "And Wanda and Natasha Romanoff have nothing to say." But in fact, Captain America is followed by Winter Soldier and Ant-Man. And there was no one behind Tony, because after being influenced by Sui, Natasha Romanoff and Wanda are not going to help anyone. That is, not standing on any team. And Gwen didn't even join in. Then stop talking about these things. After confirming the number of people standing in line, Tony nodded, looked at Nick Fury again and asked, "What are you thinking?" Nick Fury hadn't spoken the whole time. Now being asked, he sat up and gathered his clothes and said, "I don't care about anything anymore. How you decide is up to you. I just want to know the final answer to prepare myself." Tony nodded understandingly. "Very good." At last, Tony thought about it. Looking to Wanda and Natasha Romanoff asked, "What about you?" Wanda almost ignored Tony. She looked at the nails on the back of her hand and said something off topic. "After the meeting, I'm going to Suna." Natasha Romanoff was lost in thought. She looked at Tony, then at Wanda, then at Dangia. At last, she nodded and remained silent. In other words, she acquiesced to the Sokovia Agreement. Natasha Romanoff. This time Captain America is not too happy. "Why are you in favor of this agreement?" "The superhero under this kind of agreement can only be a weapon in the hands of those politicians. We will have no freedom, no meaning of existence." Captain America's words made Natasha Romanoff a little angry. She looked at Captain America and retorted, "But there's no point in holding on. We can't fight the whole world, and we're superheroes, not supervillains." Natasha Romanoff finished. Papa Tilda. Tony clapped his hands in agreement. "Yes. The era of superhero unscrupulousness is over. So I'm neither for nor against. Then I don't care how the agreement is used. I plan to develop a tourist resort and take Pepper to live for a while. This time maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 10 years." As soon as this statement came out, everyone looked at Tony at the same time, because Tony meant that he was ready to live in seclusion. This is equivalent to washing hands with half a golden basin. No one expected it. The most suave Tony would ever make such a decision. What the hell is going on? Even Captain America looked at Tony in surprise. For a while, above, the meeting room fell silent. No one spoke. Captain America thought for a long time. He looked at the crowd, and at those who were willing to follow him. Finally he stood up and said, "Whether you agree or remain silent, I will lead my team to fight to the end. Hopefully we don't become enemies." Finished. Captain America took his men and prepared to leave. Captain America. At this time, Nick Fury was silent for a long time and finally spoke. He looked at Captain America and suggested, "Don't resist the search and restraint of the army. Don't fight the army. Otherwise the Avengers would be completely doomed. Even the silent ones are forced into strife." Not to mention Nick Fury. Everyone also understands. And Captain America looked at the crowd. "Go straight out again, leaving only one sentence. We'll know then." Before Captain America left, Tony took one last look at him. The last time the two looked at each other, there was only indifference, and there was nothing in the previous rivalry. After a while, the meeting is dissolved. Tony also put on his steel armor and flew back, and Captain America outside was also lost in thought after seeing Tony leave. After thinking for a long time, Captain America sets off to find Winter Soldier and Ant-Man together. Fast. It must be done before the agreement is finalized. Cancel this agreement. That's all. The day passed quickly. Sui only found out later. It turns out that Gwen in the morning is an introverted Gwen, and outgoing Gwen went home to school. Sui was sleeping at that time. Gwen twitched how to take back Gwen. "So let's go first." And this Gwen woke up, took a shower and got dressed, then went downstairs to accompany Sui to work and fish. As yin yang duplication, they share memories. It's just that their personalities are different. And in the afternoon, Sui was afraid that she would be bored. Just played a 2-player game within a Gwen all afternoon. He sits on a blanket. Gwen sat in his arms. The two of them played the game almost all day on top of each other. And introverted Gwen's laughter appeared in the room from time to time. Wait until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Sui got off work and prepared to open it. But the introverted Gwen next to him said suddenly, "She told me to go back." She, referring to the outgoing Gwen. "Although I don't know what it is, and it may be sour, but they are in the same mind, so there must be something wrong. I let Tanhuo send you." "No need. I'll go from the roof." Finished. Gwen left first, and Sui also thought to himself, "Punch the card." Ding tilde. Obtain, Phoenix Force Fragment X5. Got it again? Sui was taken aback for a moment, and then he could feel his Phoenix Force rising rapidly. The first is Yafu, and then above the father. Now 5 shards smashed down. Sui felt that he could directly skip level single universe with Phoenix Force. Came under the multiplicity. above the universe, that is, super-level single universe, After absorbing the ability, Suyi let out a long breath and clenched his fists. It's kind of, I want to fight. Speak the truth. The psychological change brought about by the soaring strength is to want to fight. This is the same as when some people get the ability, they lose themselves and commit crimes, because power is really fascinating. But for Suyi, he really wanted to test his fighting power. At this time, a text message contacted Suyi. Suyi took a look. It turned out that Steven was recovering soon, so he wanted to find a time to chat with Suyi. Suyi thought about it, prepared to reply to let him recover and come to him directly. It's just that his message hasn't been sent yet. A sparking portal opened beside him. The moment I saw this door, Suyi smiled, nodded, put away his phone and walked in. In an instant, he came to Kamar-Taj directly from New York. Behind him are the Himalayas. At his feet is the Magician's Sanctuary, the Temple of Ancient One. And his opposite is today's Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Ancient One is still the same as his impression. A big bald head. But her face was very calm, as if nothing could disturb her. At the same time, he also has a kind face, and he looks like a good person. And after watching Suyi arrive, Ancient One walked to the long table, stretched out his hands and poured 2 cups of tea, motioning for Suyi to please drink. Suyi walked to the table and sat down facing Ancient One. Then he took a sip of tea and said slowly, finally couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as this sentence came out, it is indeed a bit surprising to Ancient One. But in an instant, Ancient One also realized. Look, you know me, I can see you too. Suyi nodded. Needless to say, Ancient One, as the Sorcerer Supreme of the Earth, wants to protect the safety of the Earth, so she must observe the variable of Suyi. She has time gem, and also know about the future and about the timeline miles, but she also couldn't see the timeline of Suyi's big move. Otherwise, it will be different from what she prepared in advance. Follow her plan. I slowly passed the position of Sorcerer Supreme to Steven. Then the feigned death becomes the Holy Spirit in the posture of soul and spirit, and then observes and guides the changes in this world. But just in case something goes wrong, then she would have died in vain. And she couldn't predict what happened at the time. This is definitely something Ancient One doesn't want to see. So, she took the initiative to ask Suyi to come here before Suyi replied to Steven's message and before making Steven's timeline change. That's why the two are sitting here now. Maybe the two of you need to have a good talk. Ancient One took a sip of tea and said slowly, I feel the Phoenix Force in you. This ancient ability is very powerful. So I must know whether you are good or evil to this world. There is nothing wrong with what Ancient One said. She's the Sorcerer Supreme, and she qualifies. But Suyi shook his head and answered, stop saying those words. I don't want to listen to nonsense either. Your real purpose is to want me not to disturb Steven, right? Can Ancient One know Suyi's current character? He is so lazy to be determined as a good guy or a bad guy. How could Ancient One not be able to tell the difference? She has no plans. See Suyi's purpose. Ancient One pursed his lips and nodded in confirmation. Steven is the most important step in the future plan, and any changes may make this plan fail. I know. Suyi looked at Ancient One. You want your disciples' plan to proceed smoothly. At the same time, take the opportunity to destroy your own body, so that you can completely get rid of the influence of black magic. Am I right? For a moment, Ancient One was expressionless. But I was very surprised. She couldn't be sure how Suyi knew these things. You must know that these things are the consequences of her plan to tell Steven to use black magic before feigning death. But why does Suyi know now? Phoenix Force don't have this ability. Ancient One was silent for a while. Then he took off his robe hood. As expected, there is a mark using black magic on her forehead. This imprint Ancient One gets rid of. But just get rid of it. Dormammu will affect her, so that it will bring irreparable consequences. But what she didn't expect was again. Suyi said another thing that shocked her for many years. The reason why you want to quickly train Steven to be a Sorcerer Supreme and then fake death. You have 2 reasons for that. One is to continue to observe the Earth with the attitude of the Holy Spirit, and to continue to guide Steven when necessary. 2 is that you dare not use the power in the Book of Wishandi, because it is the last and the most powerful insurance. So you can only take risks and use the power of black magic. Am I right? Ancient One Magician. Suyi's words. It completely shocked Ancient One and clenched his hands tightly. Even the eyes couldn't help but close. Suyi's words. It is equivalent to uncovering all the old secrets of Ancient One. If the current Ancient One is a villain, then it is very normal for her to directly kill people and silence her now. But her status as Sorcerer Supreme calmed her down. After a long time, Suyi and drank tea in peace. If you don't have it, just pour it yourself. And Ancient One thought for a long time before he opened his eyes and asked Suyi, if you say this, there is something that needs to be done. Definitely. Suyi put down his teacup, looked at Ancient One and said calmly, you don't have to worry about Steven. He will be more suitable to be the Sorcerer Supreme than the future you saw from Time Gem. You don't have to worry about the safety of the Earth, because you don't need small things, and you don't care enough about big things. Even if you use the power of Wishandi's book, what's the use of the divine book that can only defend but not attack? Yes. The Book of Emperor Wishan, this divine book has only the strongest defense against white magic. but there isn't any active white magic. So when facing some strong enemies, the Book of Emperor Y Shan is just an increase effect. What Suyi said to say that the Ancient One of the level Godfather is a bit worthless. But it's also a brutal fact of the Marvel Universe, and Ancient One is definitely not convinced now. You mean, I can't protect the Earth? Facing Ancient One's rhetorical question, Suyi shook and took a sip of the tea ceremony. If I say that there is a celestial being conceived under our feet, is there any way you can drive it away? If you eliminate it, can you guarantee that you can defend yourself from the revenge from other god groups? This is the god group. What Suyi said now completely shocked his tongue. The Tenjin group is under our feet? 059. Ancient One and Suyi compete. Phoenix Force shot. Yes, no one heard it wrong. Within the Blue Star, there is really a celestial group being conceived. But they want to be born. You have to absorb a lot of vitality. This celestial group should have been conceived when the Avengers Alliance was 3. But with a snap of Thanos' fingers, the life force on the Earth was suddenly reduced by half. So the birth of this Tenjin group lasted for a few more years, until Tony snapped his fingers and beat everyone back. The celestial group hidden in the Earth has just waited for the time to break out of its shell. So within 10 years, either someone stops the celestial group, or the Earth is directly broken by the birth of the celestial group. But what if you stop it? All Tenjin groups are level single universes. Ancient One is only level Godfather. Back then, Odin singled out the celestial group because he borrowed the power of other level Godfathers, and then added the Destroyer armor to be able to open 46 with the celestial group. Right. Odin used all his strength and borrowed strength. It turns out that it can only be opened with the God group 46. At most, it's only 55 open. The Ancient One knew about it, because one of the people that Odin borrowed in the first place has the power of the Ancient One. And Ancient One also officially saw the strength of the Tenjin group at that time. That is simply not an existence that the God of Earth can resist. Level single universe beating level Godfather is like crushing an ant. If only Odin didn't have so many equipment and buffs. He had to kneel down when he met him. That's why Ancient One was so shocked after hearing Suyi's words. Ancient One closed his eyes. She is using psychic power to perceive the Earth through holy place. But she sensed it for a long time. But she didn't find the existence of the cup of the celestial group. Are you sure? Ancient One asked. It's in the center of the Earth. Suyi smiled. Then he stretched out his hand, and the red Phoenix Force converged in his hand. Then Suyi swung the Ancient One to increase its perception ability for a short period of time. As expected, after getting the blessing of Phoenix Force, Ancient One probed again. Immediately, he frowned and pursed his lips tightly. Seeing this, Suyi took a sip of his body. Saw? Ancient One nodded solemnly. At the same time, the temporary Phoenix Force blessing on her body also disappeared. And faced with such a big problem, it's fine if Ancient One doesn't read the Book of Emperor Y Shan now. She is originally an Asgardian from Earth, and now encounter this problem. That Thanos thing was nothing. That's the big deal. And Suyi joked after looking at it. Is there a sense that Thanos' cosmic attrition plan doesn't seem like a bad thing? This problem. Ancient One thought about it. She really thought about it. Because if we really come to a desperate situation, it seems that reducing the number of life on Earth is really the last way. Otherwise, it would be better than the Earth disappearing, right? That's why Ancient One thinks. But this is not the reason for Suyi's thinking. After drinking the last sip of tea, Suyi put down the cup, stood up and said, so do as I say. It's your best choice, Ancient One Magician. If I ignore the Earth, you will have to pin your only hope on a group of eternal people who are still living in seclusion. Is this what you want to see? Ancient One fell into deep thought. She didn't say anything today. Just thinking about it took a long time. But the problem is that the future predicament she knows today is bigger than what she faced before. In front of the God group, Dormammu is just a laggard locked in a cell. But the Tenjin group exists in reality. If this problem is not solved, at most 10 years, the Earth will be gone. And Ancient One also knows that it is basically impossible to solve the problem of the Tenjin group within 10 years. Not even a few more Sorcerer Supremes. Quantitative changes cannot affect qualitative changes. Level single universe crushes level Godfather casually. Then hope only. The man in front of me? Ancient One pursed his lips. This feeling of pinning her hopes on someone else made her a little uncomfortable. But there is no way. And she didn't know Suyi's true strength. So, Ancient One raised his head and stared at Suyi, with a look of war flashing in his eyes. And Suyi already sensed her intention. Is this a coincidence? Suyi smiled, stood up and patted his body. Ancient One Magician, your idea is exactly what I want. Ancient One nodded, waved his hand and opened a portal and said softly, defeat me, and you will become the Godfather of Sorcerer Supreme. The holy place will be led by you. The magicians will all obey your orders. Even if Stephen becomes the Sorcerer Supreme in the future, his rights in holy place will be under yours. It's a bet. As long as Suyi wins, the holy place will almost belong to Suyi, and he will become Zigao's existence in the magician world. Even Sorcerer Supreme bows to him. Stephen is also inexplicably shorter in seniority. Suyi thought about it. This holy place may be really useful for him, but it's still winning by the way. So, it's okay even if I put a person into study. Definitely. Ancient One nodded. It's all up to you. Very good. Suyi nodded. and walked further into the spark teleportation. And Ancient One also walked in. For a moment, the two came to the uppermost sky of the earth, at least tens of thousands of meters high. And Ancient One is no nonsense now. She clasped her hands together and pulled them. Immediately, a magic circle appeared directly in her hands. Immediately afterwards, the world began to spin, stand upside down, and shatter. Crackling tilde. The world seemed to be broken. Even Su Yi's perspective began to spin. Then Ancient One made a move. According to the turn system, Su Yi had already made a move at this time. He closed his eyes and opened them. Suddenly, a golden red energy appeared in Su Yi's eyes, as if there were two phoenixes living in his eyes. Clang tilde. The phoenix is flying, and singing clang clang. Next moment, a phoenix phantom appeared behind Su Yi. It is almost infinite in height. Ancient One couldn't see the end at all from the corner of his eye. It seems to smash the space she created. Ancient One felt the pressure. She gritted her teeth. Then push your hands out. Immediately, the whole world seems to be in chains. It's as if this world has been twisted into twisted pieces, and then sealed in an iron furnace for smelting. Have to say, the magic special effects used by Ancient One magician are sufficient, and the scene and scope are huge. But, as the owner of Phoenix Force, Su Yi, not bad at all, snapped. Su Yi smiled, and clapped his hands together with Phoenix Force. Try this. Clang tilde. Immediately, the phoenix behind Su Yi seemed to have materialized. The fiery temperature shines on Ancient One's body through the void, and the phoenix phantom is also exuding endless flames. In a short time, the temperature in this space is like the sun coming, baking every inch of space created by Ancient One. After a while, the Ancient One could not withstand the flames of the phoenix. He could only block half of the space with one hand, preventing the hot rays of light from converging, and step by step with one hand as a knife, swipe from bottom to top. Moment. A light blade as far as the sky and the earth seems to cut the whole world apart. Crack tilde. And the space created by Ancient One also began to be fragmented under the blade of light. Crack click. Facing the collapse of the small world, Ancient One uses mana to prepare for restoration. What? It was only discovered after the Ancient One was repaired. She couldn't control the edge of the world that the light blade cut through, and the two edges seemed to be eroding her own small world like a virus. Goo. Stupefied. Can't help murmuring. How did you do it? Su Yi just said that. Not only to destroy other people's magic, still eroding into its own magic. In this way, we only need to wait until Su Yi's erosion is over. The magic created by others is used to beat yourself. What kind of operation is this? For others, it's something they can't figure out no matter how much time they spend. But for Su Yi, very simple. It's not too difficult for Wanda either, because this is one of the abilities of the ancient energy Phoenix Force, mass energy conversion, material reorganization. As small as life, as large as the universe, Su Yi can decompose, transform, reorganize, create and destroy at will, as long as his strength is enough. Not just this universe, even multi-universes can be split and merged at will. This is the ability that other magicians cannot master. Includes Ancient One. So Su Yi smiled, dragged a little phoenix with one hand and shook his head and said, about the restructuring and transformation of energy. This is an ability that even Sorcerer Supreme cannot master. Ancient One nodded in agreement after hearing this. Her space conversion is only to control time and space distortion and other history, but definitely not decomposing the space and then reorganizing it. This is the strength above level Godfather. Ancient One can't do it. But, nor does it mean that Ancient One will give up now. Next moment, Ancient One clasped both hands. A set of space locks made by time and space, similar to Luban locks, is coming towards Su Yi. If the general magician is covered, basically, immortality cannot unlock this distorted Luban space lock. But Su Yi was unmoved. He just stretched out his hand and scratched little Phoenix's chin on the other hand. Clang tilde. Immediately, a sound wave formed by Phoenix Force erupted from Su Yi's body, then hit the wrapped Luban space lock. A split second. The space lock hummed overwhelmed. Crack. Then it exploded under the control of Ancient One. Wow tilde. That's all. Both sets of attacks from Ancient One are gone. A set of space small world, a set of Luban space lock. But it was all broken by Su Yi's movement. 0. Ask for flowers. Is the Phoenix Force really so terrifying? Ancient One panted slightly. Those two sets of attacks just now really used all their strength. Those two blows were all-out blows from the level Godfather. This also cost Ancient One a lot of mana. But Su Yi's appearance, it doesn't even seem like a warm-up. Ancient One pursed his lips. This was the first time she felt the gap in strength. Even when she came into contact with Shandy's book, she never felt this feeling. But now it was clearly in front of her. No matter how Ancient One uses magic, it can't hurt Su Yi at all. And after looking at the appearance of Ancient One, Su Yi teased the little phoenix in his hand, and asked again, do you still want to try? I can wait for you to attack again with all your strength. Ancient One thought about it, shook his head and refused. 2 attacks with all the effort were in vain, but Su Yi didn't respond at all. Needless to say, the third time, still nothing. So Ancient One took a few breaths, closed and opened his eyes and said, for the last time, you attack me. This problem. Suyi was really having a hard time. He also doesn't know what the defense power of Ancient One is. What if you get killed all at once? Phoenix Force can crush people to ashes. That is to say, the spirit and soul are all burned up, leaving nothing behind. So Suyi reminded him seriously. You will most likely be seriously injured. I understand. Ancient One pursed his lips, obviously attaching great importance to this defense. But I want to know whether you are qualified to conquer me. Definitely. This conquest refers to completely convincing Ancient One. That is to hand over the holy place to Suyi without reservation. So Suyi nodded after hearing this. He looked at the little phoenix in his hand. Reach out and give it away. At the same time said softly, go. A go word. Ancient One seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, because she felt a threat of death coming from the flying little phoenix. Although that little phoenix flies very slowly, it can only fly a few meters away in a second, and the two are hundreds of meters apart. But Ancient One knew that this was the preparation time Suyi left for himself, and Suyi himself started to watch the show after throwing this handoff skill. Next moment, Ancient One's face was extremely solemn. She clasped her hands together, and pulled up a huge amounts of golden shield in the blink of an eye. But that's certainly not enough, because Ancient One still feels like he's going to die. So she pondered for a moment. Start using magic at full power again. But this time is different. Ancient One first created a beige-colored circular light shield. Then create a square light shield. Immediately afterwards, the two groups are put together and rotated. Suyi saw it and understood it in seconds. Yes, it is a normal choice to use the power of Waishan Emperor's book, Ancient Ten Magician. Yes, Ancient One has used the power of the book of Waishandi. Otherwise, she feels like she is going to die. Ancient One can still feel a slight threat to life. There is no way. Ancient One uses magic again, and this time she used the power of Time Gem, because instinct told her, can't do without infinite gems. A random blow from the level single universe really cannot be resisted by the level Godfather. So after using the power of Waishandi's book, Ancient One has set up another layer of green time shield. This shield can quickly volatilize the power of the attack. Make the attack you suffer can be covered with a layer of weakness. So far, wait until after Ancient One is done. The light shields all over her body almost covered the Himalayas. Do you think these light shields are small? No, these light shields are hundreds of meters high. From a distance, it looks like several barriers are opened at the same time. So the current situation here in Ancient One was also discovered by Kamar-Taj. In the temple of Ancient One, from the first magician suddenly stopped and looked up at the sky. Then came the second, third, fourth. After a while, almost 80% of the magicians in Kamar-Taj stood in place and looked at the sky. That's the Himalayas. And there, exactly where Ancient One's shield fits. What happened? What happened there? Why is there such a big spell shield? Is there a big fight going on there? Who's fighting where? Sorcerer Supreme? Everyone started whispering and discussing. Comparing such a great magic is almost impossible for them to achieve in a lifetime. Not to mention the magic shield hundreds of meters high. Even if they are a few meters long, it is difficult for them to achieve. Wang, who had just come out of the room, was taken aback when he looked at the magicians outside. Then he looked towards everyone's perspective. That is, looking towards the Himalayas. As a result, he was startled and began to order loudly in panic. Magicians, assemble, put up the barrier of the temple. The aftermath is coming. The aftermath of this attack will also destroy the sword of the city. 060. Sorcerer Supreme Godfather. Pick up Wanda from the Avengers Alliance. Wang exclaimed. Let all the magicians react suddenly and start to activate the temple barrier. Quick, start the barrier. Activate the barrier. Quick, start the barrier. Everyone rushed to tell each other. Soon, most of the magicians raised their hands and used their mana to activate the quality of the temple. At the same time, a light shield about the same file size as the Ancient One magician is propped up in Kamar-Taj. This barrier is composed of multiple small shields and a large shield. The golden pattern on it is exactly the same as the light shield in Avengers Alliance 4. These light shields could theoretically even withstand a nuclear bomb. That is to say, as long as there is no meteorite falling on the Earth, these light shields can almost stop it. And the other side, under the Ancient One magician's imminent enemy, the little phoenix that condensed Suyi's phoenix force gradually flew to the light shield of Ancient One. It did not explode directly to release the energy of destruction, but according to Suyi's will, he flew to the light shield and stood on it. Then he waved his wings and greeted Ancient One. Then, a bright red light then lit up. Ancient One immediately lowered her head. She couldn't look directly at the terrifying explosion light of phoenix force. What's more, it's still so close. Kang tilde. At the same time, the song of the phoenix resounded through the heavens and the earth. Sound and light appear at the same time. The terrifying power of destruction also sputtered out. Boom tilde. The whole world seemed to shake. The whole world seems to be died in the blink of an eye. Instantly, Suyi's burst of energy enveloped the whole world. The time now is sunset. But all of a sudden it's even redder, red as blood. Crack tilde. At this time, Ancient One's first light shield shattered. That is the shield of time. It is the defense that can weaken the Phoenix Force attack to the greatest extent. Suyi saw this far away from 540 and felt that the opponent's defense was okay. But the next moment, crack tilde, crack tilde, crack tilde, without the weakening of the shield of time, The terrifying destructive power of the Phoenix Force made the remaining light shield of the Ancient One magician as fragile as paper. The shield of time just disappeared. Her remaining light shields began to break one after another. Ancient One stabilized his mind. Use all the mana in your body to maintain the last shield. But the destructive power of Phoenix Force is really terrifying. Even the shield that Ancient One fully maintains, under the power of destruction, it is as fragile as an eggshell. Crack tilde. Her last light shield also shattered with a click. It was too late for Ancient One to react, and the remaining destructive power was poured directly on the body of Ancient One magician. Boom tilde. Next moment, a figure in a yellow robe drew a trace on the horizon after the explosion. In the end, it was directly bombarded on a mountain in the Himalayas. Boom. The ensuing avalanche buried Ancient One directly. This is simply killing people and burying corpses. And Su-Yi also flew over when he saw this. Then stretch out one hand in the air and pull it. Ancient One was dragged out like a drugged girl under a force. She is wearing a robe, but he drooped his hands and feet completely feebly, and an invisible big hand held her waist directly behind her and picked her up. Final blow. It was Ancient One who used all his strength to defend. Now her whole body is exhausted and weak. Anyone can do whatever they want. Crack. But Su-Yi snapped his fingers. A burst of red energy entered Ancient One's body. Then Ancient One's body emitted the light of the Book of Wishandi. After a while, Ancient One recovered and stood up again. Ancient One let out a long breath, bowed and cupped his hands towards Su-Yi and said, "Thank you for your mercy. From now on, you are the Godfather of Sorcerer Supreme, and all holy places and magicians around the world follow your orders." At this point, Yin Yi waved his hand indifferently. A magician is not a magician, nor does he stay in the holy place. But well, Ancient One magician, your plan can still be realized as usual without changing the timeline. Later, I will let Wanda come to learn magic systematically. Please help me to teach systematically when you have time. Wanda is the Scarlet Witch. Ancient One nodded and answered after hearing it. No problem. And the other side. A few minutes ago, after the explosion that resounded through the world, Wang saw a surge of energy sweeping over, immediately shouted with a serious face, "Increase mana." For a while, more people are holding up their shields, but they didn't realize until the energy fluctuations swept through. This fluctuation is not like an attack. Shields are useless. On the contrary, the shock after the earthquake caused many people to panic and fall, and energy fluctuations hitting people is like a strong wind blowing you can't stand it all. Hold on to. As soon as Wang saw it, he immediately shouted, but he couldn't stand anymore. Next moment, Kak, accompanied by the first group of people to fall, Kamar-Taj's light shield shattered into pieces, and the remaining fluctuations just drilled in as if they had found a gap. Crack. Immediately afterwards, more people were washed down. A large piece of the light shield was also shattered. Crack. Finally, in the fall of a large number of people, the barrier above Kamar-Taj was completely shattered. Everyone fell to the ground, and Wang looked into the distance in shock. A figure has been blasted into the mountains. Even avalanches are everywhere. But who is this, to be able to make such a terrifying attack? Who is fighting again? Ancient One magician. If it was really Ancient One magician, Wang didn't even dare to think about it. Who the hell can knock the Ancient One into the mountains? She is Sorcerer Supreme. But not long. Wang then discovered that a portal opened directly at Kamar-Taj. Then Ancient One magician and a young man came out from inside. Afterwards, Ancient One magician introduced to Wang. "This is Su, the future Godfather of Sorcerer Supreme. His mighty power is above mine." Afterward the holy place and all the magicians obey Su's command. Now only he can guard the world. Hear these 3 sentences. Wang's eyes widened for a moment. Now he knows who beat Ancient One up. It's the man in front of me. But immediately he also reacted, bent down and said, "Su magician." "No, just call me Su, I don't like any suffixes." Su-Yi waved his hand, looked at Ancient One again and said, "Just get to know the magicians in charge. The operation of the holy place and the magicians I have no interest in managing. Come to me again if you make any decisions in the future. My identity in New York is a psychiatrist." "Okay, I'll go first." Finished. Su-Yi took out a business card from the void and flew it to Wang. After Wang received the business card, I also saw the name and address in hot gold on the wooden business card. But when it starts to change, Su-Yi has turned into a beam of energy and disappeared. Wang was taken aback. Looking at the Ancient One magician again, he asked, "He doesn't even need to open the portal?" Ancient One shook his head. He's not using energy manipulating magic. It's about manipulating energy directly. King. Direct manipulation of energy. It's like you don't need to ignite gasoline in the engine to get power. You don't need to rely on a generator to generate electricity to get electricity. Instead, use the source directly. "How did you do that?" Wang asked in shock. Ancient One didn't answer, because she can't do it either. She just knows that she has this ability. Level single universe. That is simply not the strength that level Godfather can think of, because as long as Su-Yi is willing, he can even wrap the earth with energy, lift it up and smash it in people's faces. Bowling is coming tilde. Finally, Ancient One didn't say much either. She just looked at Wang and said in a serious tone for the first time, "If Majid encounters a catastrophe, you must go to him. Only he can save the situation. Wang took the business card and memorized the address on it deeply in his mind. Then nodded heavily and replied to Ancient One. I see. The screen changed. Su-Yi has already returned to the Northern New York building. He took out his phone again. Message Steven back. A place called Kamar-Taj, where your future is. Yes. After the battle with Ancient One Magician, Su-Yi didn't want to bother anymore. Let Steven go directly. Everything will not be known until Steven experiences it himself. What is magic and what is reality? Next. Su-Yi was bored. According to Gwen, she has something going on at school, so no time to come out and play. Wanda's words. Does she seem to be off work? No. Does the Avengers have off hours? Never mind. Go check it out. Press the phone again. Su-Yi got off the elevator and went out the door, just in time to meet Tan-Hua, who ran out. Sit in the Ferrari, hold the steering wheel, and lightly kick the accelerator. Skyfire headed towards the Avengers base. After a while, after passing through the city and a suburb, Su-Yi came to the periphery of the Avengers base. Definitely. Actually, before he got close, his car was scanned by Tony's satellite. Then Su-Yi got out of the car, leaning on the car door. He took out his phone and contacted Wanda. After a while, a big beauty in a windbreaker with loose hair ran towards him excitedly. The other superheroes in the base were shocked. When has Wanda been so excited? What happened? As a result, they came out and found out. Wanda ran to the door, opened the gate of the base, and jumped into the arms of a man excitedly. And it's not just a normal flutter. It's the legs that are raised up and clamped around the waist. Who is he? Falcon. Looking into the distance, he asked. Sue. Natasha Romanoff helped him introduce and said, the real identity is the top psychiatrist in the United States. After Falcon heard it, he asked again thoughtfully. In reality? Yes, in reality. Natasha Romanoff nodded. No one knows how much ability he has behind him. Maybe only Wanda knows. Obviously, Wanda doesn't know yet. Precisely. The one who knows the most is the Ancient One Magician whom I met not long ago. All the others know is just scratching the surface. However, Falcon obviously doesn't know how big the ability behind this is. He thought it was just more powerful, so he kept asking. Why doesn't he join the Avengers? Natasha Romanoff. This question, ask other Avengers Alliance members out of curiosity, but asked Natasha Romanoff speechless. It's not Falcon's fault either. Falcon was a soldier and was influenced by Captain America, so he obviously has a sense of honor and obsession with superhero. That's why he felt that becoming a superhero was an honor. Everyone should like it. But Natasha Romanoff knows people don't bother to be a superhero, and if Wanda wasn't responsible, she wouldn't like being a superhero either. Plus that lady Spider, so Su-Yi's family doesn't like being a superhero, or a professional superhero. But how to explain this? Natasha Romanoff thought about it, and just wanted to explain a little bit. Hawkeye said from the side. They're gone. Yes. The screen changed. Su-Yi has already left with Wanda. See here. Many male superheroes have mixed feelings in their hearts. It's like the guy from the class next door taking the girls from your class. If it is more ruthless, it was the men outside the school who took the girls from your class away. Although this girl has nothing to do with you. But just say that you are suffering. Cool. As expected, many superheroes sighed. Hawkeye looked up to the sky. Today's sunset is the reddest of all previous sunsets. Here Hawkeye changed the subject. Everyone superhero nodded. It's quite red. I've never seen such red sky in my life. Oh, I want to go for a walk. In the reddest sunset in history, a Ferrari was driving along the beach at a constant speed. While blowing the sea breeze, Wanda watched the sunset in the distance. What a beauty. Su-Yi held the steering wheel with one hand, and rested on the car window with the other. Such a sunset. As long as you send a lot of energy to the sky, you will have it. Wanda blinked and asked inexplicably. Why? Because that's what I do. Wanda didn't have any doubts at all. Instead she happily asked Su-Yi, then you took the initiative to pick me up because you did this for me? Adhering to the idea of not lying to 3.9 people, Su-Yi nodded and shook his head. At least half of it is for you. That's enough. Wanda hummed happily. Su-Yi looked at this sensible and enthusiastic girl, also humming happily. This is the life he likes. The days of fighting and killing are just decoration. The two hummed for a while. Wanda started talking about what she had encountered in Avengers. For example, Captain America and Tony are fighting again. For example, Falcon and Hawkeye compete who can shoot more accurately. For example, what mission did Natasha Romanoff go to perform again? Besides, Sue, the Sokovia agreement has been officially issued. We seem to be going to Germany to sign this agreement. But Captain America has gone missing with a few guys, and Natasha Romanoff said trouble might be coming. Hear hear. Su-Yi knew that the Civil War was about to start. Captain America is recruiting and going to Germany to oppose the award of this agreement, but also to save his friend Winter Soldier. Su-Yi knew, even if someone is influenced by him. But the end of the timeline still tries to bring the plot back to the normal line as much as possible, even if the process is different. But some points still trigger, just like some decisive battles. Unless he stands up and destroys the timeline at these time nodes, the timeline can be disturbed. But at that time, People from the Time Management Bureau came to him. The people of the Time Management Bureau are not scary, but the people behind it are still a bit tricky. Suyi wants to do whatever he wants on the timeline. The best thing is to go beyond the level single universe and reach the multi-universe level, let alone the timeline by then. He can even completely modify the timeline. That is to say, if he wants something not to happen, he doesn't have to, and if he wants it to happen, it can happen, no matter what process is in between. But until then, it wasn't the Time Administration that came looking for him, but the Court of Life. 061. Hela breaks out of the seal. Send Wanda 12 charms. The skies above a Norwegian sea. In the process of being silent for thousands of years, there is not a trace of wind and waves. And there is no Poland, just like dead silence. But today, after the battle between Suyi and Ancient One Magician ended, a powerful energy fluctuation enveloped the entire Earth. The entire magnetic field of the Earth and the energy in the sky are like being kicked. Cack. For a moment, there was a small cracking sound in the space above a Norwegian sea area. Then there seemed to be a hearty laugh from inside. Immediately afterwards, a mass of black energy was violently tearing apart the space. Crack tilde. As time flows, the torn space gap is getting bigger and bigger, so big that turbulence begins to appear in the real sky. Crack tilde. Boom. Finally, there was a loud bang. The entire sky above this sea area is completely shattered. It's like a dream shattered. But this is not the end. In the void, a woman in a leather jacket slowly stepped out of the darkness. She has disheveled hair and no makeup. But Miss Yu's face is still so flamboyant. Not only that, her figure below the neck is the top of the top again. When Wanda came, she was on par with her. If you only look at the present, then Wanda must be much prettier than her. But she is not someone else. It is Hela, the goddess of death who has been imprisoned by Odin for thousands of years. So from some kind of weird point of view, Hela she. Forehead. I haven't bathed or dressed up for thousands of years, and the level of dressing thousands of years ago is compared to the current amount. Might as well not dress up, just like Hela's eye makeup now. It would be strange if Suyi was here. Why do you have to make it so dark? There are other makeup looks as well. You wash your face and look much better than now, but that's not important either. After Hela came out, she turned around, looked at the sea level and smiled. Odin, I know you are not dead. Wait for me to go back. Finished. Hela closed her eyes, feeling the wave of energy that brought her out. It was the aftermath of this energy that shattered a crack in Odin's blockade. Oh, not this aftermath. Hela didn't even know how long it would take for her to come out. And the one who can shatter the seal of Odin, that must be great. At least above level Godfather. And people with this kind of ability will definitely be able to help themselves defeat Lee. Bring Asgard back. Then kill that old dude. Finally she, Hela, ascends the throne of Asgard. Think here. Hela smiled charmingly. She can't wait to see this picture. For this purpose, she can sacrifice anything. That's all. Hela walked to the beach, feeling the aftermath of the battle between Suyi and Ancient One. After a while, Hela opened her eyes in shock. Phoenix Force. Yes, Hela knows the Phoenix Force. Although she has never seen, felt or known it, she has seen it in a story. It is clearly written on it. Phoenix Force is the most ancient energy in the universe. It has existed since the beginning of the universe. Any host of Phoenix Force that reaches the extreme has the ability to decompose, transform, recombine, create and destroy the universe at will. This sentence left a deep impression on Hela at the time. At that time, Hela was obsessed with the Phoenix in the book for a long time. She also imagined that if she got the Phoenix Force, what kind of knot would it be? Dominate Asgard at will, kill God King Odin directly, then conquer the 9 realms. In the end, the entire galaxy is in the bag. But these are fantasies. Hela never imagined that she could actually see the Phoenix Force this day. But now she really sees it. And it was this Phoenix Force that made him break out of the seal indirectly. Otherwise, everything she said just now is something later. Think here. Hela raised her hand and said firmly, find the Phoenix Force. Cooperate at all costs. Finished. Hela felt the direction of the spread of Phoenix Force. She could sense that the possessor of this power was in Midgard, and the specific location. You have to wait until she gets closer and closer to find out. But her first goal has been determined. That is, New York. The 9 realms. Asgard. With Hela breaking the seal, Odin on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. Boom. Holding the eternal spear, he angrily smashed it towards the ground. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Hela, father. At this moment, Thor heard the voice running over and asking, what's wrong? What happened? Seeing his own son Thor coming, the gleam in Odin's eyes disappeared, and he turned into that old look again. Nothing, my son. Finished. Odin said in order to send his son away. Thor, you go and patrol the other borders with Heimdall, and see if there are any intruders. When Thor heard that Odin actually allowed himself to go out for a walk, he immediately ran out happily. In the past, he had to sneak out to fight outside. But this time Odin directly allows. This made him very happy, and Thor left. Odin's eyes became sharp again. Snort. He hummed heavily, reaching out to manipulate Asgard's treasury and said, Hela, Don't think you can hide in Midget. If I can lock you up for thousands of years, I can lock you up for tens of thousands more. Finished. Asgard treasury. In the innermost part of this is also behind a transparent crystal wall. A black Kamar-Taj slowly emerged, then instantly disappeared in place and flew into the distance. Finally thrown directly into Midget by Odin. And this is the destroyer armor now. The previous destroyer that Thor smashed was a fake at best. The real destroyer armor is an artifact. At least it was a very powerful artifact before level Godfather. And Odin watched the destroyer go beyond Midget. He smiled, confident. Hela just broke through the seal. Absolutely no recovery strength. Just a destroyer armor. Enough. At the same time, Midget, that is, the Earth. Suyi was taking Wanda for a walk to watch the sunset. Find a beautiful place first, and then park the car. The two walked to the side of the reef again, sat on the grass and watched the sun slowly descend in the distance. The sunset glow sprinkled on Wanda's face. Her long hair fluttered in the breeze. When the sun shines through your hair, it looks like a photo from a movie. Suyi sat beside her. You can even smell the body fragrance blown by the wind. Wanda is so beautiful. At this moment, Suyi noticed that Wanda's hands were bare and there was nothing on them. Correct. Suyi suddenly realized. There were 2 of the 12 charm bracelets, but he only gave Gwen for the time being. Wanda's hasn't been delivered yet. What's wrong? Wanda asked, turning her head. Close your eyes, Suyi said mysteriously. Wanda heard this. Immediately close your eyes happily and expectantly. Then Suyi took out the bracelet of 12 charms. Then he continued, give me your hand. Wanda stretched out her hand obediently. Then she felt Suyi's hand grabbing his. Then a bracelet was put on her wrist. Look, Wanda. Wanda opened her eyes. Then he looked at his hands. As expected, a bracelet with 12 beautiful jewels appeared on her wrist. Wanda was pleasantly surprised first. Then he shook his head immediately and said, Sue, this is too precious. This is a gem. In Wanda's impression, each of these gemstones must be very expensive. She didn't know how high the price was, but she knew it must be very expensive. And she was born in a small country like Sokovia. She dare not accept a gift of this value. And before Suyi said that he would send a car. Now it's time to give a bracelet. Can you afford it if you sell her? When Wanda was by Suyi's side, she still thought of herself as an ordinary girl in her heart. Suyi perceived this emotion. So he shook Wanda's hand and said, this is a piece of magical equipment, and money is not important to it. The important thing is that it protects you, that it helps you. Hear Suyi's words. Wanda was taken aback. Magic equipment? Yes. Suyi nodded. Then introduce the equipment to Wanda. From binding to non-binding, from mouse spells to pigs. Suyi, after speaking. Sure enough, Wanda opened her mouth. Then I can fly? Wanda couldn't help asking. It seems that Wanda's first interest is flying. Suyi nodded. Then you have to use the chicken charm. Wanda stood up expectantly after hearing that. Then try using the chicken charm. As expected, Wanda's magic ability is second to none. Just the next moment, Wanda's body floated up. Then she was spinning in circles in the sky. I really fly. Watching Wanda look happy, Suyi reminded again. If you use the rabbit charm at the same time, you can even fly supersonic. I'll try tilde. Wanda immediately uses the spell-free spell again. The result is the next moment. As soon as Wanda used the rabbit charm, she threw it headlong towards Tanhai. Suyi was taken aback, waiting for him to do it. Wanda just plunged into the ocean. Strong. Suyi couldn't help laughing, but still use energy to bring Wanda up from the sea. Clatter. After taking Wanda to the shore, seeing her pitiful appearance, Suyi wanted to laugh. But Wanda said in surprise, you really know magic, Sue. No wonder I fell in love with you the first time we met. Seeing Wanda look happy instead, Suyi went up and brushed her messy hair away, and smoothed it out. Then shall I use? Magic dries you up. Don't want. Wanda shook her head decisively. I made it myself, and I have to solve it myself. All right. Suyi could only take off his coat, and put it on Wanda. Then Wanda just stood there. Start trying to dry yourself with magic. Scarlet ability gushes from her body. Then the fast flow carries the moisture on the surface. After a while, it's done on Wanda's body. How? Wanda asked expectantly. Suyi pursed his lips, and finally nodded in evaluation. No skills, all ability. You tilde. Wanda didn't react at first. Then, after listening carefully, he came to his senses, and angrily hit Suyi with a small fist. Then she whispered, in that case, the bracelet will be even more expensive. How can I compensate you? It's very simple. Suyi flicked his hand and gave an example. I owe it first, and you will work for me after you are no longer a superhero in the Avengers Alliance. God counts you $500. Then it's 500 knives for a kiss from the boss, 2,000 knives for a massage and relaxation, and the rest is calculated separately. Hear this? Wanda nodded with a smile. Okay, I would, but how much is the bracelet? Wanda, you're on the right track. Suyi sat on the grass, propped one hand behind his back, and raised the other hand to draw a horizontal 8 symbol and said, that is, the value is infinite, That is, you have to work for me for the rest of your life. This sentence seems to be very capitalist, but the clever Wanda knew the potential meaning of this sentence at once. She jumped on Su-Yi all at once. Then forever. She just finished. Su-Yi knew what Wanda wanted to do. So Su-Yi hugged Wanda, then reverse 370 to restrain Wanda. It just so happened that his coat became a cushion. The two of them just waded on the grass. Wanda's hair was scattered on the turf, spread quite far. After half a sound, then Wanda patted Su-Yi's shoulder. Su-Yi finally let her go. Wanda was a breath of fresh air. His eyes are full of oceans. Su-Yi reached out and pinched Wanda's cheek. Are you still arrogant? Stop being arrogant, Wanda said weakly. Su-Yi pinched her earlobe again. Wanda immediately shrank her neck. After watching the witch being surrendered by herself, Su-Yi got up and stood up. This is the seaside. How can we make such a mess? Can only go to the end. At the moment the sunset has ended and the sky has turned dark. Su-Yi pulled up the limp Wanda. Let's go, Wanda. Wanda leaned against Su-Yi's arms, and said softly, I don't want to go back to base. I know. Su-Yi patted Wanda's shoulder. In response, Wanda hugged and followed closely. Let's go, I'll take you to the beach for shopping. Good Tilda. The two returned to the side of the road, then seriously point back to the side of the car. But Su-Yi and Wanda just walked near the car. I saw a mud brother who blended into the night stealthily walk near his Ferrari. Then he approached the car door, took out tools from his pocket, and prepared to open the door. It's not whether he wants to pry it open or want to drop it, but he picked the shape-shifting King Kong's car door. Is this a bit too bad luck? Wanda leaned against Su-Yi and laughed out loud. Then immediately took out the phone and started recording. This picture must be shown to Natasha Romanoff. She will laugh until her stomach hurts. And Su-Yi didn't come forward as if he was watching a play. At the same time, he told Dan Hyun not to resist. Wait for this Black Brother's operation. As expected, this Black Brother knocked for a long time. As a result, he took out his mobile phone to take a picture. What? Brother Mew is bored. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully again. Why are there no traces? Yes, this mud brother knocked for a long time. There is not even a trace on the surface of the Skyfire. Not to mention the peeling off of the paint. It is still shiny. When Brother Ni got angry, he slammed the tool in his hand towards the car door. Even if he can't knock on the car door, he can't take away the contents inside. But he also needs to do some damage to make the car owner feel bad. But he took another look. Water fake? There is still no trace of the door. So he watched from a distance and laughed out loud. Wanda, who was recording with her mobile phone for a long time, also leaned against Su-Yi's body and trembled while laughing. Finally, the laughter of the two caught the thief's mind. He turned his head, ready to curse directly. You mother messes with the law. He hasn't finished yet. Tan Huo opened the door fiercely. The thief flew out like a piece of rag for dozens of meters. Su-Yi smiled and shook his head helplessly. Let's go, get in the car. 062. Mutant clan appears. All the Skyfires were chopped off. Tonight's stupid thief is destined to be an episode. After Tan Huo directly interrupted Brother Ni's spellcasting, he opened the doors on both sides at the same time, and then automatically drove to Su-Yi's body and stopped. Look how smart it is. After the two got into the car, Su-Yi kicked the accelerator, and the Ferrari drove towards the seaside market. That stupid thief is so funny. He was knocked away by a car door by Tan Huo just halfway through his words. Wanda is still laughing remembering what happened just now. She turns on the phone and sent the video to Natasha Romanoff to watch. Su-Yi drove the car and reported a set of data to Wanda. Wanda, you need to know. The United States owns 5% of the world's prisons, and also has 25% of the world's criminals. In other words, this is not only a city of capital, but also a city of crime. So even in New York, Gwen's tutoring is still very strict, and there is even a curfew. After Su-Yi explained this, Wanda said that she has gained a lot, and at the same time, she has a new impression of the United States. If you must have a word to describe it, Su-Yi will give. Chaos has order. It's that weird. But at this moment, Wanda suddenly reacted and looked at Su-Yi. How did you know there was a curfew at Gwen's house? You and her parents have seen it? Su-Yi, women are creatures. How can you be sensitive to these inexplicable places? Su-Yi sighed and could only reply, Gwen's curfew is coming up soon after you left the Ferris wheel last time. I hurried her home and met her father. But in the end, how is the no time? Huh? Miss Witch? Almost a swish. Wanda immediately felt a little embarrassed. Right. After beating the lizardman that day, she was the one who dragged Su-Yi to sneak away first. Then go back to find Gwen after playing for a while. This caused Gwenka to go home in the end. So calculate. It's all Wanda's fault. So after Wanda reacted, she realized that she had shot herself in the foot. Wanda thought of a way to make up some reason. But this one is really hard to edit. Wanda thought for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable reason. And Su-Yi just smiled and said nothing. Hey. He just waited. Wait, what Wanda says? Tell you to hit me first. At the moment Su-Yi's Ferrari has already driven to the beachside neighborhood. If you go further in, there will be a traffic jam. So Su-Yi was going to stop outside. It doesn't matter whether Wanda answers or not. It's just for fun. But at this moment, wow tilde, a sound of big water stirring up waves came from a distance. Boom tilde, immediately afterwards, the water flow hit the ground. There is also the sound of heavy objects stepping on the ground. A tilde. Monsters. There are monsters. Run. There are monsters. Then came the shouts of many people fleeing. Su-yi. Hear the word monster. Su-yi was still stunned for a moment. He reminisces about the various Marvel creatures. Doesn't anyone seem to be named after a monster? Isn't that the title of monster in Pacific Rim and Ultraman? How did you come to Marvel? And Wanda, who just got out of the car, was also taken aback. Another crisis? This sentence made Su-yi on the side laugh. Yes. Su-yi looked at Wanda. Why do we come out a few times, but most of them encounter crises? Tell me quickly, Miss Witch, did you instruct these crises? Su-yi said the persuasive words in a flat tone. Anyone who heard it knew it was a joke. So Wanda rolled her beautiful eyes after hearing this. She raised her little fist. Go over and have a look. Don't frame me here. I'll see you when I get back. Let's go. Su-yi nodded, then patted the Ferrari body and said, wait until the street is empty and drive up slowly. After Tanhua heard it, he flashed his headlights twice. Indicates that it understands. After that, Su-yi took Wanda to the seaside market, and the crowd inside was running out towards the outside. For a while, people were crowded here. The congestion was very severe. There is even a risk of stepping on it at any time. Su-yi and Wanda couldn't even squeeze in. After seeing this, Su-yi said to Wanda, use your 12 talismans in actual combat, and let the two of us float on the roof of the building. After Wanda heard it, only then did he realize that he was still carrying the ready equipment. She had a thought. Chicken spell. Then he took Su-yi's hand. The two of them floated together and flew to a nearby roof. It's Scarlet Witch. Scarlet Witch is coming. Come on, she can protect us. Originally, Wanda was not so conspicuous at night, but she flies differently. Normal people who can fly, so Wanda was recognized as soon as she flew. But this also caused the crowd to become more crowded immediately. Some even stopped running. They even squeezed under the house of the two of them. Su-yi was speechless for a while after seeing it, and also sighed. But it's not their fault. Anyone who encounters this incident must want to run to a place where they feel safe, and Scarlet Witch's popularity is so high right now. It's normal for them to come here. Don't blame them. But this is not a problem. So looking at Wanda, she reached out to signal the crowd and said, come on, a new challenge. Use your magic to carve out a single evacuation passage. The road is wide enough for 7 people to run together. Now use your magic to draw 7 isolated solo escape routes. Wanda nodded upon hearing that. She flew above the crowd and stopped. Then perform Wanda's unique gesture with both hands. Immediately, scarlet magical energy appeared. Wanda used energy with both hands, and pressed down on the ground. Immediately, 6 barriers were erected on the street, dividing the whole street into 7 single lanes. And Su-yi also flew over. Then he looked at the crowd and said lightly, if you want to live, run straight to the end, and you'll be saved. Finished. Su-yi didn't say another word either. He turned and patted Wanda on the shoulder and said, let's go. Wanda nodded, put away her hands and followed Su-yi. The energy of these roads is enough to last for half an hour by itself. Enough for the group to evacuate. If there is no division, such a wide road may not be able to walk 4 people at the same time, because people are crowding and pushing each other. But Wanda such a point. The efficiency has been directly improved by nearly double. And the crowd watched after Scarlet Witch and a man left. Some people ran towards the end immediately. Some yelled, no. Scarlet Witch, my goddess. FK, get out of the way. Run, you. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Listen to the chaotic sounds of the crowd behind you. Wanda shook her head. Sure enough, the gap between ordinary people is also very huge. Those who can keep calm at such times are considered a very good ordinary people. And next, that is, the two flew towards the place where the monster appeared. Bang bang bang, boom. One near the center of the incident. Su-yi and Wanda saw a 4-footed wolf-shaped monster about 4 meters high and 6 meters long. It's really a monster, not other weird creatures. But the moment Su-yi saw this monster, just remember what kind of creature this is. Variations. That is, the enemy of the eternal race. But how did they appear earlier? Bang tilde. This mutant monster at the moment is destroying surrounding buildings. It is tearing down houses with its sharp claws, just to get out the humans inside. Wanda at the moment shot. She stretched out her hands and grabbed it. The scarlet energy immediately caught the mutants. Then Wanda flicked her hands. Raw tilde. Boom. The mutant race was thrown out and hit the ground heavily. Cool. And Wanda also consumed a bit because of this time. This mutant race weighs at least a few tons. Wanda's throwing like this must have taken a lot of energy. So Su-yi patted Wanda's face slightly at the side to punish him, and then acted as a teacher and said, in the face of a large object, don't wrap it all, but concentrate the magic before attacking. Finished. Su-yi spread out with one hand. The energy condensed into fists, hammers, and long swords appeared in his hands. This can be regarded as a high-level application of energy and magic, but this must be learned, otherwise, the energy will be scattered and not gathered. This foundation is needed for learning all kinds of magic later. So Wanda must learn. After throwing away the mutant race, Wanda heard Su Yi's explanation. Start trying to condense magical energy. Origin magic power is also a very large magical energy, as long as you are skilled. Combat power is also very strong. Wanda first tried to condense the magic into a sharp sword. Turns out it doesn't work. Why? Wanda asked, puzzled. Because you don't have enough mental strength and control. Su Yi nodded Wanda's forehead and said, you need strong magic control to do it, and you need to practice more. All right. Wanda nodded disappointedly. Then try to condense the magical energy into a fist. As expected, when a huge scarlet fist appeared in the air, that means Wanda succeeded. Wanda immediately looked at Su Yi happily again. Crack tilde. Su Yi directly slapped her hard. Look at me. Fight monsters. Wanda turned around aggrieved. Then he controlled his hands and punched the mutant who had just got up. Boom. With a solid collision sounded. Hiss tilde. The mutant race retreated several times after being beaten, screaming in pain. This punch was aimed at the mutants who were physically strong. If it hits an ordinary person, it will be straight. It turned into a paste. It's so cool tilde. And Wanda was eager to try it happily. She raised her fist again, then move on to female punching. Bang, bang, bang. Go down with a set of bastard punches with no boxing skills. The mutant race was beaten back one after another. There was nothing they could do. What can it do? It didn't take a few steps before it was punched back by Wanda's remote-controlled fist. The assassin can't get close to the magician. Are you angry? By this time, most of the crowd had already evacuated from the market. The lights of a sports car flashed not far away. It was Tan Huo that slowly came in. Its fiery red body is coming in through the alley. If you encounter a small alley, it puts up the blade to overtake. And then Wanda asked suspiciously, I can't kill it, why doesn't it run away? Su Yi turned round. It was true. Wanda punched the mutant. But this mutant race just doesn't run away. It seems to be the same as fighting Wanda to the end. Logically speaking, this mutant race is not dead-brained either. Bang bang. Bang bang. At this time, the sound of running came from behind the two of them. Su Yi and Wanda looked back. Okay, it turned out that there was a second mutant race. No wonder the beaten one didn't run away. It turned out to be hatred. Give it a second chance. And Wanda was obviously a little flustered in the face of the mutant race that appeared before and after. The fists condensed with magical energy scattered a little. The colors all faded. But Su Yi patted her head. Don't panic. Concentrate on beating yours. With Su Yi's comfort, Wanda calmed down immediately. Then concentrate on dealing with the one in front of her. Don't care about the one behind you at all. Even if the sound of it running is getting louder. Wanda also has full trust in Su Yi. But Su Yi was unmoved. This level of stuff really doesn't need him to do it. Can't waste that energy. Sky fire. Cut it all off. Wu tilde. Ting ding ping. The moment Su Yi said this sentence, the sound of Ferrari shapeshifting also came from beside the two. Tan Huo kicked the gas pedal. The Ferrari headed straight up, then shapeshifting while tumbling through the air, finally rushed directly towards the mutant race. Tan Huo doesn't like to talk. If it can speak lines at the moment, it must shout, "Stupid beast, don't hurt my lord." As soon as the fire fell to the ground, just in time to hedge against the oncoming mutants, Tan Huo didn't even have time to draw his sword. Grab the mutant's head directly with both hands, then start beating. Boom. The 9-meter shapeshifting King Kong beats the 4-meter mutant race. Do you know what this concept is? The difference between the two is more than double. Even if this mutant race stands up, it's not as high as the sky. Even if it is physically strong. But can Skyfire's Man of Steel be weaker than it? Bang bang squirt. As expected. Wait until Wanda turns her head curiously. I saw that Tan Huo was already riding on the back of the mutant race and beating the mutant race violently, and Su Yi was watching the play by her side, Zelda, with his hands in his arms. Just like watching a movie at the cinema. It's still 3D real panorama. Su, I can't kill this monster. Wanda said a little out of breath. It's okay, it's normal if you can't be beaten to death, and the sky fire will cut it down together. Su Yi comforted Wanda while watching the play. This is a mutant race. A special race hidden on the earth. It's not much anymore, but the physical fitness is very good. Every mutant here is roughly equivalent to the intensity of the Abomination a few years ago. The Abomination is the monster that fought the Green Titan, and this group of mutants doesn't have to hate the weak at all. The two can be said to be the same, but the fighting level may be higher than that of the mutant race. After all, it is a creature created by the Celestial group. Okay. Wanda was very regretful when she heard this. He is the most angry. If he can't kill this mutant race, if she exploded with all her strength, she would be beaten to death if she used up all her energy. But this piece has to be completely destroyed. Nothing will be left. Houses were reduced to ruins. Buildings are dilapidated. It might as well let the mutant race do the damage. And the other side, after Tan Huo rode on the heads of the mutant race and beat them violently, it pulled out the long sword at its waist. Then go from bottom to top, from right to left, and pass under the necks of the mutants. Finally, with his left hand, He pinched the mutant's head. Push hard with your right hand, lift with your left hand. One pull, one stroke. PSSD accompanied by the sound of meat cutting. The Skyfire longsword was raised from under the neck of the mutant race. The mutant's body instantly softened. He collapsed to the ground motionless. The head was carried by Tan Huo in his hand. Those big eyes and big mouth still look hideous now. It's just that it's hard spoken now. After solving a mutant race, Tan Huo put away his longsword, carried the mutant's head, walked to Su Yi's side, knelt down on one leg, and offered it with both hands. "Boss, it's been resolved." "What are you doing for me?" "Throw it away." Su Yi put his hands in his pockets and tilted his head to indicate to the other side. "There is another one, cut it off." "Yes." 063. Kill all. Natasha Romanoff's contrast. After receiving Su Yi's order, Tan Huo stood up and walked towards another mutant with the head of the mutant. "Wait until you get to another mutant race not far away." Boom. Tan Huo threw its head in front of the mutant. Then he pulled out his long sword with a bang. Raw tilde. Immediately, the mutant race backed away in fright. The heads of his own clan were beheaded by others. "Then do you still need to persist?" "For a while. This mutant wants to run away." It pretended to take several steps back one after another. Then he looked at Wanda and Su Yi, and after Tan Huo. "It seems to remember everyone here." Then it turned around and started running away. Bang 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 bang. Tan Huo saw this. It changed the grip of the longsword in its hand. "Then charge. Throw it directly at the mutants who are fleeing and want to jump into the sea." PSST. After the sound of a sharp knife piercing into the flesh, the body of the mutant who was running away was nailed to the floor. Raw tilde. It growled. Su Yi and Wanda looked over. It turned out that the longsword thrown by Tan Huo directly nailed the mutant race's thigh. Then he was nailed to the ground with his thigh. Bang bang bang. Immediately afterwards, Tan Huo accelerated and slid past. It shoots propelling flames from its legs and waist. Then approached the mutants from behind. Tan Huo first pulled out the mutant race's retreating longsword with a PSSD sound. Then when passing through the mutant race, wait until it passes the head of the mutant race. Tan Huo grabbed its head, stopped himself, and felled the mutant race to the ground. Boom. Tan Huo stepped on the head of the mutant race. Then he twisted his feet, forcing the mutants to expose their necks. Raw tilde. The mutant clan let out a ferocious roar. Tan Huo raised his longsword. Alignment, with a wave. It's like playing golf. PSSD tilde. Next moment, the head of the mutant race is separated from the body. Base tilde. Tan Huo put away the longsword, and also put away the iron feet that stepped on its head. Then go back, and the mutant's head rolled twice before stopping. Wait until Tan Huo returns to Su Yi. Su Yi nodded and praised. Good job. Tan Huo stroked his chest with his right hand, nodded and changed back into the Ferrari car form in front of the two of them. And Wanda also smiled and patted Ferrari. Good job. A smiling face of 413 appeared on the car door in response. But when Wanda looked back and saw that the two mutants were killed by the Skyfire, she pursed her lips a little sadly. I'm still not trying hard enough. Do you think Wanda has worked hard? There must be. When there is no work, and when I go home, Wanda will practice origin magic power alone. But without the magician system training, and she doesn't have magic tools, magic books, magic balls, or staffs, she can't get effective training at all. At best, she can only use her strength to lift heavy objects. Then it's just a simple attack over and over again. What experience can this have? It's like you've been learning in kindergarten. Others have already gone to school to absorb knowledge level by level. So Wanda's situation isn't her fault. But there is no good learning environment. Otherwise, why did Wanda improve so quickly after learning another witch's spell and getting the Dark Book in Westview Town? At that time, she could hang two Sorcerer Supremes, go back to the Dark Temple. It even goes a step further. So this is the importance of having a guide. There is no way, no matter how much ability you have, it will be difficult to reopen the road. So after Su Yi felt Wanda's loss, he rubbed Wanda's head and smiled. It doesn't matter. I have contacted a magician holy place. When you are free, I will send you there to study the system, and there will be a pretty good female magician who will teach you. Well, it's not too bad. Compare level Godfather in front of Su Yi. It can be considered a good evaluation. Really? Wanda hugged Su Yi excitedly. That's great. You are my god, Su. I love you to death. Su Yi touched Wanda's cheek. How could it be so boastful? He hasn't finished yet. The mouth was directly covered by Wanda. Why is this girl so active? Let her look good some other day. Although Su Yi eats both hard and soft food, he will always get tired of it. That's all. In the seaside market where there are only two people left, near the corpses of the two mutant races, by the headlights of a Ferrari, Su Yi and Wanda held each other for a long time. Da. Tighter. The helicopter came, and so did the police cars. Su Yi and Wanda parted ways. Accompanied by the sound of wheels and helicopter blades, a police car slowly lined up. The helicopter landed directly on a nearby platform. At this time, another steel armor similar to Tony flew from afar. Then it fell to the ground with a bang. As soon as its mask is opened, showing a pretty funny face. It's another good friend of Tony's, War Machine, Rhodes. And Natasha Romanoff got off the helicopter. Then he walked to Su Yi and Wanda and laughed. Wanda, your video is so funny. Tony couldn't help laughing. But why are you always so unlucky? You can encounter crises every time you date. During the conversation, sharp-eyed Natasha Romanoff also spotted the bracelet on Wanda's hand. With her knowledge, Natasha Romanoff knew at a glance that this bracelet would be very expensive even if it was ordinary. But she knew it was from Su-Yi, and what Su-Yi sent. If it can be measured by money, it is not a gift from Su-Yi. So instinct told Natasha Romanoff that bracelet is definitely not simple. It is very likely to be a treasure. But Wanda doesn't think so now. She must have been on a date every time, Natasha Romanoff said. Wanda answered with a sweet heart, holding Su-Yi's arm. Is this considered overtime? Then I need to earn more wages to buy delicious food and clothes for my Su. For a moment, oh no, Natasha Romanoff threw her head back as if she had been critically struck. She opened her mouth slightly, and closed her eyes as if she couldn't stand it. And the other side, War Machine looked beside the two mutant corpses. Then after scanning the plan again, he went back to Sheriff George and said, the dead can't die anymore. But this kind of creature should be very powerful in front of it, and bullets cannot penetrate the skin. More data must go back for autopsy. After George nodded, he watched Rhodes go to Natasha Romanoff and Su-Yi and repeated again, wait, Su-Yi? George first let other police officers deal with the scene, and he looked at Su-Yi's place. Black Widows, War Machine, Scarlet Witch. They actually talked and laughed with Su-Yi. That is to say, Su-Yi's identity is stronger than what he learned that day. Otherwise, how could the superheroes talk and laugh with him so much? And with George's eyes, he could tell that Natasha Romanoff was even taking Su-Yi a little bit seriously. That is to say, at least they regard Su-Yi as equal to superhero. Then this shows that Su-Yi is even more difficult. But these, does Gwen know? George was thoughtful, planning to find some time to chat with Gwen after returning home. Sheriff Stacy, I think you need to come and see for yourself. Hear what the police say. Only then did George come to his senses. Okay, here I come. And the other side. After listening to Rhodes' report, Natasha Romanoff looked at Wanda and asked, Wanda, do you have more detailed information? This fight looks like Wanda is involved. So no doubt. Natasha Romanoff asked Wanda first. But Wanda looked at Su-Yi after hearing it. Then he asked with his eyes if he could speak. Su-Yi nodded. Speak. Wanda then explained to Natasha Romanoff. These two monster races are called mutants. They were drilled out of the sea, and they have very strong physical fitness. Even my magic can't kill them accurately. Sue said that their physical fitness is no worse than the Abomination back then, and their fighting power is even higher than the Abomination. After getting the information, Natasha Romanoff nodded before reacting. Wait, Wanda, you're saying you can't kill them? Who killed them then? Rhodes also discovered this. He touched his iron chin, looked at the two mutant corpses in the distance and reacted. The corpses of the two monsters all died of being beheaded. There doesn't seem to be anyone with this kind of ability in Abed. It was only then that Rhodes and Natasha Romanoff reacted. This crisis is really not Wanda's solution. But there are other combat forces participating in the battle. Who would that be? For a moment, both Rhodes and Natasha Romanoff looked at Su-Yi, and Su-Yi put his hands in his pockets. He tilted his head to signal Ferrari behind him, and Tan-Huo also flashed the lights twice to indicate that it was me. Natasha Romanoff. Rhodes. My God. Natasha Romanoff's eyes widened, and Rhodes obviously didn't know about it yet. Wait. Rhodes asked with certainty. Are you sure it was a Ferrari that killed them? Finished. Rhodes reached out and signaled to cut his own throat. It means that one car can cut off the heads of two monsters? Obviously. Can. Ting ding ping. After obtaining Su-Yi's consent, under everyone's gaze, Tan-Huo directly shapeshifted and stood up. Move with the various parts of the car. A perfect mechanical combination is presented in front of everyone. Wait until the 9-meter high Tan-Huo stands up. Both Natasha Romanoff and War Machine could only look up. At the same time, a great pressure also appeared in War Machine's heart. After Tan-Huo stood up, one of its hands hangs down, and the other rests on the handle of the knife. And Natasha Romanoff saw it clearly. It was the first time for them to observe the skyfire so closely. They also know the two monsters were cut by this sword. See clearly? Su-Yi asked with a smile. Natasha Romanoff and Rhodes nodded at the same time. Then Su-Yi waved his hand. Ting ding ping. Tan-Huo changed back to the car form of Ferrari on the spot. Rhodes' pressure is also much less at the same time. But at the same time, it is a kind of excitement that only a man can understand. This is great. Rod looked at the Ferrari and said, my God. I'm sure this is definitely the best car in the world. None of them. Which man does not love cars, especially in the United States, a country with a strong car culture? Rhodes was so excited that it was almost hard to control himself. He looks at his hands. If I can't delay this set of armor now, I must touch it. It's best to kiss it. Skyfire. After listening to Rhodes' discovery, Ferrari wants to reverse. If it doesn't work, it's okay to chop Rhodes off before he kisses him, or hit it directly. But Su-Yi originally heard that he wanted to touch this matter. He kind of agreed. But I still want to kiss later. That's fine. He really dislikes it. Next, the police brought reporters to interview Superhero. Wanda looked at Su-Yi, but Su-Yi definitely told Wanda to go. He didn't have time to play questions and answers. And Rhodes is a member of the military. He's definitely going to be interviewed too. As for Natasha Romanoff, no need to go. Enough for two. However, Natasha Romanoff at the moment asked suddenly after thinking about what she said just now. Is the mutant race an alien race? So you looked at Wanda who was being interviewed and nodded at the same time. Yes. Do you know about mutants? Then can you talk to me? Suyi glanced at Natasha Romanoff. It's like saying, why, are you prettier than Wanda, or are you better at contrasting and burning than Wanda? Seeing that Suyi was too lazy to say anything, Natasha Romanoff thought about what Wanda would say to amuse her at night. Sue is very caring, it's really not good, as long as it doesn't violate the principle, I will take the initiative to order him. Be proactive. Natasha Romanoff looked at the back of Wanda being interviewed, then thoughtfully moved to the side of Suyi, shoulder to shoulder, turning his head and stepping on his feet. He said softly next to Suyi's ear, please, Tilda, this information is really important to me Tilda, so that when they reappear next time, many people will die. So okay Tilda? Suyi, with a set of warm moisture spit on his ears. Suyi turned his head slowly, looking at Natasha Romanoff in disbelief. Good guy. Didn't expect you to be this kind of person. You are burning. I'm so happy. Cough cough cough. This temporarily forget. He likes to be burned, not necessarily to be burned. You said that Wanda can be burned after learning it, right? As long as he transfers later, it will be fine. But look at Natasha Romanoff's full sincerity. Suyi turned his head, continued to look at Wanda and said slowly, you just need to know that they are mutants. The way to deal with them is to push them back with strong firepower. Definitely, their presence is also traceable. Is there a trace? Natasha Romanoff hit the key words right away. She pricked up her ears. What do you think? Their appearance must be because there are people with super abilities nearby. They will hunt and kill people with super abilities, so they don't necessarily have to be superheroes, but there must be superheroes, such as Wanda and her brother, and people like Magician. Natasha Romanoff suddenly realized when she heard it. She quickly wrote down these key information. If it is like this, then they can instead locate these monsters through the superhero registration method. As long as these monsters appear, that must have appeared near the superhero. I see. Natasha Romanoff nodded, immediately returning to her old heroic self. It is very sassy, and it looks like it can lead women. Suyi glanced at her current appearance. Good guy. There is really a contrast. I will meet you some other day. After a while, Wanda and Rhodes came back after the interview. But Wanda was listless. As soon as she came back, she hugged Suyi and howled. Sue, since this is a new type of monster, there will be a press conference later, so I have to leave. So miserable. Natasha Romanoff sympathized from the sidelines. How can something happen to someone as soon as they're out on a date? It's a thing Natasha Romanoff would be annoying to think about. But Suyi patted Wanda on the back. It's okay, I don't have time today. We still have the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the day after tomorrow. Unless I'm unlucky enough to be dead tomorrow. That's true. No nonsense. Suyi hasn't finished speaking yet. Wanda hastily covered Suyi's mouth with her hand. She glared at Suyi. Then he kissed Suyi's cheek in public and said, don't say that next time. Punish yourself for going home, and I'm leaving with Natasha Romanoff. 064. Attacked by Hela. Beat Hela. Crazy woman. After Wanda finished speaking, just left with Natasha Romanoff first. For this new monster, holding a press conference can make the citizens calm down a lot. And this just happened to make Wanda's popularity and support rate rise again. Suyi agrees with this point. Whether you care or not, as long as you are a public figure, then you definitely need positive influence. Unless you're the villain. Otherwise, if there is a lot of scolding on the internet, what is the difference between being raped by the internet? This kind of negative influence can easily make a person overwhelmed. Even if he is a superhero, and the superhero of the United States happens to be either mentally ill or has some addiction. So positive energy is really useful. At least it makes you happy, doesn't it? After watching Wanda leave, Suyi sighed regretfully, then got into the car and left. Ferrari on the road. Suyi opened the window, and drove towards home while blowing the wind. Do not know how. Suyi felt a little bored. But it's not that I'm bored about the future. It's just that I'm a little bored now. In the last year of life, Suyi doesn't have two girls in his daily life, namely Wanda and Gwen. And now that I have two daughters, it's really boring to be away from them for a while. Go back to play games? Suyi thought for a while, then shook his head again. It used to be fun to play alone, but he found out after playing games with Gwen and Steven, the best games are the ones with friends, and the most precious thing in the game is friends. If this friend picks up something and will give it to you, then this friend is a golden legend friend. But Suyi can't find anyone to play games with now, so he doesn't want to fight for the time being. At this time, a sudden voice appeared in front of Suyi. In the dark, it was as if two sharp knives were flying towards Suyi, and Suyi could feel that these two attacks were not too strong. It was impossible to hurt Suyi, and they couldn't break through Suyi's energy barrier. But Tanhuo didn't think so. At the same time as the two sharp blades in the night shot from the front, Tanhuo immediately raised the hood to block these two attacks for Suyi. Clang, clang. After two attacks, two jet black blades stuck into Skyfire's hood, and Tanhuo immediately stopped and got off the car, then changed to Shapeshifting King Kong to activate alert mode. At the same time, pull out the 2 sharp blades and throw them away. Suyi stood on the ground and looked at the sharp blade. He looked at the 2 holes in Tanjiro's chest again. Well, Suyi sighed. Then reach out and wave. As the Phoenix Force spread out, it attached itself to Skyfire's chest. The 2 holes created by the sharp blades were repaired in an instant. It seems that you are the one who owns the Phoenix Force, my baby. Suyi just finished repairing Skyfire. An extremely charming voice came from behind him and accompanied by the clatter of high heels on the ground. But in fact, he knew who did the attack from the moment he saw the 2 black sharp knives. Princess of Asgard, Hela. Suyi turned round. Watch Hela come out of the darkness. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was heavily smoky. But she's in great shape, especially after wearing high heels. Hela is a full 1.7 meters tall. This makes her legs look even longer. Coupled with that concave and graceful S-shaped figure, it really looks like it came out of the comics. But Suyi didn't care about these for the time being, because Hela pierced the hood of his Ferrari, TSK. Suyi shook helplessly. I'm just asking one question, and I'll trouble you later. Why are you attacking me? Suyi still wanted to know this. Why are you attacking me for no reason? Suyi wanted to figure this out before he beat up this Hela, and Hela heard Suyi's question. She raised her chin back. If you don't test your strength, how will I know if you are qualified to help me regain the throne of God King of Asgard? Hear this answer. Suyi smiled helplessly and sighed. Just for this? No, it's not called. Hela shook her head and replied seriously. As long as you are qualified, we can talk about anything. It's over, isn't it? Boom tilde. The moment Hela finished speaking, Suyi's figure disappeared in place. Hela immediately looked around, and the next moment, Suyi's figure appeared in front of her, and said softly while lifting one leg, I don't have a habit of not hitting women. Finished. His knee made contact with Hela's belly first. After a sensual bang, Hela flew backwards in an instant, so fast that you can only see after images, and Suyi stopped at the same spot, and slowly retracted his raised right foot. This is just the basic operation brought about by the Superman template physical fitness bonus. As long as he wants, he can also be like a female Superman in the Superman movies. Several people were kicked away in an instant. This is nothing more than the combination of speed plus strength, physical skills, and the other half. After Hela flew out backwards, it fell directly into a flower bed. Suddenly the soil flew up, and the flowers and plants were smashed everywhere. And Hela sat up with difficulty. There are some soil and small yellow flowers on her head, but there was a smile on her lips. Very good. Your physical strength is absolutely qualified. And what about your other means of attack? Hela whispered these words. Not only did Suyi's attack not make her uncomfortable, anyway makes her more excited like an M. And Suyi in the distance has extremely high vision. He definitely saw Hela's smile too. Suyi, is this woman sick? Alas, after I kicked myself. Still cool. If you BT like this, it's my turn to be scared. Suyi put his hands in his pockets and thought for a while. This worked. He was a little afraid to fight. Let's go and have a look first. Next moment, Suyi instantly appeared beside Hela. Watching Hela sitting in the flower bed, Suyi grabbed her head, then disappear in an instant. Next moment, he grabbed her and came to the absolutely deserted beach in New York. Suyi looked down. Hela was still smiling. She laughed silently, but with a smile on her face. Come, attack me again. At this time, Hela suddenly stretched out her hand, grasped it with 5 fingers, and clenched it tightly again. And 5 night sky swords suddenly appeared above Suyi's head. Then he rushed towards Suza. Suyi waved one hand. The phoenix in the body screams. Phoenix Yufan Minkying. A surge of energy burst out from Suyi's body. Boom. And those 5 night sky swords were also destroyed in an instant. Hela was pulled up like this. Then Suyi pinched Hela's cheek with his right hand, then let go of his left hand and asked, what the hell are you trying to do? After Hela's face was pinched. No matter how beautiful she is, now it has become a pout too. No medicinal paste. Suyi didn't hear clearly, so let go. Plop. Hela fell to the beach in an instant. Then the waves crashed on Hela's body. Wet her whole body. But Hela doesn't care. She fell to the ground and looked up. Looking at Suyi, he said firmly, I want you. Suyi? Now Suyi heard it clearly. But he looks so weird. What do you want me for? Didn't you say something about the throne of Asgard God King before? Why do you want yourself again now? Suyi lowered his head. Look at Hela lying in the sea. This woman was half mad. More than half of the kingdoms of Asgard were brought down by Hela. And after almost finishing, Hela wants to sit on the throne of Asgard. That is logical. Odin agrees to abdicate to Hela. If Odin disagrees, he does not agree, but Odin directly seals Hela for thousands of years. So that just makes Hela, who is already a little crazy, even crazier. Suyi thought about it. It's best not to mess with this mad woman. She hit her own car. He beat her up. Okay, already earned. Moreover, Suyi's operation is not suitable for a person like Hela. That's already humiliating. Okay, not bad. Bye-bye. So Suyi thought about it. Turn around and leave directly. He can't afford to mess with a lunatic, so he bids farewell. Suyi went straight to the side of the road, and sat on the Ferrari that he drove over and prepared. Then kick the gas pedal. Drive straight home. But oddly enough, Hela didn't chase herself either. Wow. On the beach, the small waves crashed on Hela, and after seeing Su-Yi leave, Hela propped herself up on her hands while frowning. Su-Yi's kick was really merciless. Go up with a heavy foot so Hela can fly very far. Smashed directly into the soil of the flower bed. Hela propped herself up with one hand covering his stomach. The hand that was on the sand slowly clenched the sand, but there was still a smile on her lips. Cruel, but I like you more. In order to get back everything I have, I must have you, no matter what it takes. Turn out to be, in the eyes of a warrior like Hela. Su-Yi didn't stop beating because of her woman, or he was merciful, but he got Hela's appreciation and love. In Hela's eyes, this kind of talent is real talent. Not showing mercy to the enemy is also called respecting the enemy at the same time. This makes Hela very satisfied. In her so many years of fighting career, there are very few such superb men, and Su-Yi is so powerful, Hela can only be killed by him. Then Hela thinks that Su-Yi is more qualified. So, all kinds of factors add up. Hela's satisfaction with Su-Yi is 1000%. Yes, 1000%. 0. Asking for flowers. It's off the charts. Wow. At this time, Hela stood up, then used the power of death and night to summon her cloak. Wait until the cloak is on Hela. Hela's injuries recovered in the blink of an eye. This is one of Hela's outfits. This cloak fills Hela with health and vitality. As long as she is not mortally wounded, Hela can recover almost instantly. After recovering from the injury, Hela uses the cloak to fly into the human city. Then hide your body with a cloak. She walked into human society. For the first time, I saw all kinds of beautiful clothes in various clothing stores in the mall, such as leather boots, leather coats, windbreakers, leather jackets and so on. There are also various cosmetics in beauty stores and luxury stores, such as Gucci, Hermes, Chanel and so on. At the same time, Hela also saw that their makeup was all different. Nobody does smoky makeup anymore, and no one has loose hair anymore. No one would paint the makeup on her face as she does now. Hela went to a mirror and looked at herself. If it wasn't for her good-looking face, good-looking figure, extraordinary temperament, etc., then she is really useless. It seems that the years sealed by Odin. I am really far behind. Hela touched her face. When she turned her head, I also saw that the house next door was a kink clothing store. A variety of bold costumes inside make Hela's eyes open. But they are really pretty. Hela walked in stealthily. The price of the two vertical lines in the middle of the S is marked on each piece of clothing. Hela went to other stores to look again. Turns out it wasn't cosmetic or anything. All need a green bill, or just swipe a card. Hela walked out of the mall, thoughtful. And just opposite the mall is the bank. At the moment cash trucks are running gold reserves and rice banknote reserves, and there are police officers with guns next to them. But Hela saw the green banknotes on the cart at a glance. So, Next moment, the night sky sword floated in the air. The other side. After Su-Yi returned home, he went upstairs depressed, and finally opened the door happily. No reason, because there's a pair of Gwen's shoes by his door. Ever since he and Gwen first passed, Su-Yi left Gwen's fingerprints and keys, and tell her to come whenever she wants. And now it's here on her behalf. Wow. Su-Yi opened the door. He closed the door again, took off his shoes, and walked in. As expected, Gwen is sitting on a living room rug, playing games on his PS5. There are two TVs on the opposite side of the living room. Gwen used one to continue playing various carousels. One is used for rushing to play games. And after seeing Su-Yi come back, you're back, Su. Gwen threw the handle onto the rug in one go. Then he jumped on Su-Yi's body again. Su-Yi supported Gwen's stomach with one hand. Then go to the refrigerator first. Opening the refrigerator, a bottle of milk tea came out and said, "Help me open it." Gwen took the milk tea and opened it. "For you." Su-Yi took the milk tea, and then took a big gulp. The milk tea is about to bottom out. Then Gwen took the milk tea, also drank the rest in tons. So the two wiped out a bottle of milk tea. Su-Yi threw the milk tea into the trash can. Then he took out another handle, and finally carried Gwen back to the blanket in front of the sofa and sat down. "Come on, let's play together." Gwen couldn't be happier. The two sat together on the blanket. They were originally sitting face to face, but it is inconvenient to play games like this. So Gwen switched positions. Instead, two people sit face to back. In this way, it is enough for Gwen to sit in Su-Yi's arms, and directly treat Su-Yi as a human pillow. Su-Yi spread his legs. Gwen crossed her slender legs and sat up. "What are you playing?" Su-Yi flipped through the game library with the handle. "Too many." Gwen looked at the dazzling game library and didn't know what to choose. But be sure to choose a two-player game that can cooperate. So Su-Yi chose. "How about playing a two-person trip?" "Okay." Gwen agreed immediately. Su-Yi controls the arm to open the game. But when the game enters the picture, a piece of news was broadcast in front of another TV. At 10:56 p.m. New York time, a bank in Block 66 was robbed by unknown terrorist forces. Although no one was killed in the robbery, the damage was. The lost property is as high as 1 million yuan. The New York police are trying their best to find it. As soon as the news screen turned, Several photos appeared on the TV. On the cash van, the green bills are gone, but the golden box is still there. Why do they only grab banknotes and not gold? Gwen asked, puzzled after seeing it. Isn't gold more valuable? Maybe you have a mental problem, Suyi said casually. But the TV screen changed. The Night Sky Sword inserted bad cash truck appeared on TV. Suyi : what? 065. Help me take back Asgard. Go away. Look at Suyi's thrust marks. Suyi's Ferrari was inserted in this way not long ago, and it's exactly the same. As a result, Suyi knew it now after seeing the insertion marks on the cash transport vehicle. It was really that crazy woman who did it. What does she want? Why did she grab the money in the armored van? Why is she stealing money? Well, Suyi sighed helplessly in his heart. Fortunately, there were no random killings in the street. This is a big deal for Hela. Didn't kill anyone. Never mind. Do not care. Anyway, don't care about your own business. Hela can do whatever she likes. What's the matter, Sue? Gwen looked at Sue staring at the TV and asked curiously. Fine. Saw the two-person game and went in. Suyi took the handle and said, the game has started. Let's play. Woo tilde. Start. Gwen immediately picked up the controller and started playing with Suyi. Going for two is a couple's game. They are a little fat man and a little thin woman working together to break through the level. Although it is not known how many years ago the game routine, but the design of the game level and the scene make this cooperative card game full of new life. Definitely, Suyi's game level and Gwen's game level. For two people, it is a kindergarten checkpoint for two people. But the fun of this game is not just breaking through levels. For example, the scene where the two play firework. Gwen, come here. Coming. Suyi called Gwen to his side in the game. Then sprayed a love oil stain on the wall with a spray hose. Gwen, light it up. Okay. Gwen lit up. The oil stain exploded immediately, and the trajectory of the explosion happens to be a heart from both sides. Wow tilde. Gwen stared. She immediately turned her head and kissed Suyi's cheek. Then she 427 leaned comfortably on Suyi's chest. Then there are other levels. For example, one level is a two-person cooperative sliding door. Suyi went in first and pulled the door open, then let go when Gwen was halfway in. The result is a bang. The female characters controlled by Gwen are squished back. You, clap. Jun patted Suyi's thigh angrily. Then he twisted back and forth in Suyi's arms in retaliation. It seemed that Xiaoxi was going to be crushed to death. Hiss tilde. Suyi hurriedly followed Gwen. Okay, I'll press it for you once. HMPH. That's right tilde. So Suyi went out. Let Gwen press it again. There is also a level with firework. In a dark environment, firework brings great comfort and romance. And it's a couple's game. If the players who control the two characters are willing, then the two little characters in the game can kiss under firework. And Gwen and Suyi didn't talk nonsense. Directly manipulate a man and a woman inside to kiss. But Gwen turned her head and looked at Suyi again. So in reality, the two also kissed. Not only the people in the game are Bobo together, but now the two are also Bobo in reality. This is great joy. But at this moment, Suyi, who was in the middle of the wave, suddenly separated from each other. Huh? Gwen snorted in confusion. We are happy. Why should we separate? That is because Suyi looked out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. At the moment, there was a figure rising slowly, and then flew out of the floor-to-ceiling windows to look inside. Gwen saw a man flying up. Her eyes froze immediately. Stand up and squat slightly. And Suyi stood up. Without saying a word, his figure flashed and appeared on the roof of the building. Hela then took her off into the air and landed in front of Suyi. Parter. Then Gwen pulled Cobweb up. Now Gwen is standing behind Suyi. Hela stood opposite Suyi. But Suyi was taken aback when he saw Hela's face. He seems to be asking Hela why. Because the current Hela. She didn't just change a set of clothes. He also changed his hairstyle and makeup. The loose hair was replaced by big waves. The original thick smoky makeup was replaced by light eye makeup and bright red lips. This red is the color of death on the lips of most girls. But it looks very enchanting on Hela's mouth. And Hela's clothes are not the tights before. Now she has changed her lower body to marten leather boots and leather pants, and her upper body has changed to a dark green bottoming shirt and a short leather jacket with a waist. In this way, Hela looks very locomotive as a whole. Very special cool. It's completely different from the Hela that Suyi saw a few hours ago. It's like being a different person. And Hela saw Suyi sized herself up. She lifted her chin slightly proudly. As long as I modify it a little, I will be the most beautiful woman in Asgard. Even the goddess Frigg is not as good looking as me. In all fairness, it seems to be true. But it doesn't matter. Important. What are you doing here again? Suyi asked coldly. I said it. Hela stared at Suyi. I want you. Then there is nothing to talk about. And Gwen was stunned after hearing this sentence. Then he asked Hela. Mom, what are you thinking? It's night. Daydreams have to be done during the day. After finishing speaking, Gwen thought for a while. Definitely. If you are willing to be Suyi's mistress, then I will agree on Sheeta's behalf. This is what Gwen said on purpose, because most women can't accept such words, unless she is bitch. But Hela is neither a bitch nor a normal person. Instead, She thought for a moment and said, "So your name is Su-Yi. As long as you help me regain the throne of Asgard, I can make you my queen, and my queen can be only you." "Gwen?" "Su-Yi." Here. Gwen turned her head and looked at Su-Yi. Gwen nodded her head, indicating that the woman's brain is fine. "What are you talking about? Is the channel right?" And Su-Yi spread his hands helplessly, indicating that this woman has mental problems, and the version of her thinking is still thousands of years ago. So her way of speaking was normal at that time. It's just not normal now. Gwen nodded, saying yes. And Hela watched the two of them unmoved. She also reacted. "Oh yes, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Hela, goddess of death, daughter of God King Odin, future God King of Asgard. Now that I have just broken through the seal, I urgently need strength to help me take back Asgard and kill that useless Odin. That's why I need you, Su-Yi. No matter what the price is, no matter what you ask for, as long as I have it, I can give it to you. As long as you can help me win the throne of God King, I can give you all the gold and silver treasures of Asgard, even my body. I recognize your strength, owner of Phoenix Force. Come on, my baby." Hela spoke with high emotion, like a newly resurrected king, full of ambition. "It feels like Qin Shi Huang has been resurrected and asked you to spend money to form an army. At that time, the mountains and rivers laid down will be mine, but the treasures can be given to you." "What the hell is this?" Gwen was stunned after hearing Hela's words. She turned to look at Su-Yi with questioning eyes, but Su-Yi could only nod his head and said, "It's true. She is Thor's sister, and comes from Asgard like Thor." This surprised Gwen, nor did she think this crazy woman actually came for real. That is what she just said true? What to do then? Su-Yi also thought about it, then looked to Hela. "So, your purpose is to let me help you regain Asgard, kill Odin, and let you sit on the throne of God King, right?" Hela nodded. "Yes. But why should I help you?" Su-Yi asked, puzzled. "If you come up and bluff, I will help you." That and you suddenly get a text message. The text message said that I am an alien, and now the spaceship has crashed and there is no money to eat. UV50 come over and I will eat KFC, and then when I rule the earth, I will hang all the capitalists with street lamps. You can do whatever you want. Then will you this 50? Can you? But Hela frowned. "I will give you the reward you deserve. I can give you half of Asgard's financial report. Even the position of God Queen is fine, and I only belong to 10 of you." This seems to be a very rich reward in Hela. It's money again, and it's the position of the Queen of God. And when the time comes, she will be the God King. That is to say, Su-Yi will be the God King at that time. Cough cough cough. "But Su-Yi already has Wanda and Gwen. And you're still saying that in front of Gwen?" So the corner of his mouth twitched. Said speechlessly, "Then why do you think that you need this position more than wealth, or that you need your body more?" Upon hearing this, Gwen hugged Su-Yi's arm happily. "That's right. Su doesn't lack anything. You can go now." This is already true. No lack of money, no lack of power, no lack of body rights. As soon as he made a move some time ago, he gained the highest control over the holy place. So isn't that high enough? Ancient One's strength is the same as Odin's level Godfather. Okay. Moreover, Su-Yi's strength does not need to be proved by rights. Power is useless in front of absolute strength. So listen to what Su-Yi and Wanda said. Hela's face became very uncomfortable. Meet a man who has everything. Then it will be difficult. Hela was thinking. If she were to face Asgard alone now, that's as long as Odin is around. No matter how many dissident armies she summons, it won't be enough to watch, because Odin's strength is completely above her. What's more, Odin's divine power has been stored for so many years, and the only chance to break the game, it is Su-Yi with Phoenix Force. And after seeing Hela's silence, Su-Yi put his arms around Gwen and turned around to go downstairs. There was a lot of wind on the roof of the building, but the two just turned and walked to the door. "Wait." Hela stopped Su-Yi. "Well." Su-Yi sighed. For the sake of her being the great princess of Asgard. Su-Yi patted Gwen's waist. "Go back first. I'll come down later." "Yeah." Gwen nodded obediently, and went down by herself. Then Su-Yi turned around. Walking up to Hela, he said word for word. "You want me to do it for you or Asgard? Sorry, none of you deserve it. Don't talk about becoming a god. I will even consider it if you treat me as a pet." After speaking, Su-Yi patted Hela's shoulder. "Let's go back." The Phoenix Force surged. The power of space used by Su-Yi. For a moment, at the same time that Hela just opened his mouth, her figure disappeared. This was forced to be teleported away by Su-Yi. Su-Yi didn't leave her too far either. Just dropped it at the Avengers base. If only she could come out. Then talk about the future. If you get caught, you can't get out. That just saves trouble. Then, Su-Yi is coming down. The one who came was Gwen, who opened the door and waited for Su-Yi to come back. Gwen hugged Su-Yi. "Where did she go?" "I lost it to the Avengers base." Su-Yi smiled. "If she can fight it out, we'll talk about the rest." Say yes. But in fact, it was Su-Yi who was thinking about how to send Hela away. Want him to help take down Asgard? Why should he go? Regardless of his affairs. Asgard anyway. Does Ragnarok have anything to do with him? The whole of Asgard has nothing to do with Su-Yi. So what do they do? But Gwen heard a little talk. Immediately my heart felt a little tight, because what Hela said just now is too bold. Any gold, silver, treasure, rights, even the body can be given. This is almost irresistible to anyone. but luckily the target is Su Yi. That's why Su Yi refused. But Gwen still felt a great threat. Gwen can accept Wanda's words, because Gwen knows Wanda, and Wang Yin is also a good girl. But Hela looks like a crazy woman. Not a good-looking woman, is a bad woman. So Gwen disagrees for now. Think here. Gwen hugged Su Yi and asked, "Does that lunatic have a good figure?" Su Yi, "I have you, Gwen." Gwen smiled happily when she heard it, but she still whispered in Su Yi's ear, "Then you try it?" The moment I heard this, Su Yi's eyes showed a strong fighting spirit. "It's on fire." "I will." Clatter tilde. Suddenly, there was the sound of running water in the room. As for the battle afterwards, Gwen's ending can only be described as horrible. Was beaten by Su Yi until he fell into a deep sleep at 1.1. What a tragedy. As for Hela's matter, how could Gwen care about it? It's all over. However, Su Yi's view of Hela is random. He doesn't need to care about Asgard. Just leave that thing to fend for itself. Need him to operate. By the time of Ragnarok, Asgard will naturally be gone. Even if Hela doesn't go, the constriction of the timeline will still cause Asgard to be destroyed in another way. Then it will still be Ragnarok. At the same time, after the news of the mutant race was broadcast on the New York News, several Eternal Race members who had already lived in the city were shocked when they saw it. Mutated race? Aren't they all dead? Great gift, Xeed. No. You have to contact other people quickly. What should we do? What should we do with the mission entrusted to us by the gods? All over the country, different Eternals have different ideas in their hearts. They are the first members of the Celestial Group sent to incubate the newborn Celestial Group in the heart of the Earth. But after so many years of development, the group has long since parted ways. But now after seeing the appearance of the mutant race, there was a sense of crisis in the hearts of everyone. And each member thinks differently. Some people think whether to pay or not. Some people think whether to destroy it or not. But someone else noticed Su Yi. In a deserted place, an Eternal with a one-punch Superman is cooking. But after he heard the news on the radio, he was stunned. Mutants actually appeared in New York. Not only that, but that Scarlet Witch has magic. So will this cure his wife? Maybe try it. But whatever. Tonight's Avengers base is going to be exciting. 066. Hela breaks into the Avengers Alliance. Make friends with Wanda. After being forcibly teleported to the Avengers base by Su Yi, Hela looked around. Haven't found anything out of the ordinary yet. But the next moment, beep 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 tilde. Yes, the intelligence system of the Avengers base directly sounded the alarm. Boom 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 tilde. And a large number of floor-to-ceiling windows began to drop alloy gates to protect the interior of the base. Hela glanced at her surroundings. She knew right away that she was going into a bad place. Swish. Hela put on the cloak, and took out the Night Sky Sword with a wave of both hands. And then, superheroes appeared one after another in the Avengers base. But the odd one is, only Natasha Romanoff, Vision, War Machine, and Wanda came out tonight, and everyone else was gone. After many superheroes left the base, Natasha Romanoff, holding a gun, walked forward with many superheroes and asked Hela, "Who are you and why are you invading the Avengers base?" War Machine just sent out a press conference and hasn't left yet. He looked at the report in the base and said to everyone, "This person appeared out of the blue. She might be magical. Be careful." War Machine also raised a machine gun in both hands. But Wanda looked at Hela. "It always feels a little weird." "What's wrong, Wanda?" Wanda is now the #1 combat force. Natasha Romanoff has been keeping an eye on Wanda, so Wanda frowned, and Nata asked immediately. "Nothing." Wanda recalled the feeling just now and said, "I seem to feel Su's breath just now." Wanda's feeling is not wrong, because Hela was really sent over by Su Yi's force. And Hela, after hearing Wanda mention Su, she asked decisively and curiously, "You know Su?" As soon as this sentence came out, several members of the Avengers Alliance exchanged glances. Then Natasha Romanoff stepped up to answer. "Which Su? Please tell me your full name." "Su Yi." "Broken." "Really no." Natasha Romanoff and Wanda exchanged glances. Everyone didn't know whether it was good or bad that this person knew Su Yi. What if it's an enemy? Although Su Yi is a bad guy from 9 to 5, the world is full of wonders. What if there are people who don't like him? So Natasha Romanoff thought about it. Still she stood up, but put away the gun and said, "You know Su, what does it have to do with your invasion of the Avengers base?" "1. State your reasons clearly, or leave quickly." Hela heard this. With her wisdom, she directly knew that this group of people should know Su, even familiar. So if she really hit, it would be equivalent to hitting Su's friend. Then it is absolutely impossible to ask Su to help him again. So, Hela thought about it. She also put away the 2 Night Sky Swords in her hand. He also changed his clothes back into a leather jacket and smiled. "Su asked me to come. The teleportation is not ready. Something happened, but I don't know why he asked me to come. Maybe. Let me know you better." "And him?" As expected, after hearing that it was Su who asked her to come, the weapons that everyone did lay down, and Hela also put down her weapon in advance to indicate that she would not use force. So this kind of goodwill made everyone relax. And, fortunately, Hela changed her hairstyle, clothes and makeup. Otherwise, she will be the same as before. Even if Hela said these words now, the Avengers Alliance wouldn't believe it. "Look at your ugly face." Still, Natasha Romanoff is wary. She doesn't believe everything the other person says. Please indicate your identity and source. And what kind of clothes Sue is wearing today? What kind of army is he driving? Natasha Romanoff said so. Everyone nodded and said yes. And Hela thought for a while, reorganized the language and replied, "My name is Hela Odinson, from Asgard." Sue's car is red, and she wears a black coat and a white shirt. Hela didn't know which brand Sue-Yi's car was, but it does not matter. She pierced it so she knew it was red. Not to mention the color of the clothes. When Sue-Yi pinched her face at night, Hela could even smell the fragrance on Sue-Yi's clothes. Definitely not the other flavors. It is the elegant taste of the wilderness in the laundry detergent. Odinson, Hela, you are from Asgard. After hearing Hela's last name and hometown, War Machine and Natasha Romanoff reacted immediately. This is the man from the same place as Thor. Who are you from Thor? Thor? Hela replied, he is my brother. Natasha Romanoff frowned in thought. She hadn't heard that Thor had a sister either. But all the questions that should be asked are over. There is no fighting spirit on the other side. Did not want to attack either. It's not a problem for the two sides to be so stalemate. So Natasha Romanoff exchanged glances with the crowd. The one who agrees to let her in nods. If you disagree, don't move. As a result, they all that nodded. So Natasha Romanoff said, okay, you can come in. Hearing this, Hela smiled. So Hela walked into the Avengers base like this, and observed by Hela. She could feel that once there was a problem with Sue-Yi. Everyone looked at Wanda first. So Hela asked while walking next to Wanda. Sue is a wonderful man, don't you think? Everyone was still walking. Now he stopped again when he heard Hela's words. Wanda also looked at Hela scrutinizingly. What do you want to say? When Hela saw it this way, she knew that she had asked the wrong question. At the same time, she also knew that Wanda definitely had something to do with Sue. Otherwise, her words should not have been scrutinized. No, I mean he is very powerful, very capable, Hela quickly explained. Now she wants to collect as much information as possible about Sue-Yi, and build a good relationship with Sue-Yi's friends. Only in this way can Sue-Yi be won over. This is what Hela learned in her previous career in war. And Wanda nodded in agreement after hearing Hela's new explanation. Yes, Sue is fantastic. He is the best man in my heart. Hear this nasty words. The people walked and chatted again. Please, Wanda, if you express your love like this again, we are cute and jealous. It's true. Wanda smiled. Hela on the side nodded. It seems that Sue-Yi is not a heartless person emotionally. He just treats everyone with respect. But also more sentimental. Or what about that Gwen, and this Wanda? But in Hela's eyes, the strong can indeed have wives and concubines. Strength is the only measure of the standard. As long as you are strong, do whatever you want. So what's the point of marrying more wives? As long as you love them both. Then this also shows that you are an excellent man with charm, ability and management skills. It is a hot and precious resource among many girls. So at this point, Hela gave Sue-Yi another super high score. Follow the crowd into the Avengers base. Natasha Romanoff poured everyone a glass of ice water. Everyone sat in front of the sofa and started chatting. By the way, check out Hela's tone of voice or something. Definitely. Everyone knows what to talk about and what not to talk about. Everyone just chatted about previous events, such as various crises and so on. Wanda has encountered this a lot recently. So let Wanda talk about it. And Wanda talked a lot about the crisis he and Sue-Yi encountered, such as rats, lizardmen and so on. Everyone chatted a lot. Hela is silently absorbing the cognition. Suddenly, an overhead shot was thrown beside the living room. It's Tony's 3D projection. This projection startled Hela at first. She thought it was teleported again, because Tony's projection is extremely real, almost exactly the same as the reality, and there is no difference. And Hela recognized it right away. Or because she can feel the breath of life and the dead. And Tony's projection has nothing. What's wrong? Tony. Seeing Tony's reasoning, Natasha Romanoff immediately felt something was wrong. Tony was about to say something. But after seeing Hela, he looked to everyone and asked, who is she? Earth has no data on her. Natasha Romanoff looked at Hela and explained. Her name is Hela Odinson, from Asgard, Thor's sister. Thor has a sister? Tony froze for a moment. But after hearing that it was Thor's sister, Tony felt he could say it. Still have to be sure. Tony asked Hela, will you kill people randomly, like that Loki named the reindeer? Hela shook her head. I can guarantee that there will be no random killings in Midgard. Midgard? Everyone was taken aback. It's like Thor said it too. Midgard equals Earth, just a different name in Asgard. But it doesn't matter, as long as it doesn't kill people randomly on the Earth. They don't care about other places. So Tony continued. Okay, it's urgent. According to Friday's tip, Captain America secretly took Winter Soldier, Hawkeye, Falcon, Ant-Man to the German airport. War Machine Rhodes was puzzled. What are they going to the German airport for? Tony's face was ugly. They are ready to protest against the normal implementation of the Sokovia Agreement. And once this happens, Avengers will suffer a serious loss in meaning, and we may disband directly. So I need you to rest as soon as possible, and tomorrow we will take a private jet to stop their stupid behavior. As soon as this statement came out, everyone fell into silence. It's not that they don't want to go. Rather, they are thinking, as long as they go, It means that the Avengers have been divided into two factions. One faction is the liberal faction of Captain America. One faction is Tony's conservative faction. But to put it simply, it's the Avengers' internal split. Civil War. Tony looked at everyone. I know you are hesitation, but this must be done, or you can stay neutral, go or not. But Avengers is my father's brainchild, and I won't allow it to disband because of Captain America. Tony. The words moved everyone a little bit, and it was Captain America who took the lead and secretly led the team to stop it. Why didn't he discuss it with everyone? Why doesn't he explain it? Why didn't he make it clear? This made everyone feel betrayed. So everyone looked at each other. They all nodded and said, no problem. Gather tomorrow morning. After everyone discusses, Natasha Romanoff suddenly remembered something. Look back at Hela. Only then did everyone react. There is an outsider here. What should this person do? And Hela watched everyone look at him. She can't give up the opportunity to get together. And Hela just listened. This is going to fight, right? If she can help everyone, is it the same as helping Su-Yi's friend? Does that mean there is a better chance to win over Su-Yi? Hela thought so. So he grabbed Wanda's arm. I can help too. Call me if you need to fight. You are all Su's friends, and I can help you too. Everyone looked at each other. Although I don't know how powerful Hela is, both Thor and Hela come from Asgard. And she's Thor's sister. Surely it's not weak, right? And now is the time to lack combat power. So everyone nodded. Okay, let's rest together. The next day, 8 in the morning, Su-Yi woke up holding Gwen's melon. After feeling warm again, Su-Yi couldn't help holding it again, twisting it, coughing and coughing again. Sleeping Gwen let out a nasal sound. Then he covered Su-Yi's hand with his hand to prevent it from moving. That is not allowed to play. Su-Yi definitely retreated first. Snapped. He snapped his fingers. The whole house became clean again. Su-Yi got up and took a hot shower. Definitely, this hot bath is just for comfort, because of the magic hit just now. Even Gwen, who was still sleeping, was clean in 447. After taking a shower, Su-Yi wrapped himself in a scarf and returned to the bed. Then turn on the phone to see if there are any new news. All expected. Scarlet Witch solves the crisis again. The giant monster is beheaded and eliminated. Citizens once again suggested that Scarlet Witch quit Avengers and team up with Miss Spider to become a superhero goddess group. The superhero goddess group received a lot of support from the public. The male god group also appeared, but the members discussed and encouraged. And then the male god group disbanded. PSST. See last message. Su-Yi couldn't help laughing. The fans of the male god group really fought each other. The fans of the goddess group are different. All licking dogs. What's the noise then? At most, everyone discusses who looks better and quarrels together. But Su-Yi clicked his tongue and felt a little strange. The goddess group now has two members, Wanda and Gwen. As a result, one was lying beside him, and the other was about to die. If it is exposed in the future, will he still show his face on the road? It seems to be a little hanging. It's fine if it's an ordinary person. The key is that he is more likely to be noticed if he is handsome. Well, it seems that I have to be more low-key in the future. After thinking about it, Su-Yi looked at other news. Among them is the message Wanda sent to himself in the middle of the night. Sue, a woman came to the base. She said she was Hela, from Asgard, Thor's sister, or your friend. Captain America secretly took people to organize the Sokovia agreement. Tomorrow Tony will take us to stop it. I want to see it too. 17. But Hela has also gone, and we've boarded Tony's private jet and are heading to Germany. Hela said she would help Sue's friend. I don't know who she is, but I always feel that she is a bit strange. Su-Yi. No. What's the situation? What happened last night? How did you become friends? Why is Hela going to help you fight Captain America again? What kind of plot is this? Why haven't I seen it? Su-Yi sat on the bed in a daze. How could the plot develop like this after one night? Is this nuclear lithium? Hela will be friends with people. Shouldn't she be throwing a tantrum and mingling with the Avengers? Su-Yi thought about many endings. For example, Hela was kicked out. For example, Hela fought the Avengers Alliance, but only unexpected. Hela will be friends with the Avengers Alliance, still be friends with Wanda? What are you doing? Hela, at the moment's intuition told Su-Yi that this Hela must have other ideas, and definitely for yourself. Well, at this time, feeling that Su-Yi came back, Gwen stepped forward and hugged Su-Yi's thigh in a daze. Su-Yi tapped Gwen. Cough cough. Aren't you going to school? Holiday. Gwen muttered. Today is Saturday. Well, he forgot. Students are on weekends, so cool. 067. Steven arrives in Kamar-Taj. Steak and egg fried rice. But soon Su-Yi also realized, wrong. His 9-to-5 system and his own psychological studio also have holidays. He is 955, not 957. And check-in is 5 get 2 free, and you can still check in after 2 days off. So he can rest today and tomorrow too. So you could only speak. Double break is great. Anyway, after knowing that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be off, Su-Yi said nothing. Let's go back to sleep with Gwen first. Anyway, Hela has already gone to Germany with them. Then go and go. Can I still go and pull her back? So before going back to sleep, Su-Yi took out his phone and sent a message to Wanda. The one named Hela can be left alone. What about her? You can talk to her or ignore her. In short, she has no good intentions. After sending the message, as soon as Su-Yi lost his phone, He hugged Gwen and continued to sleep. As for clothes, what clothes? Su-Yi doesn't wear any clothes when he sleeps. Gwen was definitely brought by Su-Yi. She wore a bra a few times before, but the back was pulled off by Su-Yi. Afterwards, it was completely the same as Su-Yi. Cough cough cough. At the same time, in the Himalayas, a person wrapped in a wind scarf, carrying a school bag, and wearing gloves but still trembling came here. After seeing the courtyard town in the distance, Stephen took her off his scarf, looked at the address given by Su-Yi, and let out a sigh of relief. Finally reached. So many days have passed. Stephen has since arrived at the outskirts of the mountains hundreds of kilometers away. He came here on foot, because Su-Yi told him, "You must have a sincere heart to find this holy place." Here is Stephen's only hope. How could he not be sincere? You must know that before the injury is healed, Stephen knew there was no cure for his hands. He is a surgeon. No one knows his situation better than him. And here is the only hope. At the same time, the words left by Su-Yi. I also hope that Stephen can face this opportunity sincerely, and do better than normal futures. A few hours later, inside the town where Stephen came, he looked at the sparse crowd around him, as well as the vegetable sellers and farm tools, and he was a little dazed. This is a holy place, real or fake? Stephen took out the address with trembling hands and looked at it. It's around here. Is it true or false? No. It must be true. Snapped. Stephen slapped himself. Sue won't lie to himself. The Holy Land must be nearby. Just look for it yourself. Must be able to get started. That's all. Stephen took the address note and started asking people. This was prepared before he came. This address has been translated into more than 100 common languages by him. Stephen couldn't believe that no one knew this line. Hey, oily spike Ingrid shit. Okay, do you know where this is? Excuse me. Do you know where this is? That's all. A few hours later, Stephen looked at the address and fell into thought. Why still can't find it? He just asked at least 100 or 200 people. But no one knows where this is. Why? Could it be that he was in the wrong place? Shouldn't he be asking here? Thinking of this, Stephen immediately took the address and ran to other places to start asking. At the same time, Ancient One Shrine in Kamar-Taj. In an attic, Wang knocked on the door and came in and said, Ancient One Magician, there is an ordinary person in the town who keeps asking about the location of the temple. Ancient One opened his eyes and nodded. Bring him in. Wang nodded, then went out to find Stephen, and Stephen in the town asked for directions again. At the moment, he asked and saw a fat, but strangely dressed man. The weirder Stephen is now, the more he wants to ask. So he hurried to the king. Sorry to bother you. Here, follow me. Wang didn't talk nonsense. Let Stephen follow directly. Stephen was taken aback. But the king was already turning away. This can't be a bad guy, can it? Stephen thought so first. But this is his only chance. So Stephen followed. In this way, Wang led Stephen around, finally stopped in front of a kingshi wall. Go in tilde. After Wang finished speaking, he continued to move forward. What? Stephen was taken aback. He was about to say something just now. I saw Wang directly passing through the kingshi wall and walking into the wall. Damn. Stephen didn't react at first. After that is the excitement. The address Sue gave is correct. Sue didn't lie to me. Sue, you are my god. Stephen walked towards kingshi with excitement. He also thought that he could melt into it like a king. But, after a sound of hitting the wall appeared, Stephen backed away holding his nose, and the king came out from inside the wall again. Oh, I forgot you don't know how to spell. Then come with me. Finished. Wang suppressed a smile. Then lean on the wall that Stephen entered together. After the two entered the wall, what caught the eye was the venue that suddenly expanded several times. Attics, courtyards, martial arts fields, stairs. The superposition of these buildings has a very sense of history. Stephen also felt that he had come to the right place. Thus the two passed throughout Midgard. Stephen looked at the people coming and going and asked Wang, are these magicians? Wang Chi looked at Stephen strangely. You know magicians? Definitely. Stephen looked back at Wang and said, a friend of mine who was hiding in front of me showed it to me, and he also asked me to come. As soon as this statement came out, Wang suddenly frowned. You must know that rumors about the Holy Land of Magicians are serious matters. Once this kind of thing happens, then the magician who came out of the Holy Land must come back to accept punishment. Otherwise, the high-level magician will go to him, then bring him back for punishment. So the king asked very seriously, who told you here? Stephen looked at Wang's serious face and knew that something had happened. It seems that this place cannot be nonsense, and he would definitely not betray Sue. So Stephen pretended not to understand and explained, a friend. I only know his surname is Sue. I don't know anything else. I really don't know. As soon as Stephen finished speaking, he felt that no one believed what he said. But the result is that after the king heard this sentence, the brows are no longer wrinkled. It's normal. It's all right. Let's go. Stephen stared at Wang, who walked away without saying a word, and was also taken aback. That's how he believed it? Why? Stephen didn't understand, but he had to hurry up. After the two approached again, Wang looked ahead and asked Stephen softly at the same time, the Sue you mentioned has only 2 characters in his name, right? Know all this? Stephen was shocked, but he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Have no idea. Wang cast Stephen a look. Probably know the situation. Handsome than you, a little taller than you, black hair, Good temperament, right? Hear hear. Stephen was shocked. He asked Wang directly. Do you know him? Wang didn't answer. He didn't dare to answer this sentence. Fortunately, the two had arrived at the door of Ancient One's attic. Wang pushed open the door, and Stephen Yuanbo went in. Go in. The Ancient One magician is waiting for you. Stephen took a last look at Wang, then went into the attic. One in. A man in a yellow robe is turning his back on himself. Wait until Stephen walks over. Only then did Ancient One turn around. Stephen looked at Ancient One, and then at his hands. Can my hands still heal? Ancient One heard this sentence. I was taken aback for a moment. She looked at Stephen again and asked, when Sue asked you to come, didn't he tell you why you came? Why are you here? Besides, they all know Sue, but Stephen shook his head. Sue told me that here is my future. That's right. Ancient One nodded, waved his hand and said, the king will guide you to get familiar with this place. You follow him, and after receiving the things, you can practice here. Now it was Stephen's turn to be stunned. Want to live here? But my hand. Before Stephen finished speaking, Ancient One interrupted. It's up to you. All right. Stephen folded his hands. In this time, he was not beaten out of the soul by the opponent, because Stephen knew the existence of magician. And how could he not know about Scarlet Witch? Stephen knew about the existence of magicians, so Stephen is not as impatient and arrogant as before. Instead, he sank his heart, willing to learn. The reason why he is the current psychological quality. One is Su Yi's position and sense of security in his heart. The second is that the existence of magician and superheroes worldview made him understand the world again, knowing that this world is not simple. Stephen went in quickly. It came out fast too. The king on the side heard this. He beckoned Stephen to leave the road. Let's go, I'll take you to your future room, and clothes and things. Stephen looked at the clothes the magician was wearing outside. I'm going to wear these clothes similar to school uniforms in the future. You don't need to wear it. Wang looked at Stephen, but it will allow you to learn magic quickly. Okay, I'll wear it. Don't let anyone snatch it from me. Wait for the two to walk halfway. Stephen asked on a whim. Then if I wear two pieces at the same time, will the learning speed be x2? Can I keep my phone? No, this will affect your concentration. You can only get your phone back after you become a magician or quit. Then when can I move freely? After you become a magician, you can move freely. Wait until you become a magician. That's all. Stephen remained in Kamar-Taj, started to learn spells and become a new life of magician. New York at the moment. The roof of the northern building. Su Yi and Gwen were wearing pajamas, but they continued to play the rest of yesterday's game in a vacuum. That is, two people. And during this time, Su Yi and Gwen have reached the final level. Below the final stage and band, the characters controlled by the two go through various levels, including tunnels, musical instruments, and park. Characters controlled by Gwen and Su Yi perform a concert. An exquisite performance was completed in front of the crowd. The last two passed through the tunnel of illusion. Let the men and women under their control kiss each other once. Finally in a blank, two game characters also returned to the real world. Clear customs tilde. After seeing the customs clearance, Gwen jumped up from Su Yi's arms happily. This is the first time the two have cooperated to play a customs clearance game, which is very commemorative. So Gwen was bouncing around happily. He also took out his mobile phone and took a picture of two people holding PS5 controllers, and the background is a photo of two people passing the customs in a row. I'm going to post this picture on Facebook and TikTok. Let my classmates envy me. Sue, can I? Because there is Su Yi in the photo. Gwen wants to ask Su Yi's opinion, but Su Yi asked suspiciously, but do you think about the consequences of being seen by your father? It's okay. Gwen put her hands on her hips. I blocked my parents a long time ago. Okay, so filial. Great filial piety to the family members. Su Yi couldn't laugh or cry when he heard this. Then you pass it on. I don't care. No one in the public knows me. See, this is the benefit of being a superhero on the sideline. You can even have a public life and hardly affected. But like Black Widows, Iron Man, Thor, Captain America, will they do it? Definitely not. If Captain America made a mistake and posted a bird photo, the internet would be blown up. His bright image collapsed directly. But Su Yi is different. Even if he becomes famous and gets blasted, it doesn't matter because he is not a good person. Well, as long as I'm a ruin, the character design will not collapse. So Gwen happily uploaded the photos. At the moment it's already afternoon. There was a sound of hunger in Gwen's belly. The two of them just had breakfast so far. As for lunch, forgot to play games. Just remembering now that I'm hungry. I'll cook. You get out the dessert and drinks and get Gwen ready. Su Yi put down the handle and got up to cook. In the previous check-in, Su Yi punched in the master's recipes of various dishes, such as braised pork, spaghetti beef, Guyanese, steak, instant noodles and so on. None of these can be done, because Su Yi didn't buy food. But there are steaks at home. So Su Yi is going to fry the steak, then fry it, and mix it into the egg fried rice. Yes, it is like that. Sue, I'm here to help Tilda. After Gwen took out the milk tea for the two of them. Bouncing around, he followed Su Yi into the kitchen. But after seeing Su Yi's operation of frying the steak, cutting it into pieces, and finally mixing it into fried rice with eggs. Gwen was puzzled. "What's this?" "Steak and egg fried rice, Miss Spider." After Suyi finished speaking, he thought about it and added another sentence. "Super plus 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 pro plus max luxurious steak and egg fried rice." In Gwen's curiosity, Suyi brought 2 plates of steak and egg fried rice to the table. Then start at the same time as Gwen. The result is naturally, tilde. Gwen nearly ate the plate. A tilde, a tilde, a tilde. The corner of Suyi's mouth twitched. Gwen poured slowly, making a sound like xiaozu. If it wasn't for the person in front of him, it would be Gwen. Suyi thought it was his pet. "Don't choke." After Suyi finished speaking, he started to dazzle himself. As a result, Gwen picked up her own milk tea in an instant. Gulu tilde, gulu tilde, gulu tilde, ah tilde. Okay. Suyi ate his own fried rice. After Gwen finished eating, he took the initiative to wash his own dishes. Suyi is very satisfied with this. But after a while, Suyi just finished eating. "Shall we go outside and play?" Gwen Gang suggested song. A message came from Suyi's cell phone. "Take it out and have a look." It's from Wanda. "Wanda, Sue, we are at an airport Indigo. Captain America and Iron Man are about to fight. Who should I help or not? I am very hesitation now." Seeing this, Suyi showed the information to Gwen. "How about going to Indigo Airport in the afternoon?" "Okay tilde 068. Wanda's open relationship. Suyi plays Captain America. Before Suyi and Gwen had dinner. Indigo Airport. After the last chase and fight, both sides converged on the hapless airport flat. Tony looked at Winter Soldier standing next to Captain America. "So for him, you must come to the country first, and then go to the UN Parliament, right?" Captain America looked at Winter Soldier. "It's sort of just for a criminal to divide the Avengers, to cause a civil war among the Avengers." "Tony, Bucky is not a criminal, he is being controlled, and my purpose is to free all superheroes, not to divide." "But that's what you do." Tony came up with a confrontation with Captain America. People from both sides stood on both sides. The former teammates at the moment all looked at each other with bad eyes. This is the Civil War. Tony turned to look at the other Avengers Alliance members. Ant-Man he didn't know. Both Falcon and Captain America are from the military, so that's normal. But Tony asked, looking at Hawkeye, "Why did you join his team?" Hawkeye held the bow in one hand, pinched the arrow in the other, and raised his eyebrows. "I have no choice. If the superhero registration law is officially implemented, my family will not be able to live a normal life. So I have to prevent the normal implementation of this agreement. Unless I withdrew from the team and took my family into hiding." Hawkeye said the slightly unfeeling words in a flat tone. "But it's also true. Family is definitely bigger than teammates. If the life of the family cannot be guaranteed, then Hawkeye chooses to protect the family. Once the superhero registration law is implemented, all superheroes have to go on board. Otherwise, it is considered a violation of the law. And the superhero's family also needs to board the plane. You even have to give a permanent address, and your family must live there. And you are not allowed to move. Even if you move, you need to notify. In other words, family members also need to be monitored. Can this be tolerated?" "I quit." So everyone was a little silent after hearing Hawkeye's explanation. Because Hawkeye was right. He has his reasons. "Okay, no problem." Tony understood too. Then he nodded and looked at Captain America again. "So, you insist on blocking the progress of the agreement now, don't you?" "Then I should ask you." At this time, Captain America looked at Tony and asked back, "If you were pushed down this road, what would you do?" As soon as this sentence came out, Tony was stunned, and a lot of memories appeared. After half a sound, he came back and said, "I once had a chance to allow superheroes to completely protect this planet, but the plan failed and caused irreparable consequences. Now we have no chance. It is impossible for superhero to fight against the world. That violates our original intention." 640. "If I am like you, Avengers can only be disbanded or become a subsidiary force of the United Nations. And we can only hide, and we will never be able to show our faces and let justice shine." Tony also has Tony's problems. He tried, but he failed. The only chance is gone. Rebellion means the Stark Corporation is gone. The Avengers are gone. Everything is gone. Pepper's good life is gone, too. Tony isn't free like Captain America. There is a group of people behind him. He can't be willful anymore. At the moment, Tony is like an adult, but Captain America is like an immature child. Here, Captain America, including everyone, nodded. "It seems that we all have our own reasons, don't we?" Captain America spread his hands. "Then what should we do now?" Natasha Romanoff looked at her former teammates and sighed. "There's nothing to talk about." Captain America shook his head. "No matter what, we have to leave within an hour, and no one can stop us." Hearing this, everyone was silent for a while. "That means there is nothing to talk about. That is to say, Avengers, Civil War is really coming." At the moment the rear of the crowd. Wanda looked at everyone very hesitation. In all fairness, no one here treats her badly, but they also treat her so well. So strictly speaking, Wanda has the same attitude towards everyone here, all colleagues. But now the problem. Colleagues strike up. What to do? So in this hesitation, Wanda took out her phone and secretly sent a message to Suyi. Meanwhile Tony's Friday moment reminder. "Sir, Miss Wanda is sending a message to Mr. Suyi. Do you want to intercept it? Tony froze for a moment. He thought quickly. Wanda isn't strictly sure which side to take. And Tony thought he knew Su-Yi. The two are still working together. So if Su-Yi comes over, Tony seems to have a better chance of winning. Then Tony ordered decisively. Do not intercept, speed up sending. So Su-Yi received a text message. But here the text message has just been sent. Wanda's little trick was definitely seen by Hawkeye and Captain America too. The two exchanged glances, then immediately ran towards the airport. The rest of Ant-Man and Winter Soldier quickly followed. Tony. Natasha Romanoff immediately reminded Captain America when she saw Captain America taking people away. I know. Tony's face darkened. He raised the energy cannon in his hand and started, bombarding them to stop, and Captain America used the shield when Tony was forced to defend. That's all. Civil war is imminent. The other side. Upstate building in New York. Su-Yi and Gwen had just changed their clothes and were about to go downstairs. Gwen changed into her spider battlesuit. Is brand new. As for why it's all new, because the old ones were torn up by Su-Yi. And Su-Yi also changed into a more everyday shirt and slacks. Then put on the shoes and went out with the jumping Gwen. First get off the independent elevator to the underground garage. Only then did Gwen react and ask, Sue, how do we go to Digo? If we go normally, we will be exempted. Pop tilde. Su-Yi patted her little cheek. Give it to me. The two came to the underground garage and found the fiery red sky. Gwen was taken aback. You want to bring the car too? Slap tilde. Su-Yi patted Gwen's small chest a little harder. Tell me to leave it to me. This hit was a little heavy. Gwen rubbed her backside and pouted. Bullying. But Su-Yi turned his back on him. Gwen smiled again. I do not know what happened. Gwen still likes Su-Yi beating herself not too lightly but not too hard. The two came to the front and back of the car. Su-Yi raised his hand and made a gesture of snapping his fingers and asked, Are you ready, Gwen? Put on your hood. Huh? Gwen was taken aback, and immediately put on the hood with white-pink eye sockets. Then Su-Yi snapped his fingers. The Phoenix Force surged instantly, and in the underground garage, the two of them disappeared in an instant. Next moment, Indigo Airport. Captain America is fighting Iron Man. Natasha Romanoff is holding Hawkeye, and Wanda looked left and right, waved his hands directly, and used origin magic power to grab Falcon and Winter Soldier and trap them. What? Winter Soldier was stunned when he saw that he was caught by a scarlet ability. And no matter how hard he struggles, he can't break free from the shackles of energy. It's like being imprisoned. What is this? Winter Soldier was controlled for so many years. It has long been derailed from the normal world. Magic is really too unknown in his eyes. Damn it. And Falcon almost pissed himself when he saw this red energy wrapping himself. He knows how powerful this energy is. The truck can be squeezed into a ball by Wanda. Then the two of them have not been squeezed into scum? He yelled frantically at Captain America. Captain, Winter Soldier asked in bewilderment when he saw Falcon almost being in fear. Why are you so afraid? What the hell is this? And Falcon has no time to explain. Now as long as Wanda wants to, he can turn into a blood mist in 2 seconds. So Falcon could only scream like hell. Captain America, Captain America. Captain America turned his head when he heard a voice. He also panicked instantly. Civil wars are civil wars. But killing each other is internal killing. This is much worse than a civil war. And once life is counted, that is the end of endless death. Don't want. Captain America kicks Iron Man away. Then yell at Wanda. Don't kill them. Wanda in the distance was taken aback. She didn't want to kill either. Just pinch and play. Don't let go. Even they fight. So Wanda thought about it. She flipped her hands, made 2 bangs, and said after pressing Falcon and Winter Soldier to the ground, no problem. But the two of them have to disconnect for a while. In this way, Wanda can no longer participate in the war. Don't worry about too many things. She only needs to press the two of them tighter. At this time, a message came from Wanda's cell phone. When Wanda heard it, it was a special reminder, which was sent by Su-Yi. She quickly let go of the hands holding the two of them. Then he took out his phone and looked at the message. Su-Yi, I'll be there right away. Wanda? Almost there? Next moment, a layer of red light appeared on the airport ground. Then the red light flashed and then disappeared. The two appeared on the scene of the Civil War in a car. What? Tony was taken aback looking at Su-Yi's way of approaching. What kind of technology is this? And Captain America frowned watching the two appear in a car, because intuition told him something is going to happen. And Natasha Romanoff looked at the people around Su-Yi in a daze. Miss Spider? Natasha Romanoff didn't expect that. Miss Spider and Su-Yi are together. It must be unusual for these two to come together. And Wanda is the most interesting person at heart. She only reacted now. Gwen equals Lady Spider. It turned out that Gwen, who was always by Su-Yi's side, was not an ordinary person. It's a shame she still treats Gwen like a normal little girl. It turned out that she was hiding. Come superhero. Seeing Wanda's eyes, Su-Yi felt a little shy and explained. I only found out about it recently. Indeed, strictly speaking, Gwen took the initiative to expose that day. It was the day the Lizardman ended. It really hasn't been long since that day. It's not Su-Yi's fault, and the others at the scene didn't say anything. Some of them didn't know Su-Yi, but perhaps the most opinionated is Captain America. He took the shield and put a card in his hand. Then he stood up and looked at Suyi and asked, "This is an internal matter for Avengers, and we hope that outsiders will not get involved." Captain America said this sentence. The first ones who disliked him were Wanda and Gwen. The two women looked directly at Captain America with hostility, but Suyi spread his right hand and shook his head. "I didn't intend to make a move either. It's just that Wanda is psychologically very hesitation and entangled, so I'm here to enlighten her. By the way, solve her hesitation. There are many ways to smooth things out in this world, and you don't have to do it yourself. It is the simplest one." Captain America heard this. I knew that Suyi would not intervene, but he would take care of this matter because of Wanda. This made Captain America very unhappy. She looked at Wanda and shook her head. The internal affairs of the Avengers Alliance should not involve any outsiders. You should tell the outsiders the inside news. You broke the rules, Scarlet Witch. And Wanda looked at Captain America, and said without giving in, "This interior is rotten. Sue is also my partner, and there is nothing unreasonable about inviting my partner to settle internal matters." Wanda just said this sentence. Captain America's expression didn't change. Gwen's face changed first. In her ears, Wanda is exposing the relationship in public. Then Wanda will be the first to be exposed. This can't work. So Gwen was wearing a spider suit, and immediately hugged Suyi's arm. But he agreed with Wanda's statement. "That's right. What's unreasonable?" Hear Gwen's words. Everyone turned their heads to look at Gwen, who was hugging Suyi's arm. Wanda saw it too. So she smiled at Suyi. But Suyi could feel the malicious intentions from this smile. TSK. Only now did Suyi realize. Coming to play seems like a mistake. He should just throw Skyfire over. "What are you and Gwen doing here? Isn't this what he is looking for?" "Well, but things have happened." Suyi could only speak calmly and methodically. "I'm watching. You keep fighting. But I can give you a fair advice. For example, if Wanda doesn't make a move, I will replace the little Spider-Man next to me and have a fair fight with you. Whoever wins makes the decision." That's the point of the matter. It is impossible to sit down and have a good chat to solve the problem. The primitive instinct of human beings is to decide to survive by fighting. Then it is the same now. To this end, after Tony, Black Widows, War Machine, Black Panther and others exchanged glances. Then Kiki nodded in agreement. But Captain America doesn't think so. After he exchanged glances with Winter Soldier, Ant-Man, Falcon, and Hawkeye, none of them nodded. No nod is rejection. So Captain America didn't check the time at all, but shook his head and said to Suyi, "There is no time. We are doing big things, so don't stop us if you are sensible." Finished. The character of Captain America, who is not afraid of anything, is shown. He waved his hand. "Go." Then they took Winter Soldier, Ant-Man, Falcon, and Hawkeye and ran towards the fighter plane. Seeing this, Suyi didn't take care of them immediately. Instead, he smiled helplessly and shook his head. This is a rush for Tony and Natasha Romanoff. Sue and Wanda and Gwen looked at Suyi calmly. They are in no hurry. They completely trusted Suyi. And Suyi looked at Gwen and asked, "Do you want to fight today? You just pick one, I think." Gwen nodded immediately, then looked at the fleeing crowd, pointing at the man with scrawled hair. "I'm going to hit that metal arm." "Good." Suyi nodded and raised his right hand. Slap tilde. "Snap your fingers." The 5 people who were running away continued to run, but they got back to where they were and ran over. That is, they just ran in front of Tony's group. "Now run over again." Everyone in Captain America stared. "Medium." "Damn. What happened?" "Never mind. Keep running." Captain America waved his hand, and everyone continued to run. After they ran for a while, crack, Suyi snapped his fingers. The group ran past Tony's group for the 3rd time. 069. Gwen slaps Winter Soldier. The Civil War was forced to end. Everyone looked at this dramatic side. Natasha Romanoff and War Machine were dumbfounded. PSST. But at the same time Tony and War Machine both laughed. "So they're running a race, right?" War Machine landed and opened his mask and smiled at Tony. "What do you mean, Tony? What are they doing?" "I don't know many islands." Tony opened his mask and spread his hands. "There is a group of people running around in front of me. They seem to be saying that time is short, so don't stop them if you are sensible. But I don't know why they are running laps here. Is it a warm-up exercise?" Tony and Rhodes looked at each other, then laughed together. "Ha ha 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 tilde." Natasha Romanoff stands aside. The agent's cold face, which usually can't help but laugh, can't hide the smile tilde. The corners of his mouth kept smiling. And after hearing the laughter of the crowd, Captain America and his party stopped running and stopped to catch their breath. Who? Falcon and Winter Soldier are okay, just a little breathless. But Ant-Man fell to his knees all at once. "Ahem. I can't come up, brothers." He knelt there almost coughing out his lungs. Captain America panted slightly, looked at Ant-Man, then at Tony and the others. Finally, he looked at Suyi and said, "What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, be fair." Suyi said still calmly, "You fight normally, and whoever wins will talk." Heard the words. Captain America looked at Suyi with unfriendly eyes, and Suyi didn't care. Also watch Captain America as usual. Or, "Do you want to run all day?" As soon as this sentence came out, Tony couldn't hold back anymore. This is the common saying of Captain America. "I could fight with you all day. But here, Running all day is clearly a shame. At this point, Captain America looked at the crowd, then exchanged glances with your teammates. Then there was a click. He took off the shield from the arm mount and held it in his hand. Finally, he nodded towards Suyi and said, "Okay, tell your people to come down and fight." Now that Captain America agrees, Tony and his group all looked at Suyi, waiting for his reply. So Suyi patted Gwen on the shoulder and said softly, "Go ahead. Pick your white tie and hit it with your left hand." As soon as this statement came out, both the War Machine and Tony put on their Warframe visors at the same time. Natasha Romanoff also raised her hand to fight. Gwen shoots cobweb and flips in the air. She said directly in the air, "The one with the silver arm, come and fight." And Gwen's words were like a signal for war. Captain America yelled, and rushed towards Tony with the shield in hand. Tony held up the energy cannon in his hand, also shouting the name of Captain America and fighting head-on. Almost instantly, the former teammates, the superheroes, started fighting here. Seeing this, Suyi shook his head helplessly. "This is the team. If you do well, things will go smoothly, but if you don't do well, things will fall apart." Wanda is the second batch of Avengers Alliance members, but she also has a deep feeling. A superhero amplifies what's on your mind. Everyone has their own personal. Only the same goal and interests can bind everyone together. But once there is a difference of opinion, the strife has begun. Suyi nodded. Then watch Gwen beat Winter Soldier with Wanda. Gwen now has a power of 12 spells. When she uses the Bull Charm, she can directly kick Winter Soldier dozens of meters away. And when using the Rabbit Charm, Winter Soldier can only see after images. Then it's still a lap or a kick. This was when Gwen wasn't using any other outrageous spells. Otherwise, the Pig Charm and the Dragon Charm can instantly kill Winter Soldier. It's just a top human combat power. Under the American comics worldview, it is really weak. Wanda is not at war right now. It's because even if Wanda has not received the magician's systematic training, all of them can be crushed to death without any spells. So Suyi didn't let Wanda join the battle. It is not necessary at all. It's completely different. Suyi nodded and looked around. But then he was taken aback. "Wanda, what about Hela you're talking about?" Wanda froze for a moment as she looked around. It was found that there was no sign of Hela. "Yeah, where's Hela?" "She got off Tony's private jet with us." Hear this. Suyi's mouth twitched. "This Hela looks like he knows what to do. This crazy woman, I really want to crush her to death." Wanda looked at Suyi with a strange expression. "So I asked, a little worried, what's wrong? Is there a problem with Hela?" "This, not really, alas." Suyi sighed helplessly. "This woman is a lunatic. She has been pestering me last night, asking me to help him regain the position of God King of Asgard. I'm so idle, why should I help her? So she kept pestering me. I dropped her at the Avengers Alliance last night just to see if you guys would beat her up. I didn't expect you to become friends." "Wanda, no wonder she wanted to ask about you last night, Sue." Wanda was furious when she heard it. "I feel that something is wrong with her, and the way she speaks is also very strange." After entering the base last night, the very first sentence Hela said made Wanda feel hostile. Tell Wanda intuitively, "There's something wrong with this woman, but not big." But now it seems that the real economic problem is not big, but it's a big problem when it comes to robbing men. This Hela. Wanda's mouth was about to puff up in anger. "When I meet her, I must beat her." Suyi thought about the strength of Wanda and Hela. Words now. Wanda may not be able to beat Hela, because that Night Sky Sword Wanda is very likely to be unstoppable. But as long as Wanda went to Kamar-Taj to study, that would definitely beat Hela. And it can be crushed directly. But that's all for later. Suyi put his arms around Wanda's waist, patted her and said softly, "The Avengers Alliance is still having internal conflicts. After this civil war, the Avengers Alliance will be divided." 17. "I intend to send you to Kamar-Taj for magician practice in a few days." Wanda nodded. Yes, she knew that Suyi was doing it for her own good. And Wanda has also become more powerful. Only in this way can the relationship between the two be preserved. But Wanda thought about it, and then asked doubtfully, "But where is Kamar-Taj?" "Himalayas." Wanda let out a sigh of regret. "Himalayas? How far is that? When can I come back after going?" Suyi felt Wanda's worry, so he ruffled Wanda's hair and said, "So you have two options. 1. Concentrate on studying in Kamar-Taj, and you will be able to come back every night after you learn the teleportation spell. So you can't come back in the early stage, but the learning speed is the fastest. 2. You study back and forth through the Magician Holy Place in New York every day so you can come back every day from day 1, but the slowest learning rate. 3. Every time you go to study for 5 days, you will come back to rest for 2 days through the Holy Place. This method is more moderate and depends on yourself." Faced with 3 choices, Wanda was lost in thought. After half a sound, while Suyi watched Gwen beat Winter Soldier violently, Wanda hugged Suyi suddenly, bury her face in Suyi's chest. "Sue, you are so kind to me." Suyi stroked her hair, agreed without any affectation, "I love you." "I know." For a moment, Wanda raised her head, looked into Suyi's ear, said a few words, and then buried her down. The corner of Suyi's mouth showed a smile. "If you have to exaggerate to describe it, that is, The corners of the mouth are almost grinning into venom, because what Wanda said was, "Wait for me at night." Immediately afterwards, Wanda hugged Su-Yi and continued to answer the question just now. "Sue, I really want to choose the second one, so that I can be with you every day." Su-Yi patted her head, still gently replied, "I know." And Wanda continued talking. "But I know I have to choose one, not even three. That little girl Gwen's feelings for you must be ahead of me now, and I have to surpass her. I have to become better. I can't let my ability go to waste. Only in this way can we be together forever." These words of Wanda. Su-Yi agrees. Two people are together to become better and not to get worse together. So Su-Yi pinched her ears again to encourage her. "Everything." "Yeah." And after being pinched by Su-Yi's ear, Wanda's body went limp immediately. Su-Yi let go of his hand immediately, and Wanda stood upright. Slap tilde. Wanda became angry and slapped Su-Yi lightly. Then he muttered embarrassingly, "My ears are so ... Don't pinch my ears outside." "Oh tilde." Su-Yi suddenly realized. This made him discover the point. "Then you're screwed, Wanda." "I understand," Su-Yi said quietly. "I'll pinch it when I get home at night." Snap tilde. Wanda immediately slapped Su-Yi again. "Hit it." Su-Yi raised his chin and placed it on Wanda's head. "Anyway, no matter how many times you hit me now, I will hit you as many times as you want in the evening." Immediately, Wanda raised her hand and let it go. "How dare you fight here? Otherwise, it will be too much. She will be beaten to death when she returns." Bang tilde. At this time, a figure flew not far from the two of them. Su-Yi and Wanda looked back. "Yo, isn't this Winter Soldier?" "Who hit it?" Su-Yi looked up again. "Oh, wish Gwen." "That's fine." PSSD tilde. At this time, Gwen cobweb flew over. Then he asked with a guarantee of Su-Yi's arm. "What are you talking about?" "Zero. Begging for flowers." Wanda hugged Su-Yi's other arm. Then he glared at Gwen and said, "Talking about things without you." And Gwen snorted. She knew that the two of them should not quarrel, otherwise Su-Yi would be unhappy and angry. So she is determined not to quarrel with Wanda, even if you are at a disadvantage. Moreover, Su-Yi's personality is gentle and clear. He can sense your mood and state of mind, and it also puts people in the shoes of those around them. So Su-Yi would definitely not let herself get angry, as long as she is obedient. "So what else do you need for a bike?" And after Wanda saw that Gwen didn't want to conflict with herself at all, she raised her head and looked at Su-Yi. Immediately understood Gwen's intentions. Good guy. Not very old, but so dainty. So Wanda is decisive and not noisy. He also hugged Su-Yi's other arm obediently. Su-Yi saw this. Immediately, "I felt that I had come to the right place. What shouldn't come here to play, should come here to play." There is no such opportunity today. It's the first time two women meet like this, so they can't wait for a chance to quarrel. This is literally God help me too. Su-Yi suddenly smiled happily. His two hands are being surrounded by two honeydew melons and two grapefruits. So be happy both physically and mentally. Hiss ... At this time, there was a hissing sound behind the three of them. The three looked back. Winter Soldier lay on the ground and was struggling to get up. He struggled for a long time before sitting on the ground and taking a breath. After Gwen saw it, a little embarrassed to say, "It seems a bit heavy to start." I'm fine." Winter Soldier's face turned bitter, and he waved his hand, saying, "You didn't kill me. I'm already very grateful to you." With Gwen's current strength, hitting the spike Winter Soldier is easy enough, and Gwen didn't hurt him by beating him like this. This is actually a lot of care. Otherwise a key attack. Winter Soldier will have to lie in bed for a few months. Bang tilde. At the moment, there was still the sound of fierce fighting in the distance. Ant-Man is getting bigger and fighting War Machine. Natasha Romanoff is fighting Hawkeye. Tony is doing crazy solo with Captain America. But in fact, everyone did not use their full strength. This is the fear of killing the opponent in one shot. Although unlikely, it's not impossible. Gradually, under the watchful eyes of Su-Yi, Gwen, and Wanda, the team fights there are getting more and more intense. But the one that is increasingly failing is Captain America's side. Winter Soldier was the first to be KO'd by Gwen. Then Ant-Man was defeated. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye fight back and forth. These two mortals don't talk about it. Then defeat Ant-Man's War Machine to help Tony. Then the two Warframes flew into the air and entangled with Falcon. In the end, Vision hit the wrong person with a laser. Directly hit the energy source of War Machine, knocking Rhodes directly from the sky. It was too late when Tony found out. Rhodes fell from a height of 100 meters. It hit the ground heavily. After a loud bang, Captain America stopped. Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye also stopped. Everyone stopped. As soon as Tony landed, he immediately opened Rhodes' mask in the pit. Then I saw Rhodes bleeding from the corner of his mouth and nose. "Is he alright?" Wanda asked, looking into the distance. "It's okay." Su-Yi couldn't pull out his hand, otherwise he wanted to touch Wanda's head. With the protection of Tony's armor, it will recover in the future, but it will take a few months. That is not bad. Everyone is relieved. 2,703,101. How to say can be regarded as colleagues. It's like when you go to work and hear a colleague go ga, then you are not too happy, unless he is your enemy. And after coma from War Machine, the team battle has come to a complete stop. Captain America checked the time. He shook his teammates and said, "It's too late." But Winter Soldier got up and walked over to Captain America and said, "You can try." Captain America thought for a moment. He looked at Rhodes, and then at Suyi, who was no longer doing anything, only then nodded. Walk. Tony at the moment was looking at roads and called the emergency number and still trying to face Captain America. He didn't care. Time has passed. It doesn't matter whether Captain America succeeds or not. He is enough. Also seriously injured a friend. When Suyi saw this, his figure flashed and appeared beside Tony. Tony looked down at Rhodes, but man did nod in reply. Thank you, Loth. I know you want to prevent us from being completely divided as an outsider. No matter what, I will keep your help this time in my heart. Suyi is behind Tony. In fact, he really wanted to say that what Tony said was only 1/10 right at most. But look at Tony being so serious. That's what you say. You are right. 070. Go grocery shopping with Wanda. Let's make dinner together again. But Tony's words. Suyi nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Tony was right about a third of the time. Another third is for Wanda. The last third is for Gwen to play. The last point is that Suyi wants to watch a movie. But the end result is the same. Pretty much the same anyway. He's just going with the flow. I'm leaving. Suyi nodded, ready to leave with the two girls. But Gwen's cell phone rang suddenly. Gwen looked at it, and immediately picked up the phone nervously, because it was her dad's phone number. Gwen? I'm here. Where are you? Hearing this sentence, Gwen knew something was wrong, but she can't tell the truth. Gwen could only reply to the phone. I'll be right back. Can you be right back? I'm calling you from an international phone. Gwen, degree tilde. Gwen hung up the phone in shock, then ran to Suyi and cried. It's over, Sue. When my dad called me, he realized it was an international call. He now knows I'm abroad. What to do? Look at Gwen's hapless smiling face. Suyi smiled and squeezed. Fine. Go back and tell me your name. Just say that I will take you to Germany to participate in the transnational medical exchange meeting. I also visited the precise German craftsmanship, especially those precision medical instruments. Gwen was taken aback. After thinking about it, she turned back and smiled. Yes, then I will say so. But what if my dad wants to hit me? Gwen still hugged Suyi tightly and said, if my dad hits me, I'll run away. Then Sue, you want to take me in? When Gwen said this sentence, Wanda tilted her head aside. Wanda, are you messing with gods and demons? April 17th. Are you sure you didn't run away from home on purpose? No problem. And Suyi patted Gwen's head. Don't worry, just do as I tell you. Okay. Gwen nodded. After comforting the two of them, Suyi put his arms around Wanda and Gwen, then nodded to everyone present. Gone. Facing Suyi's departure, everyone looked over, nodded their thanks and watched them leave. This is probably the highest etiquette. Snap tilde. With Phoenix Force pouring out. Next moment, the three of Suyi and Ferrari disappeared at the same time, but it just teleported back from Germany to the underground garage in New York of the United States. Well, thousands of kilometers in an instant. Simple. I'm going. See you later, Sue. And once back in New York, Gwen was bouncing back home in no time. Her father is absolutely waiting for her at home now. It's hard to tell the ending when I go back late. Bye. Be careful. When swinging in the sky, Suyi waved his hand. I know. After a while, Gwen's slender and vigorous figure disappeared before the two of them. Seeing Gwen go, Wanda hugged Suyi immediately. At the same time, Suyi also felt her heart, so he hugged her almost at the same time. TSK. The two are printed together. Immediately began the technical exchange. Wanda first dared to confront Suyi head-on, but then he was beaten back by Suyi. After a while, Suyi took the initiative to move the dizzy Wanda away. Then ask her slowly, you want to roast all afternoon and night, and enjoy the fruit to the end, or do you want to roast it now and eat it right away? This sentence has a lot of meaning. Wanda thought about it and chose one. I've waited so long, and it's definitely not advisable to wait these last few hours, so I choose the first method. Okay. Get in the car. After choosing a good production method, Suyi and Wanda got into the car without any hesitation. Today is at least the first day of the weekend. They have a lot of time to be happy. So Suyi stepped on the accelerator. Ferrari makes a whooping sound. Then an acceleration almost flew out of the underground garage. Go straight out. Suyi took Wanda to the beach first. The two were frolicking on the beach, playing in the sea water. Wait until the game is over. In an alley in Suyi, the two of them dried all their clothes. Then drive to the next place. Woo tilde. Ferrari roared. Then the Phoenix Force poured out. After a ray of light appeared, Suyi drove the car to Venice. The two took a quick look at Italy's famous water city. After the two of them played for a while, then the Phoenix Force surged again. The duo is back in Bali to see the rainbow-colored skies and islands. After the two continued to play for a while, and then Phoenix Force again, the two reappeared in Hawaii. That's all. From afternoon to evening, an average of 2 hours a country. Suyi and Wanda have played a total of 5 countries, facing this way of playing. Suyi explained it like this. Let's take a rough look first. If you like it, we'll come back after you learn the spell. And Wanda was so happy and full of joy. Very good. Then we can see every corner of the earth. Suyi nodded. Definitely can. At last, after going around the world, the two drove back to New York again. It's time for dinner. But Suyi didn't intend to take Wanda to the restaurant. Instead, he entered a mall. Huh? Wanda was a little puzzled. She took Suyi's hand. What are we going to buy? Let me think about it. Don't say it first. Do you like shopping for clothes? No. Suyi shook his head. took Wanda out of the car and walked into the mall. No, Wanda was still confused. Then what to buy? Suyi looked at Wanda. Then he took her straight into the middle of the meat area and the vegetable area. It's grocery shopping, you little fool. Suyi pinched Wanda's face. The restaurant cooks dinner, can we have our own dinner? After finishing these 2 sentences, Suyi continued to hold Wanda's hand and walked away. But just 2 steps away, he could feel Wanda's heart jumping up and down suddenly with mixed feelings. When he turns around again, Wanda was already in tears. Suyi looked around. With a wave of his hand, he immediately used energy to hide the perception of the 2 people around him. Then he reached out and hugged Wanda and asked softly, "What's wrong with you, Wanda?" Woo tilde Wanda cried in Suyi's arms. But Suyi didn't feel her sad emotions. It's a kind of weeping with joy, or an emotion that is so happy that you cry. What's going on here? Suyi didn't understand at all. But Wanda took the initiative to explain. She hugged Suyi. "Bury your face in your chest." After a while, he said with his mentality, "In the past, I went shopping with my parents, and when I went home to cook, the whole room felt like home. But since my parents passed away, the smell has disappeared. But you let me enjoy this feeling again. I really I really," said behind. Wanda was too excited to speak. Okay. Suyi hugged Wanda. The big hand ran across her hair, and then patted her on the back to comfort her. "I thought it was something. Don't worry, the taste of home will always be there in the future. I promise." Wanda hugged Suyi tightly. Hug very tightly. It's like never wanting to be apart. The 2 hugged like this for a long time. After about half an hour, finally calmed down, Wanda left Suyi's embrace. Suyi reached out and wiped away her tears. Wanda also said with a smile through her tears, "Let's go, let's sell vegetables and cook for ourselves." "Well, cook for yourself, that's all." The 2 frantically picked vegetables at the vegetable market. "Do you want this tilde?" Sue. "Yes, you go and buy some more potatoes." "Okay, what about this tilde?" "No, you go and buy me a fish." "Then what about this, and this tilde?" "Wanda, we only have 2 mouths, 4 dishes are enough, we can't finish 5. "It seems like a lot. But we can also eat after waking up." "Don't waste food, why don't you eat fresh ones when you wake up?" "Okay." At last, the 2 of them prepared to leave the mall with big bags and small bags. Wanda looked left and right. Suyi was tapped suddenly. "Huh?" Suyi turned to look at Wanda. Wanda pointed to a special music store. "Dunno, in the United States, this kind of music store can be opened in this kind of place. You don't want to buy it?" Suyi's eyes suddenly brightened. Wanda smiled, didn't speak, just reached out a minutes card. "I will give you a reward today. Here." Suyi handed the card to Wanda instantly. "My bank card password is 2000. After Suyi watched Wanda walk into the shop, he waited expectantly for Wanda to come out. At the moment Suyi can guarantee it. This is the moment he is looking forward to the most since his life. After a while, Wanda came out carrying a privacy bag. Suyi's eyes lit up. "Give me Kanken." "Go." Wanda patted Suyi. "We'll see when we go home." Also, Suyi immediately took Wanda home. "I bought them anyway. I can't run away. It can be used early or late. Heck, it's all the same. Just buy it." After a while, Suyi almost stepped on the accelerator to go home. If not conditions do not allow, he can't wait to step on the gas pedal into the gas tank. Drive into the underground garage. Park your car. The first bag that Suyi took was that special bag. Then take the vegetable basket. Then take the private elevator upstairs with Wanda. The roof reaches the top floor. Open the door and change your shoes. Suyi said nothing. As soon as the vegetable basket is put away, open directly. The packaging of this kind of thing is generally very good, so it all depends on tearing. And Wanda wanted to stop it immediately when she saw it. Isn't it too embarrassing to tear it up in person? But Suyi had finished tearing it up at this time. After he looked at the translucent clothes and the particularly short skirts and clothes inside, Suyi nodded very satisfied. Then stuff it back and carry the vegetable basket directly into the kitchen. "I'll cook." "Go fast." It's not ashamed to say. Suyi is in a hurry now. Really urgent. You called him King Gigi now and he recognizes it. Just cool. Nothing to worry about. Now it was Wanda's turn to roll her eyes helplessly. Then follow Suyi to cook. About an hour or less. Suyi brought out all 5 dishes one by one. There are Chinese dishes as well as foreign dishes. Had potato squat beef. There are also salad platters. All in all delicious. Dinner time. After Suyi yelled, Wanda finally picked out a bottle of wine in front of the wine rack. "This should be delicious, right?" Suyi looked at the wine and nodded. "Not bad. The taste is relatively soft, suitable for drinking slowly and for the first time." "That's good." Wanda doesn't drink alcohol. She usually drinks fruit juice. But tonight for courage, she has to drink. After the 2 sat at the table, then start eating dinner. Wanda picked up a piece of beef and potatoes and tasted it. Then he opened his eyes in surprise. "Delicious." "Hey Tilda." Suyi smiled proudly. At this point, he is a must. "How about it? Eat more if it tastes good." Wanda is not at all pretentious. She really thinks it's delicious. So he started to flirt with Suyi. Suyi just poured the wine. Wanda drank it in one gulp. Then the face became rosy, which was visible to the naked eye. Suyi knew it right now. Wanda has a constitution that cannot drink alcohol, get drunk easily, as expected. After drinking 2 cups, Wanda's face was already smoky red. Eat. Wanda looked at Suyi, then picked up a piece and handed it to Suyi, saying, Tilda. Suyi opened his mouth and ate it. Does he know if what he cooks is good or not? Good. Wanda suddenly smiled happily. That's all. After a dinner with a beautiful environment and a full sense of atmosphere, Wanda was so drunk that the world was dark. She was humming a song of unknown key. Then he pulled Suyi up to dance. Under the singing of the TV station, the two danced slowly. Gradually, Wanda jumped hot. Wow Tilda. Then with a clatter, Wanda kicked something. She looked down. It was a special packing box that Suyi had unpacked. For a moment, Wanda raised her head to look at Suyi again. Another moment. The two joined together. It's like in an oil tank you suddenly throw a firewood into it. It's like a bunch of bombs you suddenly ignite the fuse. Anyway, that's what it means. The sleepless nights have just begun. The raging 4.6 fire burned all night without stopping. Even if someone is shouting no or dying. But at the same time, Hela is being beaten. Yes, really take a beating. About a few hours ago, Hela's signature dark green became a little lighter. She's wrestling with a suit of armor. From Dago Airport to all over the world. Finally Hela couldn't take it anymore. Happy to find Suyi again. But she couldn't find Suyi. She had to keep running, and that armor just keeps chasing. Hela originally wanted to build a good relationship with Suyi and his group, but I didn't expect to be overwhelmed by the destroyer armor when I arrived at the airport. So this is the key to Hela's disappearance. At the moment Hela has just broken through the seal and has been in a state of weakness. And she also found out, my divine power is constantly lost, and it can't be undone. At the moment after she shed the destroyer armor, Hela looked at her tender hands. She quickly found a mirror and looked at them. As a result, she and the mirror seem to have returned to the past. The face and body have changed back to when they fought in Asgard. No, Hela refused with a full face. How could she have turned into a girl? Maturity is the standard of combat effectiveness. The loss of divine power will make her look younger. So now her body looks like it's back to what it used to be. This also means that the divine power is really gone. And what does it mean for a god to lose his divine power? Hela knows deeply. No. I'm going to find Sue. Hela turned her head, looked at the destroyer armor that was chasing after her, and ran away immediately. If the fight continues like this, she is afraid that she will become a Lily, and for Hela, Lolita looks are secondary. The key is that she absolutely cannot accept the disappearance of divine power. This is the accumulation of her hard work for thousands of years. 071. Which night? Godzilla has grown up. Crack the Odin armor. The next day, Suyi woke up in a warm embrace. It was a lot of fun last night, but it's equivalent to Gwen. Wanda's fighting power is almost not a bit less than Gwen's. Could this be the reason why Gwen's body stats are stronger? Possible. Perhaps this is the nature of the magician. Suyi thought for a while. Magician, high attack and low defense. It's normal to think so. Magicians are all crispy, and their stamina is not high. Although the attack power is very high, it is normal to run 2 steps. If you think about it that way, sometimes it is necessary to improve Wanda's physical fitness, or look for gear that significantly boosts your recovery. Otherwise, Wanda is too weak if it continues like this. So weak. But as the saying goes, evening exercise is not as good as morning exercise. It means it's better to exercise in the morning than to train later. So this is a serious statement. It's not crooked words. But the reality is another matter. An hour later, Suyi went to the bathroom refreshed and took a hot shower. Snap tilde, then snap your fingers and go down. The whole room looked clean again. Ding tilde. Congratulations to Suyi for winning the title. Which night? Huh? Suyi was taken aback when he saw the title. Is the effect the same as before? Yes. It will slightly but permanently increase the check-in rewards. After taking a shower, Suyi looked at the leftovers on the table. He went to heat it up for breakfast to show off. Wait until almost eaten. He put on his clothes and shoes again and went out. Don't say it. When you feel refreshed, going out for activities in the morning will make you feel happier. Even if you don't exercise much. But as long as you come out in the morning, you will feel that today's time is particularly rich, and the mood will be very happy. That's all. Suyi ran along the beach. But as she was running, she remembered one thing. My Godzilla. Suyi thought about Godzilla whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Go and see. Snap tilde. After a snap of the fingers, Suyi appeared in the deep sea area of an island country. Then go directly to the location where O1 put the heavy nuclear fusion at that time. But he found out when he came. Where is my heavy nuclear fusion ball? At that time, Suyi released the spell of isolating radiation on the ball. The file size of the spell is about 1 meter larger than the diameter of the ball. He did this to prevent the situation where Godzilla couldn't run with the ball after he grew up and was discovered. And it does so as long as Godzilla can stick to the ball. It can absorb radiation to grow. And Godzilla has a unique ability to actively absorb radiation, so don't worry at all. But now the problem is, where's the ball? Suyi looked around. Godzilla can only be attracted by releasing Phoenix Force again. At that time, he just released ability. It is also to release ability to go. It stands to reason that Godzilla should recognize this energy. After Su-Yi was released, about half an hour passed. Su-Yi still didn't feel Godzilla approaching. It won't work, will it? Su-Yi was taken aback. If this Godzilla dies, he will still be a little sad. After all, it was his first pet. But the next moment, boom tilde, there was a trembling sound from the seabed. Su-Yi also sensed Godzilla's position instantly. No ga, Su-Yi responded. The result after a few minutes, a monster with eyes bigger than Su-Yiren appeared in front of him. In the deep sea. Don't say this eye is a lantern. It was almost as big as the door of someone's house. If this is the average person, I would probably be scared to pee. But it is Su-Yi's pet. How long has it been? Have you grown so big? Su-Yi was startled when he looked at the big eyes of the lantern. Did Godzilla grow so fast? Roar, and after seeing Su-Yi come back, the gigantic Godzilla first let out a humming sound, and then a snarl came out of my throat. It quickly swung its huge tail. Then he dangled around Su-Yi. Even the waters of the sea are rolled by the undulating waves of its tail. Okay, how old are they? And they are still like puppies. Su-Yi patted its head, although only one corner can be touched. Godzilla is obviously very happy. Immediately afterwards, Godzilla took a few steps back. Then it opened its mouth in front of Su-Yi. Su-Yi looked inside to look better. Good guy. No wonder I couldn't find it. So you put it in your mouth like candy? Su-Yi couldn't laugh or cry. Godzilla also roared. I see. Su-Yi searched for a long time but couldn't find it. The result is in its mouth. That's right. The current Godzilla has an eye that is 2 meters long. That conservative body is tens of meters high. But the diameter of the heavy nuclear fusion ball is only less than 2 meters. That is, Godzilla runs around with a reactor that's not as big as its eyes, and it's completely nuclear lithium. That's right. And after Godzilla opened his mouth to show Su-Yi the reactor, Su-Yi noticed that the light on the reactor was turning red. That is, the energy in the heavy nuclear fusion reactor will be used up so fast. Su-Yi was taken aback. You must know that this thing can make the planet engine last for a long time. It ended up being used up so quickly in your mouth. Su-Yi shook his head helplessly. Fortunately, he has a lot of these things. There are 1,000 of them. Now there are 999 left. So Su-Yi took out another reactor, then put on the spell. Throw it straight into Godzilla's mouth. Ho ho tilde. Immediately, Godzilla almost danced happily. It also made the surrounding sea water sway everywhere. Okay. Su-Yi looked at Godzilla's appearance and was still very satisfied. Then he nodded and pointed in the direction of the island country. What about you? Pick a time and cough up all the radiation in that place. But remember, we love the Earth's environment. So when you eat, you have to eat it clean and don't let it flow into the sea. You know, just choose those places with nuclear power plants to eat. Su-Yi just finished speaking. Ho ho tilde. Godzilla immediately acknowledged with a blink of an eye. Yes, not bad. Su-Yi nodded in satisfaction. Cast a spell on Godzilla. This spell is for Godzilla's life-saving and positioning. He will know wherever Godzilla is in the future. At the same time, when it is detected that the life of the host is threatened, Godzilla will be teleported to the sea area near Su-Yi. That's it. Okay, I'm leaving. After the protective measures are done, Su-Yi clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Ho ho ho. At the moment, Godzilla, whose IQ was gradually increasing, became even more sad, feeling down all over. After seeing it, Su-Yi could only say helplessly, okay, let's play with you for an hour. I'm on your head, you take me to fly in the sea. For a moment, Godzilla stared wide-eyed, then nodded sharply. Ever since, over the Pacific Ocean, Su-Yi rode Godzilla to ride the wind and waves. The two walked through fish schools and the sea, and saw whales and jellyfish. In this short hour, Godzilla took Su-Yi to see many interesting places in his life during this time. Only now did Su-Yi understand. Godzilla is sharing. It is sharing its favorite places with Su-Yi. After understanding these, Su-Yi patted Godzilla on the head. Thanks, these are very nice. Ho ho ho. Godzilla suddenly became more excited. It mustered up its strength and started to swim. At last, while circling the Pacific Ocean, Su-Yi also discovered Xia Dozi's whaling ship. They are catching several whales with calves. See here. Su-Yi smiled, patted Godzilla again and said, go, kill that ship with the bad guys in it. Ho ho ho. After Godzilla heard the order, immediately, the pigs began to accelerate by leaps and bounds. Wait until the people on board react. Godzilla has hit the ground running. Tilde. A voice swept across the sea appeared. The sea suddenly became rough. But wait until after the calm. Let alone a boat. It's not bad to find the pieces neatly. Su-Yi patted Godzilla in satisfaction. Remember, this kind of whaling ship will encounter Dukwang later. Ho ho tilde. Godzilla said he knew. None of the ones I saw later would survive. That's all. An hour later, Godzilla is also quite satisfied. Su-Yi finally touched Godzilla's forehead and said, I'm really leaving this time. When you grow up strong enough, or when I can compress my body shape, I can meet often. Or Su-Yi didn't say the last sentence. Wait until he says goodbye to Godzilla. Su-Yi said after returning to New York's deserted seaside. Or wait for me to pack you into a superhero so that you can swim in the sea openly. Yes, in the world of Marvel, Suyi can turn Godzilla into a star, then become a superhero again by defeating the bad guys, as long as it doesn't hurt anyone, and beat the bad guys. So many people who like it must go to the sea. Godzilla is so beautiful, so domineering. Yes, there is a chance to do so. Suyi thought about it. This plan really works. Just need a chance. But that's okay. The opportunity can wait. It really doesn't work. Wait until the Avengers Alliance decisive battle. Others yelled for the Avengers to assemble. Suyi yelled, baby, give it to me. Then Godzilla, hundreds of meters high, breathes out a singularity. All raised to the opposite side. Not bad. Suyi planned this ending very satisfactorily. Very cool. After thinking about it, Suyi planned to go back and see if Wanda is awake and still has energy. If so, cough cough cough. At this time, Suyi was just about to go home. A shout came from the direction of the city. Suyi turned his head to look. A girly version of Hela is flying towards me, and behind her is a silver-black armor. Suyi knew it at a glance. Isn't this the destroyer armor? And this armor is still firing lasers. PSSD tilde, boom. PSSD tilde, boom. The armor is very poorly aimed. A few laser shots went down. Only the city was hurt, and tall buildings. A tilde. Immediately, people screamed again in the city. Even Suyi felt the tragedy for them. What are you doing this early in the morning? And Hela turned around and gave the destroyer armor a few night sky swords. But even after piercing the destroyer armor, it can only be delayed for a while. But Hela immediately flew to Suyi and said, this suit of armor was sent by Odin. This is his true destroyer armor. Suyi definitely knows. He looked to Hela and asked, you brought the armor here? Hela's heart tightened. She can only speak the truth. I can't help it. After I broke through the seal, my divine power has not only been halved, but it has been slowly disappearing all the time. It must be Au's manipulation. I can't beat this set of destroyer armor now, and the more I fight with it, the faster the divine power will disappear. Look, Hela took Suyi's hand. Then he rubbed Suyi with his hands. Then he rubbed her face with Suyi's hand. 850. Did it get tender? As long as I disappear with my divine power, my appearance will gradually become smaller, etc. And this thing? Suyi was taken aback. Then can you become a Lili? Hela was a little puzzled at first, and then said hastily, don't talk about Lili. Babies are all possible. No, no, no. Suyi immediately shook his head. Baby is not good. Lili is fine. If you become a Lili, you are a legal Lili, but I definitely can't accept a baby. Colon? What are you saying? Why can't I understand? Are we talking about the same thing? No matter what. Hela is almost begging Suyi now. You can do whatever you want. Quickly destroy Odin's armor. You said so. Suyi nodded. But he just wanted to make a move. He clicked again and said, that's not okay. There's no reason. Right. He shot just because he wanted to see Hela Lili. Doesn't that make him seem like an isp? Wouldn't the human setup collapse like this? What's the reason? Hela turned her head and looked at the destroyer armor that was chasing after her again, almost crying. Anything is fine. Does this need a reason? Don't you need it? Do you need it? Do you understand men's stubbornness and ISP's bottom line? I can't accept that you only sell me bricks and stones for 30 yuan for a monthly card. It's a bit of a waste of money. Is it not good to buy 2 cups of milk tea in reality? If it is as you can buy 7 bottles and get 2 yuan. But you said that if you buy a monthly card, you can get a new swimsuit Xinlihui for your wife. Then I think this month card is worth it. Pay attention. It's not about giving his wife a swimsuit to Lihui. But these 30 yuan are really cheap. So well, Suyi was also thinking of a reason. Tighter. At this time, a message came from Suyi's cell phone. Suyi picked it up and took a look. Wanda, Sue, what happened? The shaking in New York woke me up. Is there a crisis? Look, here comes the reason. Suyi nodded, and replied to Wanda, it will be fine soon. Then he put away the phone, pointing to the destroyer armor rushing forward. He said, you're done. Tai easy. The words just fell. Suyi's one-fingered figure has turned into a void grip. Crack tilde. The menacing destroyer armor suddenly stopped in the air and made a creaking sound. Suyi wanted to crush it directly. But then I thought about it. This kind of artifact, it is better to erase the information and keep it as a collection. So Suyi poured out the Phoenix Force with one hand. A burst of flame burst out from the destroyer armor and then disappeared. Tilde. In the dark, Hela seemed to hear Odin's screams. But the next moment, Suyi flipped it over with one hand, and retracted it every day. That set of destroyer armor was put away by Suyi, became his own. Now, he can wear it for whomever he wants. The style can be changed for men and women at will, and the appearance is designed by him. 072. Lori Hela. Have a meal together. Furious Odin. That's all. Asgard Chichi is famous, and the destroyer armor that everyone in the 9 realms is greedy for is easily acquired by Suyi. Suyi looked at the destroyer armor that had shrunk down to a figure file size in his hand. His heart moved. This set of armor has become a female model. Then make another move in your heart. This set of armor becomes convex and warped, similar to the armor worn by the female angels of the angel civilization of the Super Seminary. and silver and gold look much better than silver and black. After the change, Su-Yi wanted to take back the armor, but at this moment, snap tilde, Hela held Su-Yi's other hand with both hands. Then he looked at Su-Yi eagerly, his eyes looked at the armor for a while, and then at Su-Yi. Honestly, Su-Yi felt that she would be very similar to those greedy golden retrievers on the internet. Looking at the owner's madness to eat, he hinted with his eyes. Want? Su-Yi asked. Hela nodded frantically. This is the Destroyer armor. The Subfather wears it and can directly compete with the level Godfather. Do you think this is an artifact? The people who were watching By Hela just now were dumbfounded. Chased her down to the present armor. In the end, Su-Yi made a quick move. What's the situation? In that instant, Hela went to the doctor. Su-Yi's strength is at least the same as her father Odin, and quite possibly higher than Odin. Then this is not licking. I'm bully tilde. But in the face of Hela's salivation, no. With a shake of Su-Yi's hand, he directly put the armor into the system. As the saying goes, a wise man said it well, money is for women to see, not for women to spend. So, send Hela something? No number, in your dreams. But seeing that Su-Yi took away the armor, Hela became anxious immediately. Armor, Su, this thing is really helpful to me. Ball you. Hela finishes this sentence. She didn't even know why she used the coquettish tone. She hasn't had this feeling for thousands of years. In front of Su-Yi, seems like it should be like this. But Su-Yi waved his hand, shook off Hela's hands and said, don't even think about it. I didn't give it to Wanda or Gwen. Why should I give it to you? You deserve it too? Hela's face froze suddenly. It seems to be true. If so, even if there are 2 sets of Destroyer armor, even if it's her turn, it still won't be her turn. Hela thought for a while, and turned her brain. Then imitated Wanda and Gwen and hugged Su-Yi's arm and suggested, then if I'm like them, will it be my turn? For example, Wanda wears it for a month, Gwen wears it for another month, and then lends me to wear it for a month. Is this okay? Su-Yi, no. You think this is shared armor? The 3 women wear a suit of armor, and it's a rotation. If I say it, Su-Yi's face will be completely humiliated. The beauty you think, play by yourself. Su-Yi had no choice but to grab Hela's hand. But Hela hugged Su-Yi's arm again and said in despair, my divine power is declining, and there is no way to recover now. If this continues, I will definitely look like a lily. But the most important thing is that if Odin knows my current state of divine power, he will definitely come down and kill me directly. Odin is less benevolent than anyone thinks. He would really kill his own daughter, as long as Thor can take the throne. It would have been great for Odin to die a daughter, and this daughter wants to rob him of the throne. Then his daughter deserves to die even more. Su-Yi thought so too. Not that Hela should be damned, rather, she is exactly what she says she is. If Odin finds out about her current state of divine power, Odin will really fly down an electric fork to kill her. If you think about it this way. Su-Yi looked at Hela and smiled. Hela, you don't want Odin to know your current state of divine power, do you? Hela, huh? After an hour on the streets of New York, Su-Yi held the milk tea in one hand, put the other in his pocket, and walked around the street with a green-haired lily. He looks cool. It was the girl beside her who was crying while walking. Woo tilde, bad guy, BT exclamation mark. Su, I hate you tilde. Hear this wailing. Su-Yi didn't close it because he had a promise with Hela. He doesn't tell Odin Hela what's going on, and also used Phoenix Force to hide Hela. But Hela has to be like a lily, and as long as he accepts a day of protection under Su-Yi's body, she'll have to be a lily forever. But Su-Yi also found out, after Hela became a lily, her IQ did not drop, but her ick and personality changed. The former Hela, bloodthirsty, but now Hela, more like Anin lol. If you bother me again, I will beat you. And there is one more thing. Hela's body has changed a lot. For example, her hair color has become brighter. The original Hela had dark green hair, but now the hair is pale green. Does this thing change color with age? Su-Yi turned his head to look at Hela's figure again. Lalitu is less than 1.5 meters tall in her state. A pair of pigeons in front of him. The lower legs are slender but straight. The face is immature but with a very understanding feeling. How to evaluate it? XP is going to be full. Why? Hela noticed that Su-Yi was looking at her. She straightened her nose and said fiercely, bad guy. I thought you'd help me, but I didn't expect you to threaten me with the news I told you. You ungrateful man. Hoo tilde. Seeing Hela's angry look, Su-Yi wanted to laugh. It's fun for her to do anything in this state. Su-Yi reached out and rubbed her head. Don't wrong people. When have you ever been kind to me? And the Destroyer armor almost killed you or I saved you. So technically you're repaying the favor. And I am merciful to protect you. Thank you so much, little Hela. Logic with me? You are still young, little Hela. A smile appeared on Su-Yi's face. Little Hela is so much fun. Wanda equals sister royal. Gwen equals girl. Hela equals lily. Tilde. He got it all together. It's time to play cards. When I have time, I will gather people together. Then the next night of intense and exciting flight chess. HMPH tilde. I hated. Hela can't say no to Su-Yi. She could only turn her back and lick the ice cream Su-Yi bought for her. But she also knew it in her heart. It's good now. If Su-Yi doesn't help her, soon she dared to die. but staying under Suyi's body will not. Others, she only needs to be a Lolita now. Suyi who comes to her mind can crush one to death. Well, although Divine Power Restoration doesn't know about the Year of the Monkey, but at least he won't die. Also, that's all. Suyi started shopping with the little green-haired Hela. He takes little Hela around like a child. We also chatted for many days during this period. Wanda said that you went to win the country with them. And what happened later? I was hunted down by the destroyer Rama just after I arrived in Dago. After I fought for a long time, you would have already left. Then I was hunted down by the destroyer Rama from Dago to New York. I said, then you are miserable. In your dreams, big villain. The two are walking down the street, eat all kinds of good things, play all kinds of fun, until 2 hours passed. So you looked at the time. It's almost noon, so he took little Hela to buy vegetables again. Then after shopping for groceries, he went straight home with little Hela. Drip click. After Suyi opened the door of the house, little Hela hid her face behind Suyi's waist. Su, you're back. And Wanda trotted over happily. At the same time, they also found the little girl with green hair behind Suyi. Su, Xia, you guys have seen it before. Suyi pulled little Hela out. Yesterday she went to Dago with you, Hela. Huh? Wanda was stunned. She gestured with her hand. But yesterday's Hela was wearing leather and leather pants. So rich. How about today's Hela? Wanda just finished speaking. Hela wanted to sue. Huh? Suyi made a nasal sound. Then pretend to look in the basket. Did you buy less food? Let me see. Wanda stepped forward to have a look. Hela. Little Hela pouted. If you don't say it, don't say it. Why so fierce? There is no shortage of food. Let's go in and make lunch. After checking it again, Suyi and Wanda are sure that there is no shortage of dishes. I went in with little Hela, and little Hela was about to go in wearing the new boots that Suyi bought for her, etc. Suyi grabbed little Hela's hair and pulled her back. Then point to the slippers and say something. Change your shoes before going in. Cut. Little Hela pouted, but she still took off her little shoes obediently, revealing her delicate little feet where blue blood vessels can be seen. Then she put on slippers several times bigger than her current feet and entered the house. The heels of the slippers clicked on the ground. So I took a look and snapped my fingers. Then Hela's slippers began to shrink, and finally became as big as Hela's feet. Little Hela, that will be your slippers from now on. Little Hela looked down at the pink slippers. Then he pouted with a smile. Who cares? Suyi carried the dishes into the kitchen. Wanda also followed in to help. Then he closed the door and smiled. It was fun when Hela got smaller. It was so funny. She was stubborn just now, but she still behaved obediently. So cute. Wanda was a little bit maternal all of a sudden. She was really moved when she saw little Hela. So small and so cute. Have to admit, Asgard royal bloodlines are not very good. Thor is handsome, isn't he? Frigga was also the #1 beauty in the 9 realms before. Now it's Hela's turn. After she turned into a lily, she was so exquisite. She's the perfect little princess. Let Wanda like it very much. But Suyi still reminded, little Hela's personality and Ek have changed into a child, but her IQ has not changed. Don't lie to her. What am I going to lie to her for? Wanda rolled her eyes. Then help Suyi wash the vegetables and process the ingredients. I just think it's nice to have a little girl like Hela. After Wanda said this, she secretly glanced at Suyi. Suyi could feel it. What Wanda means is that when she is free in the future, she can have a daughter. I can't write plots about having children. Don't worry, just say hello, it's in line with the personality. But he still asked jokingly first. What, you want to adopt Hela as your daughter? Slap tilde. As soon as this statement came out, Suyi immediately suffered from Wanda's small punches. Okay, I know. Suyi grabbed Wanda's hand. When you are stable, we are also stable, and we can have a daughter. Only then did Wanda hug Suyi happily, then offered her lips. Then the two continued to cook, and little Hela, who was lying on the sofa watching TV outside, pouted. It's not like she didn't know what was going on in the kitchen. Even if you lose your powers, Hela's strength is still at the top level on Earth. It's a bit of a rubbish sub-parent. So Hela said, I keep watching TV. Anyway, don't care about me. Half an hour later, Hela, who was lying outside, straightened her nose and sniffed. Suck. As soon as I smell such a good smell of food. Little Hela sat up with a whoosh. She almost teleported to the kitchen door and waited. Then he watched Suyi and Wanda come out with some dishes. Hela's eyes lit up. What is this? Why have I never smelled such delicious food in Asgard? Suyi put the dishes away, ready the bowls and chopsticks again and couldn't help laughing. You Asgard know shitty food. Think about it, Hela. She wanted to be tough, but found no reason to be blunt. So I chose to eat at the table. Immediately afterwards, she ate the dish with Wanda. Then at the same time make a sound of Finally little Hela nodded in acknowledgement. Asgard knows shitty food. Wanda nodded Hela's head when she heard it. Children are not allowed to swear. I'm not a child. Hela looked at Wanda, then glared at Suyi who was eating. Then Suyi glanced at her. Hela immediately weakened. Forget it. As long as you are happy, God is under the eaves and has to bow his head. Even if Hela is a god made, but now Suyi has to be obedient here. That's all. After drinking and eating, everyone leaned comfortably on their chairs to rest and chat. Suyi looked at the dishes on the table, then looked at Hela and said, "Little Hela, these plates are for you." "Are?" Hela stared. "Why? I haven't washed the dishes in Asgard. But you are at my house now." Suyi flicked his fingers. "And you didn't do anything? And you don't want to wash the dishes in the end? You have a good idea." "Ah." Hela's face suddenly turned bitter. Wanda couldn't help but look at her cute appearance, so he patted her head and stood up and said, "Let's go, little Hela. I'll brush with you." "I heard someone washing dishes with me. Hela can accept more than half of it." So I immediately stood up and went to wash the dishes with Wanda, watching two people, one big and one small, going in and out of the kitchen. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. She is not raising a daughter-in-law, so I did all the work I had to do it well. At the same time, the 9 realms Asgard, in the temple of at the moment, Odin was roaring angrily, "Phoenix Force, Phoenix Force, how dare you attack my armor?" And Hela, "No matter where you are, this time I will let you die." The disappearance of a suit of the strongest armor. It directly made Odin's face flush with anger. It's not his fault, because the destroyer armor meant a lot to him. As long as he wears this set of armor, Odin's strength can be increased by at least 30%. Back then, he was wearing this set of armor and borrowing the power to push back the celestial group. And now the armor is gone. Odin is so heartbroken that he can't breathe. "Heimdall!" As Odin shouted. After a while, Heimdall bowed his head and walked in. Then Odin ordered angrily, "Spy on Midgard for me. Let me know if you find any traces of Phoenix Force and Hela. I will personally descend to make them face death." 073. Hela hits the game furiously. "Send Wanda to Kamar-Taj. Wait until Wanda and little Hela finish cleaning the dishes." Suyi took them out to play. That is, shopping around. Suyi walked in the middle of the road, holding Wanda with his right hand and little Hela with his left hand. I do not know what happened. Wanda had a lot of hostility towards Hela before, but little Hela basically has no hostility. Not to mention holding the little Hela. Even if Suyi is now kissing little Hela on the cheek, Wanda doesn't care. Do not know why. There is definitely no need for Suyi to ask. Relationship issue. There is no answer, only feeling. In this way, the wonderful Sunday passed in joy. But well, Suyi thought for a while. It seemed that he was going to work tomorrow day. But going to work is fishing. It doesn't matter. The three of them wandered around until night. Then Suyi returned home like a family of 3. Holding Wanda in one hand and Hela in the other. Suyi's house is huge, because the entire top floor and the penultimate floor of the northern building were bought by Suyi, so only the top floor needs to be completely remodeled. At least dozens of bedrooms or living rooms can be transformed. But Suyi didn't do so much when he was decorating. Just took 5 rooms. All other places are left blank. But it's too easy to leave this little room for little Hela. As for the master bedroom, now Suyi and Wanda are sleeping. The time came to 8 o'clock in the evening. Little Hela is addicted to PS5. Hoo tilde, this is so much fun tilde. Suyi sat on the thick carpet and played games. He's playing a hack and slash game. Hela's blood boiled while watching, screaming, "I want to play too. I want to play too." Little Hela screamed excitedly. Reluctantly, Suyi could only give her a handle. Then Hela played really hard. How to play. "Su, teach me." "Look at the setting buttons. This one is attack, this one is dodge, this one is skill, this one can control movement." Suyi teaches little Hela to play games. Little Hela listened very carefully. Seeing this from the side, Wanda smiled warmly. After a while, Tilda, still sitting next to Suyi holding the controller and playing PS5 madly. She is a god and has a very high IQ. It's pretty easy to play a game well. Kill you, kill him too. In a hack and slash game, little Hela had a great time playing. The whole person is in a state of excitement. Crazy slaughter of NPC in the game. That scene, much more ruthless than she is in reality. In reality, Hela most kills or aliens. 160. But the little game Hela saw a chicken and ran to kill it. Xiaokun, MMP. Suyi and Wanda looked at each other face to face. "This baby, it's too bloody inside." Hoo tilde. "That's great. I'm going to kill people. Kill them all, that's all." Little Hela is playing wildly with the handle. The whole person twists and turns with the characters in the game. It's just the game character jumping. Hela will follow suit. Absolutely. Suyi glanced at Wanda, shrugged his shoulders and explained. She is the goddess of death. She just likes to kill people. Forget it. Leave her alone. Let's go back to sleep. But Wanda looked at Hela and said worriedly, "If you leave her alone, she won't sleep all night." So you looked at the excited Hela. "You pull her away now and don't let her play. That's when she won't sleep all night. And now, you don't care about her. She is a god, not a human." Suyi waved his hand indifferently. "She won't die if she stays up all the time." "Is that so?" Wanda suddenly realized. Ever since. Suyi patted little Hela on the head. "Wanda and I are going back to sleep first. If you want to sleep after playing enough, go to sleep in another room." "I know tilde." Little Hela dragged his voice. "Sleep at this point? I don't know how you can sleep. You are really weak." Little Hela hasn't finished speaking yet. Suyi grabbed her face and slipped up. "What did you say?" It hurts tilde." Little Hela immediately begged for mercy. I was wrong. and I dare not do it again. Seeing Hela admit his mistake, Suyi put down Hela and let her continue playing games. Wanda just kept laughing beside her. Then the two entered the room. At the moment is 10 p.m. Little Hela is still playing games in the living room. Suyi and Wanda were lying on the bed, chatting under the quilt. Wanda huddled in Suyi's chest, talking while drawing with fingers. I'm going to study at the Kamar-Taj you mentioned tomorrow morning. So fast? Suyi was a little surprised when he heard the words. Aren't you going to stay for a few more days? Wanda shook her head. No, you have to do your own thing tomorrow, and I should do my own thing too. The sooner you go to Kamar-Taj, the sooner you finish your studies. By the time I've learned a lot of spells, we're going to have a lot of time. Wanda was right. It's better to get things done first than to wait till the end. And the sooner you learn spells, it will become stronger in the future. So Wanda's thinking is absolutely correct. But Suyi looked at Wanda's increasingly rosy face, and smiled in her ear. I really want to learn magic, or can't stand it because of my torment. For a moment, Wanda's face seemed to be on fire. She raised her head and glared at Suyi. Then he hammered Suyi's chest and said, last night I felt like I was going to die, and you were still working hard. I fell asleep in a daze in the morning, and I was woken up by you again. In the end, I didn't know whether I passed out or fell asleep. You're so bad. Wanda said so. But Suyi could see with naked eyes that she was softening again. Suyi smiled knowingly. He leaned close to her ear and made a must sound. Wanda responded weakly. Suyi was ready to do it. But Wanda put her hands on Suyi's chest and said, take it easy. I have to go to Kamar-Taj tomorrow and then let Gwen get it for you. Finished. Wanda buried her head in the blanket, and Suyi smiled, like a hungry wolf coming. Outside the door, although little Hela has been playing games, but his face became more and more red. For thousands of years, she has never experienced these things. If you have to say it harshly, that is the old virgin who has been around for thousands of years. As a result, hear these now. She really couldn't hold back. I felt as uncomfortable as having a cat tickle me. But there is no way. Little Hela could only turn itching into anger. Crazy monster slaughter and hack and slash. Let alone chicken now. If the earthworm can be cut, it has to be played and divided into two halves vertically. The next day, when Suyi woke up, he snapped his fingers to clean up the room as before. Then look at Wanda sleeping soundly. Suyi looked at the time. It was more than 7 o'clock in the morning, which was still early. It's not early this time. So he got up first and opened the bedroom door. It turned out that Hela was curled up on the thick floor and fell asleep. She leaned on the pillows on the sofa. Then a quilt was dragged from an unknown room and covered. In the end, I slept in the living room like this. Suyi shook his head helplessly after seeing it. There's something wrong. Then he went to take a shower, then make some breakfast for Wanda and myself. Oh, right. There is also a naive Lilai. Finally, suck. The stupid Lilai was woken up by the noodles cooked by Suyi. She opened her eyes, immediately threw off the quilt and ran to Suyi and asked, what to eat? Noodles. Suyi cooked the noodles and took a moment to glance at her. I don't know the result. Look at the good guy. Little Hela, you don't have any clothes right now. Little Hela was taken aback for a moment, then lowered her head. Then she shuddered. As he walked out slowly, he said firmly, then what's the matter? Do you want to pick up your clothes if you lose them while fighting desperately? That's what it says. But as soon as little Hela went out, go straight to wear the skirt Suyi bought for her yesterday. After a while, seeing that the noodles were almost ready, Suyi went to wake Wanda up. Wanda made a nasal sound first. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at Suyi. Then hold out your hands. Hug. Awai is dead. Suyi reached out and hugged the wealthy Wanda. Then put her on the chair with little Hela's shocked eyes and said, Abek, go and brush your teeth. It's time to eat. Okay Tilda. Little Hela watched Wanda brush her teeth like this. Then Suyi went to fetch the noodles and brought them up. After half a sound, I saw that Wanda was still in the shower and didn't come out. Little Hela still asked in doubt, Sue, why are you being so nice to me? You are better than Shendu. You don't need to treat her like this. Suyi put 3 bowls of noodles on the table. Then tell Hela hurriedly. Although there are differences in the strength of the family, it is for the outside world, not for the cause. Emotions can be very pure. So pure that there is only emotion, and everything else is nothingness. Are you going to use your ability to kill your family? Suyi just finished speaking. I realized I was wrong. Yes, sure enough. Hela nodded in confirmation. She does kill. Okay. Suyi helped his forehead. What I mean is, when you like someone, strength gradually becomes unimportant. Even when you are together, to be strong is to come together and act together, and that will make you stronger. Little Hela was thinking hard. Still don't understand. But that's okay. It's strange to understand her character immediately. Suyi didn't expect her to understand. But hopefully she won't regret it when she realizes. That's all. After Wanda comes out, the 3 finished off Suyi's cooked noodles. Then Suyi asked Wanda to pack the clothes and supplies. Wait until Wanda comes back with 2 bags. The 2 came to the living room. Suyi is ready to send Wanda to Kamar-Taj, and Wanda's face also showed anticipation. Where are you going? At this time, Hela found that Suyi was about to leave, so she asked curiously. Go to Kamar-Taj, a magician's holy place. Are you going? Suyi asked casually. Go. Hela immediately agreed upon hearing this. That's fine, but if you go there, you're not allowed to run, and you're not allowed to use your ability. Suyi reminded Hela. If it can't be done, I can just let you die without Odin coming down. Little Hela nodded sharply. Then Suyi asked her to change her shoes and come over. One last snap of the fingers. Snapped. Next moment, the three appeared in the temple of Ancient One in Kamar-Taj. In the temple, a female magician has been waiting for a long time, and she is the Ancient One magician. After seeing Suyi bringing people here, Ancient One stood up, walked in front of Suyi and bowed slightly. This is a very big etiquette, because as long as Suyi is not around, Yin Yi is the most powerful person on this earth, and the little Hela behind Suyi was dumbfounded when she saw that Ancient One was owed to Suyi. Who is this? This is Ancient One. She will owe Su. That means Su's strength is above hers. Oh my god. Little Hela looked at Suyi in shock, because she knew that since Ancient One was doing this now, her father wouldn't be able to make any mistakes. And Suyi nodded when he saw Ancient One leaning back. Then he patted Wanda on the shoulder and said, her name is Wanda. I won't go into details, but you can see it too. Trouble Ancient One magician. Also teach her to be a real magician from now on. Ancient One nodded when he heard it. Then he smiled at Suyi. When I teach her, I help the planet. Suyi nodded. Yes, Ancient One was right. After Wanda changed dramatically, it will also naturally protect the Earth. So now Ancient One teaching her is tantamount to helping the Earth. So Ancient One definitely would. At this moment, Ancient One noticed the little Lily behind Suyi. She looked at little Hela. After thinking about it, I recalled it. I felt a familiar breath from her. As soon as this sentence came out, Suyi couldn't help laughing. She is Hela, eldest daughter of Asgard Odin. Now the divine power is gone, and I have become a little Lily. So I call her little Hela. Suyi said. The sun is cloudy. Ancient One couldn't help but laughed slowly. Wanda watched from the side and laughed too. Hey Tilda. Then Hela definitely didn't want to. She almost jumped up and looked at Suyi. Didn't you say not to tell other people about me? What if the old man Odin finds out? It's okay if she doesn't move or speak. As a result, little Hela made such a toss. Everyone laughed more happily. Hi Tilda. Hela is almost anxious. You guys are still laughing. What a nuisance. Suyi suppressed his smile and stroked Hela's green hair. Okay. Stop laughing. As for the leak, Ancient One's character requires you to doubt it. You should think more about how not to expose yourself. Speaking of which, Suyi still couldn't help smiling at Hilda. Seeing the smile on the corner of Suyi's mouth, Hela tried hard. She raised her small fist and hit Suyi's waist. You're still laughing. You're still laughing. You're laughing to death. Ha 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 Tilda. Now Suyi likes Hela's Lolita so much. Compared to the mature Hela who just met. When Suyi went up, he just kicked his knees and scratched his head. Then there is the maiden Hela. Suyi can only feel that he is okay, better than mature. Finally, the current Lily Hela. That Suyi can only say I go. It's so spicy. Next, Ancient One called two female magicians to come in and take Wanda to her room to check and organize things. Ancient One knows the details of some men very well. For example, she arranged for female magicians. She also knew that Suyi's arrangement of Wanda must be selfish. So Ancient One is more business as usual. And after Wanda left first, Ancient One looked at Suyi and chatted about other things. As for Hela, she went to look east and west. These things she could not see or touch before, because it is impossible for Ancient One to let her in. Then Ancient One said, Steven has come here not long ago, and is learning spells from scratch like everyone else. Suyi nodded. Not bad. But he doesn't concentrate. Ancient One said again. He has distracting thoughts in his heart. Too many worldly things affect his practice. Suyi nodded understandingly. It seems that I have to enlighten him. Ancient One agrees. That's what she means. So, Suyi called the little girl not far away and said, let's go, little Hela. I'll take you to see the magician. Coming Tilda. 074. Teach Steven. Here comes little Hela. The three of them left the temple. Along the way, every magician will bow and salute when they see Ancient One. But Suyi is a very vain person. Then he will definitely want these people to salute him. Tilda. The way to do that, then, is to have Ancient One reveal his identity as the Godfather of the Sorcerer Supreme. But that's obviously pretty insane. And compared to letting ordinary people salute him, Suyi is obviously more willing to let people in high positions salute him. Well, more high level. The three walked out of the temple and came to the road paved with boulders. Then walked through the courtyard, all the way to the martial arts field. It's still morning. So when the three of them came here, the magicians in the martial arts arena are practicing in the morning. Some of them are casting spells with sling rings. Some were casting spells with staffs. Definitely. The village is huge. It is a long staff among melee weapons, rather than a staff like a brush. How do magicians practice? Hela asked curiously from the side. They are not real magicians yet. Ancient One replied from the side. A real magician must be able to cast spells as usual without being afraid of the surrounding environment. And you need to learn all basic spells, such as melee spells. Yes, all the spells learned here in Kamar-Taj are melee spells. That is, rub your hands together, then rub out 2 spells like shuriken. Maybe this has something to do with the magician's low defense, so make up for the defense first. Hela nodded to show that she understood, but she doesn't have this trouble. Hela knows both death spells and melee and ranged attacks. She's more of an all-out melee magician. At the moment Ancient One and Su-Yi are looking at one of the magician's morning training team. That's Stephen Strange. Among the many magicians, only his earthly breath is the most serious. Everyone else is quietly practicing spells, but Stephen has never been confident. Because of the car accident, Stephen has always felt that his failure to practice spells is due to his own hands, rather than their own reasons. So after several attempts to draw the golden sparkles, Stephen would start to get irritable. He looked at the people around him, then tried to learn something. Then he saw Su-Yi and Ancient One magician not far away. Stephen stared. Why is Su here? These are his inner words. At the same time, the movement of his hands also stopped. Why is Su here? What is he doing here? Learn magic with me? Don't look around. At this time, Wang shouted sternly beside Stephen. The first key to practicing spells is to focus on nothing else. Do you see that you have done it now? No distractions? Who can do it when you are so loud? Stephen turned to look. The people around him were not distracted at all. They were not at all curious about what was going on around them. Still concentrating on drawing spells. All right. Stephen touched his nose. A little embarrassing. It turned out that I was really the only one who didn't concentrate. Wang looked at Ancient One and Su-Yi from a distance, then nodded at the same time to represent the luggage. Then continued to speak to Stephen. The practice of spells requires concentration. You will never be able to learn spells in your current state. Facing the king's admonition, Stephen raised his trembling hand and said, "It's my hands that prevent me from practicing spells." Wang scrunched his face. Looking at Stephen, he explained, "You can learn spells without hands. Why can't you have hands?" "It's possible without hands?" Stephen obviously didn't believe it. No hands can. But at the moment Ancient One and Su-Yi have already come to Stephen's side. Stephen immediately looked at Su-Yi, but Su-Yi remained expressionless for the time being. Stephen looked at Ancient One again. He knew that Ancient One was the number 1 person here, so he confirmed again with a little respect. "Is it okay to have no hands?" Ancient One is no nonsense. She directly asked a magician without hands to walk to Stephen. Then he used the melee spell in front of him. Stephen was stunned. He looked at Su-Yi with questioning in his eyes. Su-Yi didn't answer his question, but just said lightly, "Doubt is the strongest enemy." A word from Su-Yi. There was an instant silence for Stephen. Yes, he's been skeptical all along. He was doubting whether he could do it. He was doubting whether his hands would work. He's really skeptical all over the place. Simply put, it is both proud and inferior. Su-Yi saw this. Lightly reminded, "Don't be blinded by your pride. It's still a long time, and you will always have the heart of an apprentice to get you out of the predicament." Su-Yi reminded a few more words. Stephen fell silent again. But oddly enough, Su-Yi also saw Ancient One, Hela, and Wang beside him, and fell silent. They were all silent. After half a sound, Ancient One nodded and thanked. "Those words just now, even I have benefited a lot." Wang even said nothing. He made a big salute to Su-Yi. "Thanks Godfather Sorcerer Supreme." After Stephen woke up, he suddenly wondered, "Godfather?" These 2 words made Ancient One smile. She looked at Stephen. "You'll find out later." She was looking forward to what Su-Yi would say in front of Stephen. "You don't even bother to call me Godfather." But Wang was not fooled. But what Ancient One said made him confused. What's the meaning? What Ancient One said to Stephen? Could it be that Stephen will become Sorcerer Supreme in the future? Wang looked at Stephen again. Can this man do it? How can he grow into Sorcerer Supreme like this? But I have to say, it's really good. What is the core of the Marvel hero? It grows fast. Whether it is Spider-Man, Iron Man, Sorcerer Supreme, or Ant-Man, they all grow very fast. He might have been a street bum a few months ago, but in a few months he's off to save the world. That's it. Immediately afterwards, after watching Stephen and comment on him after 3 sentences, Su-Yi already knew that he had figured it out. So Su-Yi nodded, looked at Stephen and finally said, "Practice well. Your past, whether it is money or reputation, has passed. Now you only have the magician. Don't give up. When you have only one way to choose, then the south wall has to be hit." Heard the words. Stephen nodded seriously. "I see, thank you, Su-Yi nodded. Then he patted him on the shoulder, and left with Ancient One and little Hela. After watching the 3 leave, Wang stared at Stephen and said, "Both the Godfather and the Ancient One magician value you. Don't let them down, you know." Stephen was taken aback by Wang's words. Su is the Godfather? After hearing this, Wang immediately glared at Stephen. "You are not entitled to know now. Practice quickly." After being admonished by the king, Stephen immediately concentrated on training. Next, the 3 returned to the temple. Ancient One thanked Su-Yi. "Stephen's mentality has been adjusted to the best. And you only used 3 sentences. Sometimes you don't need to boast publicly when you praise someone. For example, so awesome, so powerful, so good." And Ancient One these 2 sentences. It has already expressed Su-Yi's ability. Hale on the side seconded after hearing it. "Su, You should come to Asgard as the god of hypnotic ability, or go to a different space and become an evil god. So many girls. Tilda. Little Hela hasn't finished yet. Suyi pinched his ears and lifted him up. Hela yelled on tiptoe. I was wrong tilde. I was wrong tilde. I was really wrong tilde. I won't talk nonsense anymore tilde. After hearing Hela's instant apology, Suyi chuckled lightly and let go of her ears. After Hela got down, she immediately hid away while holding her ears. But there is still a hard word in my heart. Dare to do it next time. Ancient One smiled helplessly after seeing it. It seems that God was so naughty when he was a child. Hela is at least as powerful as an ancient server. After becoming a Lilai now, she is no different from a child. Although the combat power has not fallen out of the sub-parent level, it is obvious that the mentality has fallen out of the parent level. Then, Suyi and Ancient One continued to chat in the temple. For example, the issue that Ancient One wants to discuss is Earth's life and death, whether it is active or passive. That is, to take the initiative to change, or to passively accept the failure. The question is simple. Suyi's answer is yes. Doing what you want is not a strong person, but not doing what you don't want to do is a real strong person. The same applies to the Earth. You want to change the Earth is not really changing the Earth. But you are really strong if you don't want the Earth to become what you want. Being able to say no is really powerful. To this, Ancient One smiled, nodded and shook his head. I can't predict the location of the enemy. There are too many unknown powerful enemies in the universe. Just the celestial group that I know is already an irresistible existence for me and Odin. Both Ancient One and Odin are level godfathers. But in the eyes of the celestial team of level single universe, it is obviously not enough. The difference between the two is an order of magnitude. And this magnitude is about the same as the difference between a house and the entire Earth, and maybe more than that. At this point, Ancient One understands. Then Suyi doesn't need to tell Ancient One anymore. Once the cognitive gap is too large, it's not good to say. It's the equivalent of knowing too much and being powerless. Only despair. And behind the celestial group, there are definitely more powerful than them. For example, the 5 great gods. And these are useless to Ancient One. Ancient One also knew that it was useless to know. So the question is right here. Neither talk anymore. This is the wise man. After a while, Zero middle. Ask for flowers. Wanda came back with several female magicians. As soon as she comes in, Suyi saw that she was wearing 2 sling rings on her hands. And it's different from normal sling ring. The 2 sling rings are scarlet. Goes great with Scarlet Witch. Then this should be specially done by Ancient One after knowing about it. Suyi looked at Ancient One. Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. Su, look quickly. Wanda came to Su's side. Then show the sling ring to Suyi. This thing can help me mobilize mana quickly, and control it more precisely. Probably more than half the lift. Suyi took a look at the sling ring. Good. Then give it back to Wanda. When you become a current magician, I will give you better magic equipment. Really? Wanda smiled happily. That's great. Suyi didn't send them randomly. It's just that the reward mechanism allows Wanda to learn faster. And what he was going to give away was the Dark God book. That thing is in West of U-Town. He just took Wanda to get it. After chatting with Wanda, Suyi looked at the time. Get up and say to Ancient One. Then Wanda is here to ask the Ancient One magician. She will move freely in Kamar-Taj in the outside world after she learns the teleportation spell. Until then, she will live in Kamar-Taj. It's her choice. After Ancient One heard it, he looked at Wanda slightly surprised. She thought Wanda had someone as powerful as Suyi as her partner. Learning magic might just be about finding something to do. But she didn't realize that Wanda would try so hard. If you don't learn teleportation magic, you can't go out of the mountain. You must know that many magicians can't even learn to teleport magic in their entire lives. Although Wanda has a foundation in magic, her hard work is worthy of Ancient One's serious teaching. So Ancient One nodded seriously and replied, I will. Now that the chat is over, Suyi turned around and hugged Wanda, who was begging for a hug, patted her on the back. Suyi encouraged, with your ability, maybe we will meet again soon. Believe in yourself, Wanda. Even the #1 magician in the 9 realms is not enough to see in front of you. You have no idea how much potential you have. Wanda put her arms around Suyi, feeling a little down. You're about to lift me up to the sky. No. I'm telling you that it's nothing. Suyi patted his shoulder. When you look back later, you will find that the matter now is easy. The two hugged for a while. Wanda took the initiative to push Suyi away. You go back, pay attention to safety. If you are bored, ask Gwen to come over to accompany you, or let that little Lilai tease you. Suyi smiled. Okay. But the little Hela on the side is not willing. Who do you think is funny tilde? Hi tilde. Okay. Suyi grabbed Hela. Then he nodded to Wanda and said, goodbye. I expect you to surprise me. Will do. In the end, under the eyes of Wanda and Hela's anger, snap tilde. Suyi snapped his fingers. He and Hela just disappeared in place. Inside the temple, Wanda saw Suyi leave. She took a deep breath and closed her eyes. But wait a while and then open it. Her eyes were full of thirst for knowledge. Wanda turned to look at Hela. I can devote all my energy to studying spells when I'm not sleeping and eating. As for Ancient One, The more I look at Wanda, the more I like it. She also nodded and smiled. And I will do my best to help you. The other side. After snapping your fingers, Suyi and little Hela returned to the entrance of the penultimate floor of the northern building in an instant. Then Hela also became honest in an instant. Suyi looked at Hela and asked strangely, why did you suddenly become weird? Little Hela cast a glance at Suyi, then put his hands in his arms and said old-fashionedly, HMPH tilde. You are so stupid tilde. I was helping you put on a show for Wanda. This way your Wanda won't worry about you when the time comes. Suyi was taken aback by little Hela's words, but he immediately reacted and praised Hela. Not bad, you've finally done something, little Hela. HMPH tilde. Little Hela pouted after hearing this. Just kidding, I'm very smart, okay? Even though he said that, the corners of Hela's mouth were about to burst into laughter, so the pout turned into a pout. It's like the Crooked Dragon King, and Suyi has already opened the door of the office. Today is Monday, let's go to work. Tilde? Hela dragged out a long voice. What's the meaning of this? Suyi walked in. After beeping to remove the ashes, he said, there are also PS5s here, as well as top-end computers for PCs, as well as iced milk tea and various snacks and desserts. If you are too lazy to cook, you can order takeaway. In short, there is everything here except not at home. The voice did not fall. Suyi saw a green-haired lily figure in a skirt rushing in. Little Hela is here. 0075. Phoenix Fragment X100. Cybertron Planet Template. Black Death Sword. Back to a familiar place. Suyi sat on the boss's chair, knocked his legs on the table again, and finally leaned his hands on his head. Cool. Don't tell me this is the taste tilde. Just rested for 2 days. He almost forgot what he was doing. I looked at the house number. Oh, Psychiatrist. That still has to be done well. After all, this is the main business. Saving the world is just a side job. But then again, Suyi hasn't looked at the punch card rewards for a long time, and I didn't watch it for 2 days during the last 5 days off and 2 days off. Suyi looked at the little Hela who was frantically playing PS5 at the side. Then he leaned back comfortably on the chair and thought to himself, punch the card, plus check previous check-in rewards. Get, Brave New World Complete Comics X1. Obtain, Secret Teaching Complete Comics X1. Acquire Critical Strike, Phoenix Force Fragment X100. Obtain, Black Death Sword X2. Obtain, Cybertron Planet Template X1. Interesting. See what these check-in rewards are about. Suyi suddenly became interested. Those two in front ... Forget it. From now on, the latter 3 are the really interesting rewards. The first is the shards of the Phoenix Force. Directly hit the card to reach 100 critical strikes. It seems that this is the role of Spider Knight and Witch Knight. You must know that he has never punched a crit before. But with the promotion of these 2 titles, there will be. Think here. So you looked at the Lily Hela who was playing games on the side. He couldn't help thinking, does this have a title? If anything, what would that be? Death Knight? Isn't that the name of a skin? Goddess Knight? That seems good too. Forget it. Let go of distracting thoughts in your mind. So Yi first dealt with the broken 083 piece of Phoenix Force. The first is all cleansing. Let the Phoenix will remaining in the fragments dissipate. In this way, Suyi will not be affected. You can also use Phoenix Force directly and completely. Purification. Ding tilde. The purification is complete. After the purification is complete, Suyi directly chose to absorb the 100 Phoenix Force fragments. Absorb. For a moment, after Suyi chose to absorb it, these 100 Phoenix Force fragments directly entered Suyi's body. And in reality, there is nothing unusual about Suyi's body. But his eyes suddenly reflected the miniature of a phoenix. And in Suyi's spiritual world, at the moment of absorbing Phoenix Force, countless mirror worlds appeared in front of Suyi's eyes. These mirror worlds are intertwined, but each one is different. Suyi quickly shuttled through it. Then saw many worlds. There are too many worlds to see, and countless worlds. Just like that for a while. Suyi closed his eyes, then suddenly opened. Clang tilde. Phoenix Force broke out in Suyi's spirit. The countless mirror worlds around him also shattered and collapsed, and Suyi's spirit instantly returned to reality. In the office, Suyi suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, the miniature phoenix in his eyes also disappeared, as if nothing had happened. But Suyi knew at the moment. What he saw in the spiritual world just now was the dreamy epitome of the multi-universe, although that's not true. But Suyi can control it. He could already feel it just now. As long as he wants, he can turn those mirrors into any other mirrors, or just smash the mirror, or make another mirror. Anyway, whatever. And this also means Suyi has officially entered the multi-universe level. This is the power of the multi-universe level. Suyi felt it. It turns out that the combat power of the multi-universe level, many aspects are on the rule. That is to say, as long as he thinks, he can do whatever he wants. Just get to this level. There are so many things that can be affected at full power. So many people will take the initiative not to use this ability, and only use when needed. Not bad. Suyi nodded in satisfaction. After reaching the multi-universe level, his Phoenix Force is stronger than the normal multi-universe level, because that's what makes Phoenix Force special. Think here. Suyi was so happy that he couldn't help wanting to drink a cup of milk tea. Little Hela, Bring me some milk tea. I'm playing a game. You yourself. Hela wasn't finished yet. Suyi's nasal voice came out. Do not know how. A tremor of the soul welled up in Hela's heart. Next moment, give tilde. Hela doesn't even pause the game. He directly put a cup of iced milk tea in front of Suyi. Good, let's go back and play games. Then I'm leaving. Watching little Hela turn around and leave, Suyi was quite satisfied. How can that be considered child labor abuse? He just asked someone for a favor. Didn't people help? Next, Suyi checked the penultimate reward. Black Death Sword. Suyi is still in the same posture. The legs are on the table, and the person is leaning on a chair, holding milk tea in one hand, and the newly drawn Black Death Sword in the other. This sword is rhombus-shaped. The whole body is as black as ink. Holding it in his hand, Suyi could feel the power of the Black Death Sword. And this sword will also increase the power of the host. But for Suyi, about amount a thousandth or a 10,000th. Suyi didn't know. But this sword is said to kill gods. And it also has the power to affect the mind of the user. It's a bit similar to the Darkborn weapon in LoL Runeland. Suyi held it in his hand. Immediately, a crazy voice came from his ears. Kill 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 kill. Originally, this voice should have appeared in the spiritual world. This can instantly affect the host. But Suyi's strength is too high. It can only ring outside the ear. But Suyi sounded very annoying. Then, purification. After a soft voice, the negative effects of the Black Death Sword are gone. Suck. Suyi took a sip of milk tea. Continue watching the beautiful appearance of this sword. So handsome. The appearance is almost full, and at the moment, little Hela, who was playing games with Suyi behind her back, suddenly trembled all over. Then a death terror came from behind her. This feeling is both scary and familiar to Hela, the goddess of death. She turned her head slowly. Only then did he realize that Suyi was playing with a sword. Exclamation mark. Hela's eyes lit up when she saw the sword, because she can feel the sword is very powerful, and it's very compatible with her, as if made in heaven. Shua. For a moment, Hela appeared beside Suyi. Then he poured Suyi's pants with both hands and said eagerly, "What kind of sword is this?" Tilde. Suyi smiled. Black Death Sword. Wow. Hela doesn't care whether he has heard of it or not. Anyway, her eyes are full of stars. First, he stared at Suyi with adoring eyes and asked, "What is the Black Death Sword?" Suyi touched the blade. He also introduced it with great interest. Black Death Sword, full name, Black Death Blade. Its real body is actually the first symbiote created by an the god of symbiosis. It has the ability to swallow and become stronger after killing the gods, and even duplication. But that is an all Black Death Sword, and this is an ordinary Black Death Sword. It is the weapon of the god Slayer Jia, which is used to kill the gods. But it's ridiculous. Ger's power is bestowed and controlled by the Black Death Sword. And Jia originally was nothing after leaving the Black Death Sword. There are two types of Black Death Swords. The first is called the All Black Dead Sword, which is the ancestor of the symbiont. It is also the strongest Black Death Sword. The All Black Death Sword is not only killing the gods, it can even kill the gods. It was with this sword that Na chased and killed the gods. In other words, the All Black Death Sword can kill level single universe. The second is called Black Death Sword. This sword has been passed down from generation to generation and is not the first All Black Death Sword. Ordinary Black Death Sword can give anyone the power to slaughter gods, but the spirit can also be affected. It's the same as the Darkin weapon in LoL. In severe cases, it may even be controlled by weapons. This is how these two swords are classified. That's it. Hela nodded straight after listening, expressing understanding. But she looked at the Black Death Sword eagerly. Then he shook Suyi's leg with his hand. When Suyi looked over, she looked at Suyi with even more eager eyes. Like that, there is no difference between a puppy and a puppy. Suyi was amused after seeing her like that, but she still shook her head and said, "This sword cannot be given to you now. Man's ambition is unlimited, and God is even more so. I gave it to you. What if you become bad? You are not my confidant. I want to get this sword. Either you exchange it for something of the same value. Either earn my trust completely." Heard the words. When Suyi explained to him, Hela knew it was impossible, because when Suyi was speaking the truth, he was really speaking the truth, without any empathy. But Hela thought about it. I can't give it now, but it is possible to give it, of the same value. She may not come out at all, but trust the word. She has nowhere to go anyway. It's better to grind by Suyi's side. What if? And Suyi saw that Hela actually reasoned. He was also surprised. Remember the first time he met Hela? Then beat Hela up and she says, "I want you." It's so much better now. Still obedient. Not bad. Suyi patted little Hela's head in satisfaction. Go back and play games, dear. And Hela went back to play games without saying a word. No noise. It's eye-catchingly cute. And it looks cute. On the contrary, this made Suyi feel a little guilty. Tut tut. So I have to say, the soft knife is the one that stabs the deepest. But reason is reason. Suyi will not change this point. So, now look at the last bonus. Cybertron Planet Template. This stuff is pretty interesting. If this is what Suyi thinks about, then this should be the biggest thing that Suyi has ever clocked in. Suyi first checked the rewards. Cybertron Planet Template. After selecting a planet with a diameter of no more than 10,000 kilometers and putting it on the planet core of the template, various resources of Cybertron planet will be automatically produced. Note: this resource will only be produced once. That is, he chooses a planet, then apply the template. In the end, the planet core will produce the same resources as Cybertron. So strictly speaking, this is a resource card. As long as he uses it, you will get trillions of tons of various resources. It's just that this resource is a planet. Whether it can be mined or used depends only on Su-Yi himself. I see. After seeing this template, Su-Yi understood. But he also has a new way of playing in his mind, and it is combined with the last open reward. You see, most people punched in this reward either don't use it, or use it and waste it. But Su-Yi is different. He has a fire source, and there are 1,000 planet engines. Although 2 out of 1,000 have no energy, it is not impossible to change if they have no energy, as long as there is a power system. So, Su-Yi can create a Cybertron star that only belongs to him by himself. Hiss. Su-Yi gasped at the thought of this. This is so interesting. Own Cybertron planet. Then you are the creator. This is great too. Think about it. Su-Yi was ready to become the creator of Cybertron. But look at the time. It is noon now. If you want to brush, you have to clock in after get off work in the afternoon. After all, it is the same whether the creator is at noon, afternoon or evening. But if you don't play today's card, you really won't be able to play it. So Su-Yi still felt that it would be better to create Cybertron after punching out the card in the afternoon. Suck. Thinking of this, Su-Yi took another sip of milk tea. Bang bang tilde. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Enter. After Su-Yi finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Comes in a black widow wearing a hoodie and blue jeans. Forehead. Su-Yi was taken aback when he saw the clothes. And Natasha Romanoff took off her hood, then sat in front of Su-Yi and smiled. Don't know me? No. Su-Yi shook his head, asked Hela to bring Natasha Romanoff a bottle of milk tea, and then continued, the first day Wanda and I met, she also wore this dress. Exactly the same. Even the style is the same. What a coincidence. Natasha Romanoff was taken aback. Then with a smile, he unzipped the hoodie by half and then retracted it with a smile. What about this? 1.8. Su-Yi's expression remained unchanged, but he gasped inwardly, because Natasha Romanoff is wearing full-body tights inside. Yes, you read that right. Full-body tights. It's the kind of stockings that go all the way to the neck. The kind that wraps your whole body. Very much like a battle suit. Very hot. So what to say? It's very wow. And Natasha Romanoff smiled and said after pulling up her clothes. Don't get me wrong. I'm not BT, it's just that these stockings allow me to put them on quickly for a battle suit. And it doesn't matter if you take it off, and it will be more convenient in action. Natasha Romanoff finished. Su-Yi nodded to express his understanding. He understands. To put it bluntly, this thing is like this. On the negative side, say cough 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 cough. Su-Yi coughed twice, then looked back at Natasha Romanoff and said, you come here in this, I mean this jacket and jeans. It's got to be what's going on with the Avengers Alliance and internationally, and now come to me. Do I need enlightenment? Natasha Romanoff thought for a while after listening. She is the kind of person who is serious for a while, but not serious every day. After half a sound, Natasha Romanoff nodded. Because of the impact of Tico Airport, the Avengers Alliance has been connected to the United Nations system, and Tony gave up the basic control of the Avengers Alliance, retaining only one core control. And Captain America disappeared with his people, probably in hiding. But I feel like he's investigating things on his own to bring down the UN rules and set the superhero free. Others have to stay on base to accept UN missions. 1. It is not allowed to act privately outside as a superhero. That's why I came dressed like this. Definitely, I also mean the hoodie and blue jeans. If you like this audiobook, subscribe the channel for more videos like this. And join my Patreon if you want to support me, link in the description. Leave some comment and let me know if you guys like this story, or you have a web novel you like and want to hear its audiobook. I will be happy to create them for you. Please like, share, and leave a comment on the video.